Chapter 2571. Silent Forge, the heartland of the eastern quadrant, if the desolate wasteland could be called, that was gradually changing as Sunny drew closer to the coast. He was almost in the territory controlled by humans now, so Nightmare slowed down a little. Sunny cast his shadow sense far and wide, guiding them around local settlements, military outposts, and scattered patrols. After all, it would be quite troublesome if the Lord of Shadows had been noticed riding his frightening steed despite supposedly being dead. A small sigh escaped from his lips. The duel between Saint and Slayer had not happened yet. He was a little disappointed, but mostly he felt content. Swaying in Nightmare's saddle, Sunny hummed quietly. "I've gotten quite strong, haven't I?" He was supreme and commanded 4 supreme shadows on top of that Saint, Slayer, Serpent, and Fiend. Nightmare was bound to attain a higher rank before too long as well. Even Mimic had become transcendent. That was an amount of power far greater than he had ever imagined wielding. The Shadow Legion had grown significantly in the burned forest, too, and there were sacred shades among his silent soldiers now. Such a harrowing amount of power was the prerogative of a god, not of a mortal man. Denying that would simply be an exercise in futile modesty after all. He alone was enough to conquer and destroy entire worlds. If that was not divine, then what was? The answer is pretty simple, though. Destruction was not what made one divine. Any fool could destroy something built by another. Instead, it was their stunning ability to create that distinguished gods from all other beings, and Sunny was not capable of creating a world. He was not a stranger to crafting miraculous things, though. Raising a hand, Sunny briefly touched his chest. Then he smiled tiredly, remembering the long weeks he had spent in the forge of the Dark City. That was where he had created a shadow-bound memory of his own, and although the process was so difficult that he was yet to fully recover from its strain, he was quite satisfied with the result. "Took me long enough, and it would have taken him even longer without mind weave." The great hall of the ruined cathedral was enveloped in silence. That felt strange, considering that the shade of the King of Swords had been hammering here for the past year without ever growing tired. That was because the Shadow Legion had retreated back into Sunny's soul while he was unconscious and slowly recovering from assimilating mind weave. Sunny did not pay the unfamiliar silence any attention, looking at the model of a vast spellweave spanning the great expanse of the cathedral and reaching all the way to its distant ceiling. "I think I am about finished now." This weave had been long time in the making. Sunny had been designing it for around 2 years already. He had started thinking about it immediately after forging the blessing. Most of the work had been done before his unfortunate fainting spell, but Mind Weave allowed him to solve the final lingering conflicts much faster. Of course, the great weave above him was merely a theory. It was a model created from manifested shadows, so there was no saying if his theoretical design would actually take shape in practice. But Sunny knew that he would not be more prepared than now anytime soon, or maybe ever. A shadow-bound memory was different from an ordinary one. Anyway, it had to be. Its weave had the capacity to grow and learn, so the patterns had to be designed in a completely different way from what he was used to, containing both a rigid structure and a degree of freedom. Sunny had learned that while creating the blessing, and after witnessing how the spell improved upon his design, he felt confident enough to attempt forging a shadow-bound memory of his own. No time to waste, then. With the threat of the Dreamspawn looming on the horizon and 2 fragments of Weaver's lineage left to collect, Sunny felt a bit of urgency. The vast tapestry of black strings above him rippled and dissolved into a torrent of shadows as he released them from the grasp of shadow manifestation. A second later, 3 figures stepped out of the darkness, walking toward the forge with determined steps. Letter 1D42B and U-O-umlaut-B, Iagonek letter 10314, they were his own incarnations, of course. One was in the burned forest, while 2 were south of the Hollow Mountains. With Nephi's 4 pairs of hands were what he had to work with. Even the Dark Lord of the Forgotten Shore had abandoned his throne to dedicate himself to forging the Shadowbound memory, leaving Ako to manage the operations of the Shadow clan alone. The great anvil of the Shadow Forge was empty, with the shadow of the King of Swords standing behind it silently. Each of the incarnations placed the materials they had brought on its weathered surface. The last one landed on the anvil with a metallic ring, finally breaking the silence. Sunny looked down. There were shadows that had remained forever frozen after the winter beast's death. There was a fragment of polished ivory, a splinter of bone from the colossal soul serpent whose bones Sunny had found in the Shadow Realm and then used to kill Slayer. There was a spool of Nether's diamond thread he had recovered in the Ebony Tower. There were strands of black silk woven by the puppeteer. And lastly, there were 7 iron rings. They were not simple rings, of course. Rather, they were links of an ancient chain the chain sun god had used to bind hope, which Sunny had pried away in the gateway hall of the Ivory Tower. One ingredient was still lacking, though. It was his blood. Letting a sigh, Sunny looked at the shadow of anvil and smiled. You'd better ready your hammer. Today, he was going to require some assistance. Soon enough, fire roared in the forge, and the sound of the hammer striking an anvil resounded in the ancient cathedral once more. Sunny was crafting a Shadowbound charm. Chapter 2572. Shadowbound. Crafting a Shadowbound memory for himself was both more difficult and easier than forging the blessing. It was more difficult because, this time, Sunny was not going to get assistance from the spell because he was not a carrier of the spell, and therefore did not enjoy the benefits of bearing its curse. However, he was also crafting a memory for himself as opposed to someone else, and so there was no need to invent complicated tricks to accomplish the desired result. While crafting the blessing, Sunny had to split the forging process between the real world and Neph's dream, but this time, he could simply enter his soul sea and create the weave of his memory there. Plus, he had the benefit of having already accomplished a similar feat once. One of his incarnations worked at the forge with the shadow of anvil, while 3 more sat down, crossed their legs, and closed their eyes. It glanced as if they were meditating, but of course, they were busy in his soul sea instead. Out of there, in the silent expanse of his lightless soul, they wove a vast and unfathomable pattern out of strings of shadow essence. His 7 tenebrous shadow cores burned above them like dark suns, bathing the tranquil expanse of still water in the lack of radiance. Sunny had discovered something curious while preparing for the forging of this memory. It was that there was a limit to how many relics could be bound to a person's soul. For most humans, it was just one. Most humans only possessed one soul, after all, and it could not accommodate the anchor of more than one weave. For people like Nephi's and Sunny, though, the limit was more generous, perhaps because they were not technically people. So Sunny had the rare privilege of binding both the jade mantle and the memory he was going to forge today to himself. That said, he was not sure if his soul would be able to contain a third. So, he had to pour himself into creating this one fully. In the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, he crafted the charm from the links of the chain with which hope had been bound. This time, there was little forging and smelting involved, even if Sunny wanted to. He was not confident in his ability to melt the 7 iron rings. Simply removing them from the chain had been a daunting effort already, having taken all of his power and cunning to succeed. But luckily, he did not need to alter the form of the rings or melt them to create an alloy. He was not forging a weapon. After all, he was crafting a charm. So most of the process involved grounding the fragment of the bone of the primordial soul serpent and frozen shadows into fine dust, mixing it with his blood, and then coating the links of the chain with it. I am sorry. I don't think you'll be satisfied with our craftsmanship today. The shadow of the King of Swords did not respond, of course, assisting him silently. As they coated the iron links with the mixture of frozen shadows, bone, and his blood, Sonny poured his will into the cold metal, willing it to absorb his intent and the essence of death contained in the black liquid. The real forging was happening somewhere where no one could see. His will was the hammer, and the world was the anvil. Each clash was far more destructive than any physical attack could ever be, sending ripples through the fabric of existence. Within the dark expanse of his soul sea, a grand weave was taking form around the 7 dark suns. Now that Sonny possessed flesh weave, the strings of essence could not cut his fingers any more so. Each of his incarnations was faster and more efficient in creating the intricate patterns. His mind had become vast and seemingly boundless, capable of containing the whole design of the weave and all its infinite complexity. And yet, Sonny still felt strained, beads of sweat rolling down his many faces. Work, work. The design that he had only envisioned was now becoming a reality. He hoped that it would hold, but knew that it could collapse instead already. Several junctions had come undone under the titanic weight of the great weave, and he had to change the pattern on the spot. The mind weave assisted with that, as well, helping him think faster and envision more possible solutions. However, the problems he faced could not be solved simply by thinking fast. He needed creativity, knowledge, and insight more than volume, and those were not affected by mind weave. Still, he had not failed to solve an emerging problem yet. Time passed slowly, and as it did, he only felt more burdened. He felt tired. Torrents of shadow essence flowed from his domain into his soul, and then from his soul into the weave. The clash between his will and the cold metal of the metal links, as well as the world itself, continued without ever abating. The weave encompassing the dark heavens of his soul sea continued to grow and expand, soon filling everything above him. Letter 10342, Anya letter 1ED7 beta E circumflex S hatchek. An hour passed, then a day. Then a few more days. On the 7th day, a small earthquake shook the forgotten shore. Standing in the throne room of the dark castle with a report in hand, Aiko swayed and stomped her leg on the floor. "Hey, settle down. What are you suffering from indigestion?" But the tremors continued, only growing more violent. Frowning, she drifted into the air and flew to the window. Looking down upon the dark city, Aiko realized that it was not Mimic's fault the entire city was quaking. Her gaze turned to the ruined cathedral. On a dark square, the members of the Shadow clan who had been training there were struggling to stay upright. June swayed with the rest of them, then glanced at their taciturn instructor with a tense expression. Oddly enough, Saint seemed completely calm, keeping her balance easily as if rooted in the ground. She was looking in the direction of a tall, magnificent, ruined building that was towering above the surrounding streets in the distance. In the vast silence of the ruined cathedral, the shadow of the King of Swords took a step back and tilted its head, looking at the 7 black rings laying side by side on the radiant anvil. On the other side of it, Sonny smiled tiredly and wiped his sweat with a trembling hand. It's done. He had succeeded. The runes shimmered in the air in front of him. They read, Memory, Curse Chapter 2573. The curse. The tremors stopped, and the vast hall of the ruined cathedral turned silent once again. The anvil, which had become brilliant during the crafting of the curse, was emanating a red glow and waves of sweltering heat. Dust particles danced in the dim light, glistening like sparks of essence. 7 iron rings lay on the glowing anvil. Their dull gray surface had turned entirely black now, and apart from silk thread and diamond string coiled tightly around segments of each one, they had no adornments. The black rings were not connected, either. Not yet, at least. Sonny let out a long sigh. All 4 of his incarnations did, rather, exhaling at the same time. The sound of their breath was like the last whisper of forge bellows. The three incarnations that were seated on the floor opened their eyes and rose. The fourth one took a step forward and summoned the jade mantle. As dark, fearsome armor encased Sunny in an intricate carapace, he extended the clawed fingers of his gauntlet forward and picked up one of the rings. It lay on his palm, taking most of its surface, glistening bleakly in the red glow of the forge. He considered it for a long while, then brought it to the center of his breastplate. The ring touched the smooth, stone-like surface of the black armor, and was then absorbed by it, coming to rest in front of where Sunny's heart and beast core were. The curse was accepted and absorbed by the jade mantle, taking its place in the socket of the underworld armament. As Sunny looked into the distance, studying the runes, his other incarnations each took one of the black rings and fused them into their armor. The remaining three would reach their intended masters soon, two in the end. Each of the 7 incarnations of the Lord of Shadows would wield one of them. The curse was different from the blessing, and from the jade mantle as well. Sunny had designed it with his transcendent ability in mind. It was a compound relic that functioned very similarly to how he himself lived. Each of the 7 rings was independently powerful, but their potency was progressively enhanced when 2 or more were fused together. Therefore, the curse reached its ultimate power and took a step beyond it when all 7 versions of Sunny became one, just as he did. That was how he had limited it, weaving a conditional flaw into the design of this powerful memory. That way, the level of power it could reach when proper conditions were met was far greater than it would have been otherwise, making the curse far more potent than it was supposed to be. Bind the relic. Sunny hesitated for a moment. Being able to bind a memory to one's soul was a wondrous boon, but there was a reverse side to it as well. A relic bound to a soul was no different from a part of that soul, just as integral as the rest of it. Therefore, if the relic was destroyed, the soul would be hurt, possibly even irreparably damaged. The soul was just as bound to the relic as the relic was bound to the soul, so one had to be careful when making that choice. The benefits offered by the relic had to be worth the additional vulnerability it created. It was for a good reason that myths and legends were full of stories about powerful beings who put too much of themselves into a potent artifact, only for that artifact to become their doom. Sunny remained motionless for a while, then took a deep breath and activated the shadowbound relic enchantment, fusing the curse into his soul. What was the point of having doubts now? He would not have created it if he did not believe in himself and his craftsmanship. He wasn't foolishly seeking to strengthen himself by relying on a potent relic, rather, he sought to express his own power better with its help. The difference between the two was subtle, but it made all the difference. Soon, the handy bracelet spoke into his ear once more. Your memory has been destroyed. You have received an attribute. Smiling faintly, Sunny summoned his runes. Come to think of it, he had not given them any attention for a long while. The shimmering runes read, Name, Sunless. True name, rank, Supreme. Class, Titan. Shadow cores, 7/7. Shadow fragments, 7,000/7,000. Memories, Silver Bell, Extraordinary Rock, Endless Spring, Weaver's Mask. Shadow lantern, Shadow chair, Overpriced saddle, Weaver's needle, Nebulous mantle, Handy bracelet, Quintessence pearl, Definitely not me. R acute letter 1F00, new letter 1ECD, letter 10331, ye letter 1D8 echoes. Shadows, Jade Saint, Soul Serpent, Nightmare, Shadow Fiend, Marvelous Mimic, Shadow Slayer. Attributes, Lord of Shadows, Flame of Divinity, Blood Weave, Bone Weave, Flesh Weave, Soul Weave, Mind Weave, Jade Shell, Fateless Curse. Concentrating on the last attribute, Sunny read its runes. Attribute, Curse. Attribute description, damnation. Sunny stared at the description for some time, then coughed in embarrassment. To be honest, He had spent an unreasonable amount of time trying to come up with something profound and poetic to write there. The nightmare spell had given quite a poignant description to the blessing. After all, Sonny did not want to be outdone. He had considered profound sayings uttered by gods and demons, some of the most meaningful moments of his life, and even researched poignant quotes of famous authors from before the dark times. But everything he had managed to come up with sounded either hollow or too on the nose. In the end, frustrated and utterly exhausted, but still failing to decide on a description, he could not stop himself from exclaiming "damnation" in a fit of anger. And after throwing his hands up in the air, he simply went and put that as the description. After all, that was a curse as well, albeit of a different kind. Let's hope no one ever sees these runes. Shaking his head in shame, Sonny moved his gaze lower. There, the runes listed the enchantments of his new attribute. Just like the blessing, the curse possessed 7 enchantments. They were bound, dark embrace, absence of light, mercy of shadow, shadow flame, weakening curse, and chain. Chapter 2574. Shadowbound Sonny regarded the runes for a while, thinking, no matter how he looked at it, he had done well. If you don't praise yourself, who will? Sonny scoffed and turned away from the glowing anvil, walking outside to enjoy the cool air of the dark city. Forging the curse had been difficult. The true hardship, however, was in imagining what the shadow-bound memory needed to be. Sonny had always known one thing, at least, that he wanted it to be a charm. The underworld armament enchantment of the jade mantle, which enhanced the effect of any charm slotted into the soul-bound armor, had gone unused for too long. That had always gnawed at him a little. At the same time, Sonny knew that he did not want to rely on external power too much, or better yet at all. That was a path that could offer him great benefits at the moment, but would lead him to a dead end in the long run. His goal was to become a god after all, and gods did not need power in potent tools. They were the power. So any charm he would forge had to help him use his own aspect more effectively, as opposed to gifting him new powers. Ideally, it had to close any blind spots his own aspect had as well. But therein lay the problem. In a way, Sonny's greatest power was his versatility. He could do a little bit of everything, and do it well. His powers did not have any glaring blind spots, which was not to say that there weren't any, of course. For example, he lacked a truly effective tool to deal with large groups of weaker enemies. Nephi's could incinerate a vast swarm of lesser nightmare creatures with one obliterating explosion, but Sonny would have to kill them all by hand in the best case. He would send the Shadow Legion into battle instead. There were other instances like that too. So, the set of enchantments he had designed for the curse was meant to make up for his few minor deficiencies, as well as make his strengths even more pronounced. The bound enchantment was self-explanatory. It was the core enchantment of every soul-bound or shadow-bound memory, allowing it to grow alongside its master. Both the jade mantle and the blessing possessed the same one, as well. Things got more interesting when it came to the other 6 enchantments, though. The curse had 2 states, a passive one and an active one. It could be summoned independently, but ideally, the curse would only become active when Sonny summoned the jade mantle, and therefore always be enhanced by the underworld armament. As a result, the dark embrace enchantment was the only one that functioned when the curse was in its passive state. It was a nurturing enchantment that enhanced the power of the dark flames of his soul by drawing on his spirit essence. As a result, the flames repaired the damaged shades and wounded shadows faster, allowing them to return to battle sooner. It also gave him the ability to soothe the pain of living beings by touching them. Shadow God was also the god of solace, after all, as well as death. So, Sonny had designed a pattern that he called the Pain Killer, and wove it into the broader weave of the dark embrace. If he was honest with himself, though, That part of the enchantment had taken him a great amount of time and effort to complete, more time and effort, perhaps, than what the dark embrace was mainly supposed to accomplish, even. His reason was easy to discern, of course. There was a particular person whose pain Sunny wanted to soothe, even if she had never asked for it and would never seek relief from that burden herself. Nephi's might have learned to endure the torment of her flaw, but Sunny was not willing to watch her endure it. So, he hoped that she would find some measure of solace at least in his embrace. The other 5 enchantments of the curse could only be used in its active state. The absence of light was the most straightforward. It was an altered version of the enchantment he had designed in Ariel's game to create the evening star, a charm memory that now belonged to Saint. The evening star enhanced Saint when she was surrounded by darkness. The darker her surroundings were, the greater enhancement she received. The absence of light had a similar function, but the condition set for it was not connected to how dark it was around Sunny, but rather to how deep the shadows around him were. The difference was subtle but impactful. Shadows were created by the absence of light, after all, and were often darker, deeper, and most stark when a powerful source of light was nearby. So the absence of light would not grant Sunny any power in true darkness, however. It would strengthen him when surrounded by mundane darkness or stark shadows, and radiant light instead. Mercy of Shadow was the key enchantment of the curse. It was straightforward in its function as well, but while that function granted Sunny a powerful boon in and of itself, its true purpose was to work in tandem with 2 other enchantments of the shadow-bound charm. The Mercy of Shadow enhanced the death quality of his will. It made Sunny more lethal through no other means than lethality itself. In that regard, it was similar to the slaying blade ability of Serpent. However, while the result was the same, the cause was different. Serpent was able to suppress and partially ignore the will of powerful beings that were cut by its blade. The Mercy of Shadow, however, enhanced Sunny's own will to kill. The true beauty of it all was the dreadful synergy between the 2. With the adversary's will bypassed and Sunny's own death will made more tyrannical, the gap between the 2 grew that much wider. Letter 1 E5F alpha and O circumflex letter 162 E circumflex letter 23F. So, the combination of the slaying blade and Mercy of Shadow truly made him an incarnation of death. Death incarnate. That was not the only synergy Sunny had in mind while designing the curse, though. The Shadow Flame enchantment was an elegant one. It drew inspiration from Neph's soul flame, but not in an obvious way. Sunny and Nephi's were similar in the sense that they could enhance themselves or their weapons with their dormant ability. However, the mechanism of their augmentations differed in one subtle but important way. Sunny possessed 7 shadows, while Nephi's possessed a single reservoir of soul flame. Therefore, the enhancement Sunny could grant was divided into 7 parts, while Neph's could be divided freely in any proportion. She could pour all of her flame into making herself stronger, keep 1/3 of it for herself and pour everything else into her weapon, or even divide it into 1,000,000 weaker boons, sharing it with 1,000,000 people bound to her domain. Sunny could not do that, but with the shadow flame, he could, and that would allow him to strengthen not only himself, but also his shadow legion. Of course, dividing the augmentation of his 7 shadows between 1,000,000 shades would not make each individual shade that much stronger. A few thousand elites, though, that could make all the difference. That was especially true because the gap between ranks grew exponentially. So while 1,000 transcendent shades would not benefit much from receiving 1,000th of Sunny's augmentation, 1,000 awakened shades would benefit tremendously. Sunny had high hopes for the shadow flame. It had another use, as well, one tied closely to the next enchantment of the curse. The weakening curse was what had given the shadowbound charm its name. Its function was quite simple, which was not to say that designing its elegant weave had been simple. In fact, that single enchantment had taken all of Sunny's ingenuity to create, but the result was worth it. The weakening curse reversed the effect of his dormant ability. Instead of wrapping his shadows around himself, his memories, his shadows, or his shades to enhance them, it allowed him to wrap them around his enemies to sap their power away. Chapter 2575. The chain weakening curse allowed Sunny to do the exact opposite of what he was supposed to be capable of. His dormant ability, shadow control, was the reason why his invaluable shadow helpers could augment him or things that belonged to him, as well as those beings who belonged to his domain. Similarly, while the weakening curse was active, beings held in the cold embrace of his shadows would become weaker. Naturally, the effect was cumulative, and just as Sunny gained progressively more power when several shadows augmented him, his enemies would lose progressively more of their own when more than one shadow wrapped itself around them. There were situations where making the enemy weaker was more beneficial than making oneself stronger. Deciding which action was of more use in a particular battle would require careful consideration, no doubt, and there was the question of safety as well. Embracing the enemy was not the safest tactic in most cases, after all. Even without the potential danger of branding a lethal foe with the weakening curse, the utility of this enchantment seemed situational at best, though, and questionable at worst, at least compared to what Sunny could do naturally. However, there were two reasons why the weakening curse was actually far more harrowing a power than it seemed. First was the underworld armament. The second was its synergy with the shadow flame and the mercy of shadow, shadow flame, mercy of shadow, and the weakening curse. These three enchantments each possessed its own value, but they were really designed to work together. Shadow flame allowed Sunny to share the augmentation of his shadows among a great number of targets. Therefore, it also allowed the weakening curse to affect a great number of victims. Who was to say that he could only curse 7 foes or one powerful enemy 7 times over? With the shadow flame and the weakening curse working in tandem, he could rob thousands of enemies of their strength, tens of thousands of them, or even millions if he wished to. And that was not all. Sunny and his shadows were inseparable, and each of them was a conduit of his will. So all beings empowered or weakened by them were connected to him, and he could use that connection to channel his death will into them, which, of course, would itself be empowered by the mercy of shadow. And all of it the enhancement of the shadow flame, the insidious hex of the weakening curse, and the merciless finality of the mercy of shadow would be augmented by the underworld armament as well. In other words, if Sunny decided to share the augmentation of his shadows with 1,000 shades, the boon they would receive would be greater than his own. And if he decided to weaken 1,000 nightmare creatures, the sum of power they lost would be greater than what he would have received. His death would be greatly enhanced as well. So much so that his killing intent would be actually fatal to creatures of lesser ranks, much like a distant echo of Nether's killing intent had almost killed Sunny once upon a time, in the eye of the storm on the Great River. Nephi's could wipe out a swarm of nightmare creatures with one powerful explosion. With the chilling synergy between the shadow flame, the weakening curse, and the mercy of shadow, though Sunny did not need an explosion. He could simply wish the creatures dead, and their lifeless bodies would fall to the ground. Granted, one of Neff's obliterating explosions would still be more devastating, but Sunny could put on quite a respectable show as well. Now that was the solution he had come up with to make up for the most glaring blind spot of his otherwise supremely versatile aspect. Quite fitting for someone who calls himself the sovereign of death, is it not? Looking at the dark splendor of the ancient city that sprawled in front of him, Sunny smiled faintly. For some reason, at that moment, he finally felt like a demigod. The things he could achieve with the curse were not really more impressive than what he could already do, just different. However, the ability to kill someone by simply looking at them and wishing them dead felt distinctly beyond the mortal realm. It was something that only those who were more divine than mortal were supposed to be capable of. Of course, Sonny could probably achieve something similar already, albeit on a smaller scale. It was just that he had never had a reason or wanted to unleash the full force of his death will upon mundane people, and someone like him had few opportunities to face nightmare creatures of the lower ranks. Sonny sighed. I only ever fight things that are unreasonably powerful. Granted, he was an unreasonably powerful thing himself as well. And finally, there was the last enchantment of the curse, the chain. It was as much of a utility enchantment as it was the ultimate one. The chain was what made the curse a compound memory now attribute, and allowed the 7 links to enhance each other when combined into a single chain. Our retroflex on new letter 22b's the passive effect of the chain allowed the power of the curse to grow steadily as Sonny enhanced himself with his shadows. However, it could only be truly activated when all 7 of his incarnations fused into one, and when all 7 links were combined together. Once activated, the chain produced a resonance between individual links, making the sum of their power greater than its parts. All enchantments of the curse received a fearsome boost, making it even more harrowing. The chain had a secondary function when activated, as well. It could be manifested and used to bind something or someone. In this state, the chain embodied the concept of permanence. Therefore, it could be used both offensively and defensively. It could be used, for example, to bind a powerful enemy in place. However, it could also be used to bind Sonny himself, thus pinning a snapshot of his existence to the fabric of reality. No matter how his body was mangled afterward while the chain was active, it would return to the form it had been before. The same went for his soul, spirit, and mind. So if he had to use shadow dance and felt like losing himself in the process, in theory, the chain would be able to bring him back. It could be a tether that bound Sonny to himself as well, at least until he found a way to regain his true name. That was what he was hoping for, however. As with all things having to do with concepts and higher planes of existence, the actual result was hard to predict. It was a bit of a mystery even for the person who had woven the enchantment. Nevertheless, Sonny felt a strange affection for the chain. His existence had become quite vague and ephemeral ever since all traces of him were erased from reality. He was not attached to the world by the strings of fate anymore, and the delicate tethers of human connections he had created were now tenuous at best. Nothing chained him to the world. So, the chain could do that instead. It was a tool with which he could root himself firmly into the fabric of existence, and therefore not feel like he could be dispelled by a gust of wind like a fragile mirage. Letting out a quiet sigh, Sonny smiled and dismissed the jade mantle, thus allowing the curse to disappear into his soul. After years of planning and meticulously developing the design of the astonishing weave, he had finally created his own shadow-bound relic. He had created the curse. Whistling a simple melody, Sonny headed for the dark castle. All things considered, I think it went well. Now, all he wanted to do was rest. Chapter 2576. Rat problem. Sonny did get some rest after crafting the curse. Most of his incarnations did, at least. A few more remained busy with other endeavors, handling tasks that never seemed to stop. Sonny had to admit, for a dead man, he was quite busy. One of his incarnations was setting up a base of operations in Ravenheart, for example. Another was developing spells meant to guard the citadels of humanity with Cassie. And lastly, just a day or two before Mordred rose to the throne of supremacy, one of Sonny's incarnations led the Shadow Legion into a decisive battle against the Black Millipede tribe. Out there, far north of the Dark City, the great tangle of the burned forest sprawled beneath the ashen sky. The charred mass of fallen trees was frothing and seething, as it expelled a constant flood of something that looked like a black liquid. From afar it was not a liquid at all, though. Instead, the black flood consisted of countless chitinous bodies that crawled from underneath the broken trees like an unceasing torrent. Now that the battle moved close to the nests of the black millipede tribe, its 6 remaining queens threw everything they had into resisting the sinister invader, fighting for each meter of land with chilling cunning and ferociousness. Today, however, like every day for the last few weeks, the lethal flood of appalling millipedes had met its match. That was because a different plague had been spreading across the vast expanse of the charred tangle, hidden from view in its depths. The burned forest was suffering from a rat infestation. At first, there had been a single rat, the shadow of a rat, even. However, that one rat was no mere rat, it was the king of all rats, no less, in all its sacred glory. The Rat King had spread like a plague in the weeks after Sunny first summoned him to the burned forest, consuming the black millipedes slain by the Shadow Legion and gnawing on the blackened forest itself when there were none to devour. Once the number of rats grew enough, the sacred shade became capable of tearing them apart all by itself, which only increased the rate of its growth. By now, the flood of the grotesque millipedes was almost dwarfed by the seething ocean of rat bodies scurrying along the charred branches and broken tree trunks of the great tangle. It was as if 2 vile tidal waves collided in the middle of the burned forest, unleashing an awful cacophony of bestial screeches and visiting an unimaginable level of violence upon the world. An incalculable number of rats were torn apart by sharp mandibles, crushed by slithering chitinous bodies, and dissolved in powerful acid. At the same time, countless millipedes were shredded with tiny teeth, buried under a mass of vermin, and devoured from the inside. Sunny grimaced as he observed the battle from the towering remains of a burned tree, playing with a single rat that kept trying to bite his fingers off. What a distasteful sight! There was a dark smile playing on his lips. The Rat King was growing, which was good news even if the strain of sustaining its existence was draining his reserves of essence more and more. Shades of his own rank or those who were weaker than Sunny provided him with more spirit essence than what was required to summon them, but sacred shades were different. Calling them forth from the dark expanse of his soul sea was strenuous both for his will and his essence, so he could only manage summoning one. But the Rat King was worth it here, in the burned forest, where it had an almost endless amount of relatively weaker enemies to feed on, not only because the number of rats constantly grew, but because it meant killing 2 birds with 1 stone. When the Rat King devoured black millipedes, its power increased. At the same time, the shades of the devoured millipedes joined the Shadow Legion, making it stronger as well. That was why the conquest of the southern outskirts of the burned forest was going even faster than Sunny had anticipated, despite the weeks of his absence. The millipede queens would not have allowed him to get this close to their nests if they were not struggling. Still, he had not won a battle yet. Each time the Shadow Legion advanced, it suffered a crushing defeat and had to retreat. Then, Sunny was forced to wait days until his shades were mended while escaping the pursuit of the great tyrants of the black millipede tribe, who had long understood that there was only one way to destroy the silent invaders. It was to kill and devour their lord. Letter 1f Zerazara and Agrov letter Tuthryf. If only these poor creatures knew that there were 6 others just like him where he came from. Their struggle was hopeless. The Shadow Legion rose from the darkness over and over again, no matter how numerous times it was destroyed and wiped out. Worse still, it returned stronger and more numerous every time. After all, the millipedes who had fallen in each of the battles or had been consumed by the Rat King joined the ranks of the Silent Shadows. By now, The Ember Queen, the shade of the great tyrant of the Black Millipede tribe, ruled more members of their appalling kind than any one of her 6 remaining sisters did. Sonny inhaled deeply as he watched the tide of rats slowly drowning in the ocean of millipedes. The Rat King was struggling, it seemed. Far in the distance, the elusive forms of the 6 millipede queens were hidden behind the seething mass of their harrowing children. "It's time," he looked around, suddenly missing the company of his other incarnation. Now that Sonny was alone, there was nobody for him to talk to, even. Of course, talking to his other incarnations was no different from talking to himself, so he could just do that. He sighed. Godspeed. With that, Sonny turned into a shadow. His shadow grew, enveloping the world. And then a tenebrous army rose from it. Chapter 2577. Encroaching shadows. The Black Millipede tribe might have surrendered a lot of ground to Sonny and his Shadow Legion, but it was still countless and fearsome. Beyond fearsome, in fact, for almost anyone except him. There was an endless sea of corrupted nightmare creatures, 6 great tyrants, and a deadly retinue of their powerful champions, great devils and enormous demons alike, their glossy black chitin decorated with vivid and eerie patterns. There were monsters as well, some of them dozens of meters long. This dreadful force was enough to wash over Earth and consume every human populating its dying expanse. The Black Millipede tribe was far more terrible than the entirety of the nightmare creatures unleashed upon the world by the chain of nightmares in and of itself, except for the final few gate guardians, perhaps. But even then, the Millipede queens had numbers on their side. Sonny was facing the monstrous tribe alone. It was no coincidence that the Shadow Legion had suffered myriad bitter defeats, and that even his own shadow shell had been destroyed by these sinister abominations more than a few times. However, it did not matter. Sooner or later, the Black Millipede tribe was going to become a part of the Shadow Legion, and their long string of victories would ultimately conclude with a final defeat. Sonny was just not sure that it would happen today. While the Rat King clashed with the great swarm of monstrous millipedes, the Legion of Death rose from Sonny's shadow. Saint appeared first, riding atop Nightmare. She regarded the scene of unimaginable violence with cold indifference, then raised her tenebrous sword and clashed it twice against the rim of her shield. As if to answer, a sea of shadows rose from the darkness and surged forward. Then, Shadow Legion split into 2 wings as it advanced. The left wing was commanded by Saint, who led the original shades into battle. Behind her were the shade of Daron, the Serpent King, and his daughter, Wind Flower, the snow wolves of Ariel's game, the Usuras of Condemnation, and other the supreme shades earned by Sonny in Godgrave. The shades of 7 song saints he had slain, twin shadows of Solving, the powerful shades of those abominations he had killed in Antarctica, and the remainder. Most of them were armed and armored by the dark weapons forged by the shadow of the King of Swords. The towering figure of blackened steel and infernal flame that was Fiend followed Saint into battle as well. Serpent was also with her, flowing across the charred tangle like a river of onyx scales. The right wing of the Shadow Legion was a flood of black chitin, composed of countless millipede shades. It was controlled by the Ember Queen, her ephemeral form hidden behind the seething mass of her monstrous soldiers. Slayer rode on the carapace of the elusive Supreme Tyrant, surrounded by wisps of ghostly fog. The Shadow Legion spread into a wide formation, moving past the terrifying slaughterhouse of the clash between the Rat King and the vast swarm of the monstrous millipedes. The 6 great tyrants moved their reserve forces, as well, sending the elites and champions of their monstrous kind to contend against the advancing shadows. Otherwise, the great army of their abominable tribe would be pincered and eventually surrounded, suffering terrible losses, and losing the ability to retreat if need be. Nightmare rushed forward, covering hundreds of meters with each leap. The aura of dread surrounding him made the slithering millipedes cower, and Saint raised her sword, ready to reap their lives. Before she could, however, the burned forest was suddenly drowned in blinding light. Sunny felt the shadows shift and retreat, washed away by the radiant radiance then. The roar of a devastating explosion rolled across the charred tangle, and a powerful shockwave sent clouds of ash flying into the sky. Directing his attention to the right flank of the battlefield, Sunny saw myriad millipedes dissolving into a cold silver light. "You have slain, you have slain, you have slain, Standing atop the radiant chiton of the Ember Queen, Slayer lowered her bow and regarded the devastation she had unleashed with dark malice. Moments before, she had poured her pure soul into the head of her arrow, and let it fly. It was as if a falling star streaked across the ashen sky and landed in the carnage, obliterating both millipedes and the scurrying rats alike in the explosion of essence. So, the first kill of the battle was hers. Saint turned her head, as if looking at the murderous shadow across the vast distance of the battlefield. Slayer gave her a glance as well, then calmly reached for another arrow. Letter 1D42B Alpha Small Capen Letter 1ED1 Letter 16D2 Yet Letter 1E69 A moment later, Saint and Nightmare were among the millipedes. Her black blade lashed out, severing several monstrous abominations in half, while his hooves trampled a few more. The two armies collided, causing the entire world to quake. Fiend let out a bellowing roar, plunging into the mass of millipedes like a giant made of sharp steel and flame. Despite his enormous size, many of the elder abominations dwarfed him. Their impregnable chitin parted under his claws, though, and plumes of smoke rose from the cracks in their carapaces, hinting that the monstrous horrors were beings burned from the inside. Serpent clashed with a colossal great devil, coiling around its long body and constricting it until the black carapace cracked, and a great flood of fetid blood was expelled from its maw. The shadow wolves descended upon the monstrous millipedes with the wild ferocity of primal predators. King Daron led the shadows of the human saints into a deadly assault, the frigid winds raised by the shade of the winter beast howling as they froze and stiffened the bodies of the frenzied nightmare creatures. The battle entered a terrifying state of utter chaos, with annihilating forces being unleashed by both armies to grind the other army to dust. Observing the carnage from a distance, Sunny remained calm. It seems to be going well. Chapter 2578. Tipping the scales, the right wing of the Shadow Legion, composed of slain millipedes, was more countless than the left wing by now. However, while the millipede shades possessed great numbers and a startling amount of raw power, they had fewer exalted champions among their ranks. So, the situation at the opposite flanks of the battlefield was about even. Saint and Slayer seemed to be competing to see which one of them could slay more foes, though. As far as Sunny could tell, the results were far from conclusive, but both of them were terrors to behold. They are both doing well, too. Saint had assumed her true size, towering at 10 meters of height and wielding a similarly great blade. She was surrounded by a flowing whirlpool of true darkness, so Sunny could only occasionally catch glimpses of her. The shades under her command seemed to be fighting with a greater cohesion than the millipede shades under the Ember Queen's control, and she kept the front line stable by dashing here and there atop Nightmare, steadily pushing against the profane flood of monstrous abominations. Nightmare had changed in size to fit her new height, as well, becoming just as daunting to behold. In truth, that was no surprise. The tenebrous steed had been doing just that while carrying Saint all along, albeit on a more modest scale. He was a shadow creature, after all, and shadows were inherently shapeless. So, Sunny had a feeling that Nightmare took the form of a horse by choice, not because it was inherently his form. Because of that, his size was merely a formality. Come to think of it, observing the battle, Sonny allowed a minuscule fraction of his vast mind to get distracted for a moment. He knew that Slayer was a shadow creature born from the shadow of a mortal woman who had cast it once, a long time ago. What kind of creature had cast Nightmare then? Sonny did not know, but in all his life, he had never met another creature wielding power over dreams. So the original source of Nightmare must have been a singular existence. It had to have cast such a shadow. Focus. Sonny told himself to focus. But really, he was not sure that there was a need. He was capable of concentrating on countless things now, and there was no lack of attention he was paying to the raging battle. In fact, he was utterly devoted to experiencing and perceiving it in as much detail as he could. This was no ordinary battle. After all, this was the first major battle he fought after acquiring Mind Weave. Therefore, Sonny was experimenting and testing himself, trying to see how far he could stretch the limits of his mind. At the moment, he was commanding thousands of shades at the same time. There was a certain gap between the speed with which he issued commands and the time it took the shades to comprehend and execute them, so he was slowly moving toward finding a flawless cadence. But generally, the combat effectiveness of the Shadow Legion had increased tremendously. It was not a disorganized mob of individual shades anymore. Instead, his silent soldiers fought like an actual army. A new and inexperienced army, perhaps, but a cohesive military force nonetheless. It was especially true because Sonny had two intermediaries helping him control the shades. Saint and the Ember Queen both served as conduits of his will, and the generals of the Shadow Legion, lightening his burden and making his army respond better to his attempts to command it. There was still room for improvement, though. Saint is not quite there yet. The taciturn Shadow was a truly fearsome presence on the battlefield, both because of her supreme rank and the Evening Star, which was being strengthened by her own underworld armament. The black millipedes seemed to melt under her blade, and several of their champions had already been slain by the graceful Jade Knight. Letter when does Zera a gruv upana a sakit, but although she possessed the War Master attribute now, she lacked the means of effectively communicating her authority to her soldiers that would probably follow when she became a tyrant. The Ember Queen, meanwhile, could only command members of her appalling tribe, which, needless to say, was a severe limitation. I think I have an idea of how to solve that problem. That would have to wait until the next time, though. For now, the Shadow Legion was performing well enough. It was even better than Sonny had expected. In the past, the millipede shades would be obliterated in a matter of minutes, and the rest of the Legion would soon follow. But this time, his silent soldiers were holding ground, giving the adversary as much hell as they were receiving. Even with the Rat King being slowly overwhelmed, the outcome of the battle seemed to be hanging in fragile balance, which was a far cry from the innumerable defeats Sonny had suffered. The difference is impossible to miss. Now, he only needed to give the Shadow Legion a little push to break the balance in its favor. Stepping through the shadows, Sonny appeared in the very middle of carnage, next to Nightmare and Saint. He wrapped himself around the taciturn Shadow, took a mental breath, and activated the curse. The absence of light activated first, albeit it did not grant him much power due to the true darkness unleashed by Saint, but that was all right. Sonny did not need personal strength at the moment. The Shadow Flame activated next, allowing him to transfer a measure of his augmentation to any number of beings. Then came the Weakening Curse, branding the shadows of surrounding millipedes and draining off their strength. A moment later, the Mercy of Shadow poisoned their spirits with his death will. And finally, the underworld armament of the Jade Shell empowered the curse, making each of its effects more pronounced. A vast swathe of the black millipede swarm reeled. Countless abominations suddenly seemed slower, weaker, and less tireless than before. Many of those who had already been severely wounded simply fell to the ground, lifeless, the profane flames of their souls snuffed out by his killing intent. Of course, there were simply too many millipedes crawling across the charred surface of the great tangle for the curse to put a dent into their astonishing collective power. But it was just enough to break the stalemate and tip the scales of battle into the Shadow Legion's favor. And once Sonny gained that foothold, he could not be stopped. Chapter 2579. Long time coming sometimes. Great things had small beginnings. The dark ocean of hungry rats infesting the burned forest had begun from a single beast, for example. Sonny himself, the Lord of Shadows, had been an orphan in the outskirts of NQSC once. A devastating rockfall could be caused by a single rolling pebble. Similarly, the curse did not immediately vanquish the black millipede tribe. In fact, its effect was not that significant when compared to the collective might of their profane kind. There were simply too many of them, and even the awesome power of a supreme titan was not sufficient to quell the grotesque swarm. However, if used at the right time and in the right place, it was enough to make a difference. Saint and the elites who followed her were facing the most fearsome champions of the black millipede tribe and the horde of lesser abominations who followed them. The mercy of Shadow poisoned the souls of the nightmare creatures with the death will those of them who were weak and already wounded simply fell lifeless to the ground, creating gaps in the flood of abominations. Those who were too powerful to succumb to the killing intent of the Sovereign of Death still felt the cold grasp of his lethal authority, losing some of their vitality. Then, they were branded by the weakening curse and lost some of their power as well. Both enchantments, as well as the shadow flame that allowed them to spread across the swarm of abominations, were naturally empowered by the underworld armament as well. That was enough for Saint and her elites to push their advantage and bring several dreadful great nightmare creatures down in quick succession. Once the pillars of the millipede swarm's offensive in that section of the battlefield fell, an entire swath of the abominable flood collapsed under the eerily silent advance of the Shadow Legion. The louder the grotesque millipede screeched and growled, the quieter the merciless shades seemed to become. The abominations died all the same, and the more of them died, the more shades there were to continue the slaughter. That small victory swiftly snowballed into a complete collapse of the black millipede swarm. The breach in their slithering mass allowed Saint to cut deep into the vast sea of abominations and attack other powerful champions from the flanks while her soldiers pushed the advance from the front. Before too long, these great nightmare creatures fell like dominoes, as well. And soon after they fell, the entire western flank of the millipede swarm fell apart. The left wing of the Shadow Legion advanced, slaughtering countless abominations and threatening to encircle those of them who were battling the Rat King from the west. If the center of the millipede swarm fell, its eastern third would find itself being attacked by Slayer and the Ember Queen from the south while Saint and her forces descended upon them from the west. It would be utter devastation for the black millipede tribe. More importantly than that, Saint could choose to bypass the remaining two-thirds of the great swarm entirely and instead push north, where the millipede queens and their dreadful bodyguards were hiding behind the endless ranks of their revolting army. In the very heart of the slaughter, the corpses of the slain millipedes had formed a tall hill. With the battle still raging around it, Nightmare tore his way to the top of that hill and froze there for a few moments, blood dripping from his fangs as his eyes burned with terrifying crimson flames. Saint sat in his saddle, regarding the scene of unimaginable carnage with cold indifference. She studied the chaos around them, and then cast her tenebrous gaze into the distance, where the elusive forms of the millipede queens were hidden behind the sea of abominations. Her gaze seemed to carry the promise of death in it. Somewhere else on the battlefield, Fiend took a deep breath and then leaned forward while opening all four of his arms wide. A great torrent of roaring flames exploded from his infernal maw, incinerating hundreds of lesser millipedes and melting their black chitin into sludge. Not too far from him, Serpent had assumed the form of the Ember Queen, sowing confusion in the ranks of the millipedes. The elusive form of the great nightmare creature was immediately besieged by countless foes, but escaped their claws and mandibles by hiding in the fleeting moment between the present and the future. A great demon fell, brought down by the twin shadows of Solving. Someplace else, King Daron and the shadows of Song Saints were surrounded by a vast field of shattered black chitin. The shadow wolves and the Usras of condemnation were rampaging in the reeling swarm. On the other side of the battlefield, Slayer had leapt into the mass of grotesque millipedes and assumed the form of the wolf. Her jaws snapped, tearing the throat of a huge great devil open, and then a chilling howl rolled across the battlefield, drowning out its deafening clamor for a few haunting moments. What will they do? Seeing the world through Saint's eyes, Sunny regarded the distant forms of the 6 great tyrants. The millipede queens seemed to linger for a while, observing the horrifying carnage in front of them. Their grotesque children were dying in scores every moment, and the losses were only continuing to mount. Finally, a peculiar ripple spread through the abominable swarm. Letter 1D667 alpha, letter 1D40D, or letter 1D587 E umlaut, letter 1E69 acting as one. The countless millipedes dove into the cracks between the blackened branches of the fallen trees, receding into the depths of the tangle like a frothing sea of black chitin. The black millipede tribe was retreating. Ahab. Sunny extricated himself from Saint and stepped onto the surface of the morbid hill of slain abominations, watching the swarm recede with an arrogant expression. He closed his eyes for a few moments and then inhaled deeply. Finally, after more than a year of war, the black millipedes had suffered their first defeat. And after suffering defeat for more than a year, he finally achieved the first victory. The first, but not at all the last chapter 2580. Inevitable defeat. It had taken Sunny more than a year to defeat the black millipede tribe on the battlefield for the first time. But after that first victory, it only took him a week to bring their vile kind close to extinction. Such was the sinister nature of the Shadow Legion. It grew stronger every time it was defeated, and it grew even more after a decisive victory. A great number of grotesque millipedes, including some of their most powerful champions, had fallen in that last battle, and all of them fought under his banner now. Even if shades of the supreme and higher ranks did not possess the will, and were therefore not as powerful as the beings who had cast them, it was still an obstacle that the wounded black millipede tribe could not overcome anymore. After all, the very reason they lost the battle was that the Shadow Legion had grown to a point where they could not defeat it. Perhaps, if the Millipede Queen had committed to an all-out offensive and entered the battle themselves, they could have still reversed the result. But even then, it would have only postponed the inevitable. Maybe there were creatures deeper in the burned forest who could permanently erase shades from existence, or possessed unholy powers to counter the Shadow Legion in some kind of way. But the black millipedes simply did not possess such tools, so they were doomed. Sunny spent a few days after the battle recovering the soul shards from the corpses of the millipedes finally, and waiting for the destroyed shades to be mended in the lightless flames of his soul. The dark embrace, enchantment of the curse accelerated the process, allowing his army to be restored faster, so he did not have to wait as long as usual. In the meantime, Slayer was secretly tracking the retreating swarm to its nests. She moved unseen, using her keen senses and transcendent ability to stalk the retreating swarm from a distance, and that was how the millipede queens themselves revealed the location of their nests to Sunny, painting targets on the map. Once the Shadow Legion recovered most of its strength, He led his army north, wrapped around Saint and riding Nightmare at the head of a vast river of rats. In truth, Sunny was glad to leave the battlefield behind, albeit it made recovering the soul shards much easier. Watching the Rat King feast on the dead millipedes for days on end was quite a revolting sight. The black millipede tribe tried to defend its territory fiercely despite the hopelessness of their struggle. The millipede queens attempted to battle the Shadow Legion a few more times, but every clash ended in their decisive defeat, each one more devastating than the last. When frontal battles proved to be impossible to win, they switched to different tactics, staging fierce ambushes and embroiling Sunny and his shades in numerous small-time skirmishes. That strategy proved to be more troublesome, but still failed to stop his advance. In all honesty, Sunny had to give the millipede queens some credit. He had rarely met nightmare creatures capable of such a high level of control over themselves. Nightmare creatures rarely retreated, let alone implemented complex strategies, even if there was no chance of surviving their demented attacks. But even that could not help the Black Millipede tribe. The ambush had failed to stop the advance of the Shadow Legion, and constant skirmishes had failed to stop it, too. In the end, their resistance was entirely broken. The last major battle the Millipede Queens gave was when the Shadow Legion reached the first of their 7 nests after being decimated there. The Millipede swarm broke and fled, never to assemble again. Sunny burned the nest and sent his shades, as well as the Rat King, on an all-out hunt. Over the next few days, countless millipedes were pursued and slaughtered in the depths of the charred tangle. Sunny himself, meanwhile, continued to pursue the millipede queens with the core force of elite shades. With the help of Slayer, he never lost their trail. 5 more nests were destroyed before he reached the final one. Sunny had expected the millipede queens to defend it to their last breath and was prepared to lay a deadly siege. However, in the end, he conquered the final nest and laid claim to his second citadel without any battle at all. He never got to kill the remaining great tyrants, either. In the depths of the final nest, he found half-devoured carcasses of 5 of the 6 millipede queens. It seemed that, when facing extermination, they had sacrificed themselves to feed their very essence to the 7th one. That final queen then fled north with a small brood of young millipedes, abandoning her nest and escaping from Sunny into the depths of the burned forest. He did not know what would happen to her, and her vile ilk, far more terrifying beings, inhabited the core of the burned forest. After all, and creatures like that rarely welcomed weaker abominations invading their territories. Perhaps the last millipede queen would be devoured by a powerful abomination, becoming the end of the Black Millipede tribe. Maybe she would be able to flee far north and establish herself on a new territory, then spread like a plague once more. In any case, with the escape of the last millipede queen, the war against the Black Millipede tribe was over. Having expanded the Shadow Legion greatly, Sunny had finally conquered the southern outskirts of the former Heart Realm. He had won. Victory sure tastes sweet. Riding Nightmare across the eastern quadrant, Sunny smiled. He had tasted defeat too numerous times in the burned forest, so this eventual triumph washed away the bitter taste from his mind. Of course, there was plenty of land left to conquer in the burned forest. Its outskirts in other cardinal directions, its heartland, the titanic stump of the world tree. Our retroflex Cyrillica letter tuba letter win 6 data upsilon us, but that would come in time, no doubt. For now, he had other things to worry about. Cresting a low hill, Sunny stopped Nightmare and glanced ahead, a complicated expression appearing on his face. I've made it. In front of him was the Ocean Chapter 2581. Night Garden. The feeling of bliss Sunny had felt while traversing the safety of the eastern quadrant evaporated as soon as he saw the ocean. The sun was setting, painting the vast expanse of undulating water into a million fiery shades. It was as if both the heavens and the ocean were aflame, enveloped by a breathtaking crimson blaze, a sight no less breathtaking than the nightmarish vistas of the dream realm. This dying world had its own beauty to offer as well, made only more poignant by its looming end. Beauty and danger often went hand in hand, though, and the oceans of Earth had long become home to unfathomable horrors. Sunny had braved the dark expanse of the Indian Ocean a few times, including all by himself soon after becoming a saint. He had survived back then, but the memories of the frenzied voyage never failed to make him shiver. Now, too, a cold chill ran down his spine. I wonder how bad the ocean really is. By all accounts, it could not be as harrowing as the death zones of the dream realm. Most of the nightmare creatures populating the infested waters could not be of a rank higher than corrupted. After all, even if a few great ones did reside in the depths of the ocean, they would not pose a serious threat to Sunny. If not for the gnawing suppression of the war realm, he could have cleansed the entire ocean of nightmare creatures, making sailing across it as safe as traversing the eastern quadrant had been. Of course, there was little point in doing so. All of Earth was going to become part of the dream realm soon. Before that happened, however, the dream realm seemed to have already invaded Earth in a way it was not supposed to. Out there, in the distance, something that had never been meant to grace the verdant reaches of Earth was resting on the waves, bathed in the crimson light of the setting sun. So this is the night garden. Sunny gazed at the wandering great citadel that had ostensibly become the headquarters of the government, his face full of wonder. The gigantic ship was truly titanic, spanning more than a kilometer from port to starboard, and a dozen times that from bow to stern. Its ancient hull was made of wood but had no seams, resembling a hollowed-out branch of an unfathomably large tree. Its hull rose from the waves like a dark wall, the immense silhouette of the huge vessel appearing too enormous to exist on Earth. Sunny had thought that the alloy behemoths which had carried the first evacuation army to Antarctica were unreasonably giant, but the night garden made them look like toy ships. Despite that, it did not seem heavy and hulking like those massive battleships did. Instead, the night garden seemed graceful in its elegant immensity, the flowing lines of its hull emanating a feeling of dark harmony. It rested easily on the water, resembling an ancient city rising from the waves. The ship was indeed like a city in and of itself, with dozens of decks, stunning palaces, and tall pagodas built on its surface, as well as hidden from view on its vast holds. It had wild groves, rushing streams, and deep lakes. Masts that were as tall as mountains rose into the blazing sky like trees, their beams spreading far and wide like branches. With the arrival of settlers in the wake of the Godgrave War, the palaces of Night Garden became homes to countless people. Its groves became cultivated fruit gardens, and its meadows became fertile fields. People strolled along bustling promenades, children played on lake shores, and myriad colorful lanterns illuminated the great ship, making it glow like a jewel against the backdrop of encroaching night. The night garden was not as populous as Bastion or Ravenheart, but it was still home to millions of people. Now most of them were government workers and warriors or their dependents, with some refugees mixed in. The wandering citadel of the Demon of Repose was vast, but it was not vast compared to cities like NQSC. However, unlike ordinary cities, the night garden was layered, with many decks stacked on top of each other. That was how all these people managed to settle on it, making the great citadel their home. Safely hidden in the shadows, Sunny enjoyed the dreamlike view of the titanic ship for a long while. It was a bit funny, but in all these years, this was the first time he saw the night garden. He had seen its likeness as a picture or on the screen, of course, but never with his own two eyes. The great vessel looked much more striking in real life, emanating a mystical feeling. It was almost as if the night garden possessed its own presence. It was not what Sonny saw that affected him the most, though it was what he sensed. How strange! His shadow sense washed over the Titanic ship, trying to penetrate its hull. Just like in the Jade Palace and the Great Castle, it failed. His senses were dampened by the ancient wood, making it impossible to perceive what was happening in the great vessel's cavernous holds. The demons had liked their privacy, it seemed. Sonny did sense the shadow cast by the night garden on the water, though, and that shadow was not like the shadows that inanimate objects cast. Instead, it was more akin to the shadow of a living thing, and so Sonny had no choice but to assume that the night garden was alive. Perhaps not in the way that Sonny was alive. Well, he was a bad example, really, but alive nonetheless. In any case, the task of finding Jet among the millions of people had become difficult because of the Titanic ship interfering with his shadow sense. It was only when the sun drowned in the ocean and the night embraced the world that Sonny finally felt a familiar shadow. He smiled faintly. Time to knock on Reaper's door. Chapter 25, 82. Profound perils of spending time with strange shadows. Stepping through the shadows, Sonny found himself at the summit of the tallest pagoda of the great citadel. The towering palace was actually built inside and around the main mast of the night garden, surrounding its lower part with a cascade of tiled roofs and graceful terraces. The terraces themselves were gardens, with emerald grass covering their expanse and ancient trees swaying in the cool breeze. The summit was like a grove, the leaves whispering as they moved above the surface of a quiet pond. This high, there was nothing but the masts of the Titanic vessels and the stars above it, so the water reflected the starlit sky, seeming like a fragment of it. Jet was sitting on the soft grass, leaning against the trunk of a tall tree as she gazed at the distant constellations. She seemed to have adjusted to her life aboard the night garden well. She appeared more at ease than usual, at least, enjoying the rare moment of silence in comfortable solitude. Her usual government uniform was gone, replaced by an armor memory that resembled a wetsuit crafted from the inky black skin of an unknown sea monster. The thing was similar to the memories that members of the House of Night usually wore into battle, and was far more practical than conventional armor when fighting in the depths. Of course, it also outlined her beautifully figure radiantly, but having gone through the Southern campaign side by side with Jet, Sonny had become somewhat immune to that sight. He did not make any noise, and yet she turned her head in his direction, her icy blue eyes almost glowing in the darkness of the warm night. "Ah, Lord Sunless, welcome to the night garden. I was told to expect you." There were lanterns hanging from the branches here and there. Walking into their light, Sonny glanced around curiously, noting the golden fruits growing between the leaves of the surrounding trees, and sat down as well. "Greetings, Saint Jet. Just call me Sonny, please, otherwise I'll feel awkward." He leaned against a tree, looking at the stars reflecting on the surface of the calm pond. Jet chuckled. "Well, all right then." She remained silent for a few moments and then sighed. "I wanted to ask if you are younger than me, but then realized that the question is meaningless. After all, we are poised to live for hundreds of years, thousands possibly, or even indefinitely. So what difference do a few years make?" A lazy smile appeared on her lips. "It's a bit unfair, though. Even if we do survive until we are hundreds of years old, I will still be the oldest one forever. How disheartening," Sonny scoffed. "I don't know. I have felt like I am too old for all this crap since I was 16. So I enjoy being older than other people. After all, I worked really hard to reach that age. My age is something that I earned, not something that just happened to me." And Jet had worked harder than most to earn hers, much, much harder because of her flaw. He smiled and added in a neutral tone, "Oh, but I am still younger, by about 10 years. She gave him a resentful glare. "Ouch." With that, Jet looked at him curiously. She lingered for a long while and then asked, "So, is it my turn to go on a dangerous journey and learn a profound lesson about myself, the world, and life from you?" Sonny coughed. What?" She grinned. "That is what happened with Kai and Effie, is it not? They told me about their misadventures. You received rave reviews, though, so don't worry." Sonny slowly shook his head. "That, in a way, I guess. I am hoping to avoid the dangerous part this time, however. Not everything has to be deadly and utterly terrifying, right? Letter 1D633, a small capen, letter 1D428, letter 1D51F, e grave s cedillo. It did not. But if Sonny was honest with himself, he had to admit that his chances of avoiding deadly and harrowing perils were quite low this time around as well. He hesitated for a couple of moments and then shrugged. "As for some kind of profound lesson, I am not sure that there is anything I can teach you. You strike me as a person who knows exactly who you are, what you want, and how to go about achieving it. So if anything, I should be the one learning from you." It had always been that way. Sonny had begun his journey as Jet's junior, became her equal after a while, and even managed to overtake her eventually. But throughout all these years, he had never once stopped thinking about her as a respected senior. Her experience and pragmatic wisdom had always guided him on his thorny path, was one of the main reasons he was still alive, really. So what would Sonny even teach Jet? The true essence of supremacy. He studied her for a while, then said in a distant tone, "The essence of supremacy is a defiant resolve to see the world bend to your will. However, there is no need to teach you about that. After all, your very existence is an act of defiance against the world. Every day you continue to live is a testament to your will." Jet smiled. "Continue to live, huh?" Then she leaned back and let out a quiet laugh. "You and I are quite a pair, aren't we?" Sonny raised an eyebrow. "I guess we are." She looked at him with a grin. "I mean, I am somewhat of a zombie and you are technically a ghost. Isn't that amusing?" Sonny stared at her for a few moments with an unreadable expression. Eventually, he let out a cough. "I was thinking more in the line of me being the sovereign of death while you are the sole reaper, but yes, your description is certainly amusing." Jet nodded in satisfaction. "So, Sonny, what exactly are we going to do?" He lingered for a while, and then responded in a subdued tone, "That is something I am going to find out soon." Before that, however, the Night Garden had to return to the Dream Realm chapter 2583. Living ship at dawn. Sonny was sitting on the shadow chair and watching the sun rise with a crystal glass of wine in his hand. It was quite difficult to get intoxicated as a supreme, unless he wanted to, so the wine was nothing more than a symbolic gesture that Jet had insisted on. They had to celebrate the Skinwalker's demise, after all. Soul Reaper herself was reclining in a lounge chair of her own, with the striking vista of the Night Garden stretching below them. She glanced at the lilac radiance of dawn and sighed. "Life sure is strange sometimes." Sonny smiled faintly. "How would we know we're dead?" Jet laughed. "Fair." She remained silent for a while, then said with a hint of amusement in her laid-back tone, "But really yesterday I was at war with a great terror. Today the terror is gone and the war is over. Mind you, I am not complaining. Who would complain about peace? Anyone would agree, though, that it was all quite sudden." Sonny shrugged. "No need to worry. There's plenty of great terrors left to go around." He took a sip of wine, then looked at Jet with curiosity. "So, what are you going to do next? And I don't mean it philosophically, rather, what exactly is going to happen in the next few days?" Jet did not consider his question for more than a moment. "It's all a big mess. Nobody has really decided what to do with the Eastern Quadrant yet, but honestly, that is of little consequence for us. The Night Garden was supposed to escort a naval convoy across the ocean that has not changed. It will be our last voyage in the waking world for a long while, though, because the ship's reserves of essence are running low. We were meant to return to the dream realm after delivering the refugees to the northern quadrant, and that has not changed either. She lingered for a moment and then added neutrally, "So, we will return to the Stormsea after about a week." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Reserves of essence, and how exactly does the night garden replenish itself in the dream realm?" Jet smiled, looking at the magnificent landscape of the Titanic ship with a hint of affection. "There are two main ways," she pointed up. "Have you not wondered why this ship has such tall masts but no sails?" The masts of the night garden were terrifyingly tall, extending numerous kilometers into the sky. The main mast, especially, was tall like a mountain. Each horizontal beam attached to them was long and wide enough to serve as a street, but there was no human dwelling there despite the limited space on the decks of the gargantuan vessel. Letter 211D A ring. Yeah, letter 20F, letter 1D587 E umlaut. There were no sails either. Sunny shrugged. The question did cross my mind. He was not ignorant of how the night garden functioned, of course. However, hearing it from the woman who had ruled the great citadel for more than a year was more valuable than theoretical knowledge or listening to hearsay. Jet exhaled slowly. The masts serve as lightning rods. They attract lightning and the ship absorbs its power. So, to help it replenish its reserves, all we need to do is brave a storm, one of the mystical storms of the Stormsea. Best of all, those are nothing short of apocalyptic in their scope and scale, but the night garden can barrel through one without much trouble. This ship is truly unyielding, she yawned. The second way is to feed it nightmare creatures. The more, the better. Sunny remained silent for a while, staring at her with an unreadable expression. "And how exactly does it eat those nightmare creatures?" Jet smiled. "Well, it doesn't actually chew and devour them. The night garden might resemble a living thing, but it does not have a maw. Instead, the nightmare creatures get absorbed into the hull and then digested by it, I guess." Her smile seemed a little ironic. "The ship can absorb some essence that way, but the primary purpose of that particular method seems to be resource collection to allow the hull to repair itself. That is what the remaining members of the House of Night think, at least." Jet looked at Sunny and said in an even tone, "Oh, and it is not nightmare creatures that the hull of the night garden will absorb. In truth, it does not differentiate between living beings. Anything will do. So don't go around crawling on the outer hull. Not that I thought that you would." She smiled slightly and glanced away. "In a way, it makes sense. The masts of the night garden are like branches and leaves, absorbing celestial energy, while its hull is like roots, absorbing minerals and the like from the earth, or the ocean to be precise. In any case, the ship needs to replenish itself from time to time, and the Stormsea is the perfect place for that to happen." Sunny remained silent for a while and then asked in a tone that betrayed a hint of concerned apprehension, "And what happens if the night garden is not fed on time?" Jet chuckled. "In short, nothing, really." She looked at the last vestiges of darkness hiding on the western horizon. The night garden was starved and largely dormant when the Nightwalker first discovered and claimed it. However, it was not dead, and neither was it starving. Although lightning and nightmare creatures are its main sources of sustenance, they aren't the only ones. The ship can also absorb starlight, ambient spirit essence, seaweed and coral, the energy of the wind, the force of the waves, anything and everything, really. Its capacity to repair and refuel itself is almost inexhaustible." Jet grinned. "Which is quite fitting, considering that it was created by the demon of repose. She was the demon of rest and rejuvenation, after all, so her ship was able to endlessly repair and restore itself, it seems." Looking at Sunny, Jet then raised an eyebrow. "That demon. She does not sound as dreadful as the rest of her siblings, does she? I mean, what's so scary about rest and restoration?" Sunny gave her a long, concerned look. "That just sounds like the demon of repose will end up being the most harrowing of them all, doesn't it?" Jet met his gaze, then pursed her lips and looked away. I do hate to admit it, but you make a good point. Chapter 2584, Demon's Arc. Once the sun rose, Sunny hid himself in Jet's shadow as she went about preparing the night garden for departure from the eastern quadrant. The demonic ship's stay here had ended up on an unexpected note, but people seemed to be elated to know that the war against the Skinwalker was over. They were beyond themselves. Really. Humanity had suffered a long streak of debilitating losses here in the waking world over the past few decades, each one bringing it one step closer to complete annihilation: the devastation of America, the fall of Antarctica. People expected Australia to follow them in becoming a lost cause as well, but now it was unexpectedly saved. That astonishing reversal did not merely impact the eastern quadrant, but also gave people a hope that the downward spiral of Earth as a whole could come to an end. Of course, they knew by now that their homeworld was not going to exist for much longer, but that future was too distant and too daunting to truly fathom. So today, they were celebrating. Nobody really knew how the Skinwalker had fallen because the authorities of the human domain had not issued a statement yet. Rumors and theories were of course abound, one more fantastical than the next. Sunny was curious to see how the public's reaction would change once everyone learned the truth of Mordred's ascension to the throne of supremacy. Would they be happy still, or wary? Would they fear another civil war? Mordred's reputation was not the greatest, after all, due to what he had done to the House of Night. Many of the remaining members of the former Great Clan were here, on the Night Garden, and had become the pillars of the local community. They were not going to be happy to learn that the executioner of their clan was a supreme now, and people who held them in great esteem would not be happy either. In any case, the truth was not going to come until a few days later. By then, the Night Garden would be in the middle of the ocean, sailing across its perilous expanse to the distant shores of the northern quadrant. Sunny was quite curious about the seafaring Great Citadel. He was familiar with the chain breaker quite well, and wanted to know if the Night Garden operated in a similar fashion. As it turned out, although there were some outward similarities, there was little in common between the two enchanted ships. The chain breaker was a creation of exquisite, but ultimately mundane runic sorcery. It used the soul essence of the sacred tree that grew around its mast to empower the runic array, which kept the ship in the air and propelled it across the sky. The helmsmen connected to the array by entering the runic circle and infusing it with their own essence, then steered the vessel with 2 steering oars. There were some mystical qualities to the chain breaker and the materials used to craft it, but Sunny could at least understand the principles of everything that went into making the graceful vessel fly. He could not fathom how the Night Garden moved at all, though. There was a helmsman's runic circle as well, which was far more elaborate than the one on the chain breaker, but it was not connected to a runic array. In fact, there was no array to speak of anywhere on the ship. There were no sails either, and obviously the ancient ship was too heavy and gargantuan to be pushed forward by rowing. There was no discernible reason for it to move at all. And yet, it did move as long as the master of the Night Garden willed it. The titanic ship would sail forward as if carried by invisible winds. It could reach truly frightening speed, as well. And Sunny suspected that they had not discovered its full potential yet either. After all, the Night Garden had not been created to be steered by a mere saint. It gave a supreme the power to open gates between 2 spaces in the same realm, for example. So what would it have been capable of when the demon of repose herself controlled it? Where would it have been able to travel? How far would it have been able to go? The Night Garden contained its own isolated ecosystem. It could travel freely, absorb all kinds of energies to maintain itself, and provide its passengers with everything they needed to live. As Sunny thought about it, an eerie thought crossed his mind. The thought that perhaps one day, long after all of existence was consumed by corruption, the titanic ship of the demon of repose would still continue to sail, drifting across the boundless dark expanse of the void. Lamb not sure if that image is hopeful or ominous. More importantly, since the night garden was a living thing, could that thing get corrupted itself? What would happen to the passengers if it did? How scary. The bridge of the Titanic ship was in the same great pagoda where Jet's private quarters and spacious room garden were located, just a few floors below the spot where they had enjoyed wine while watching the sun rise. Letter 1E59, letter FF4E, Ve Hachek S circumflex. It was a vast room with elegant arched windows that stretched from floor to ceiling, and due to the pagoda's great height, one had a perfect view of most of the ship and its surroundings from here. An elaborate runic circle was etched into the floor, igniting with ethereal light for a few moments when Jet stepped inside. The main mast of the ship was behind them, blocking the view in that direction. But as she had explained to Sunny on the way down, the person connected to the elaborate runic circle shared a kind of awareness with the ship, so she could sense what was happening behind the night garden as well while steering it. Sunny did not know what exactly he had expected from the bridge of the great citadel, but he imagined it as something out of a space exploration drama, a great hall with an imposing chair meant for the captain and various stations for the crew placed around it. However, there was no chair. There were no stations, either, which made sense in hindsight. After all, the demon of repose would not have needed the assistance of subordinates to steer her own ship. There were some people on the bridge at the moment, though, because Jet was not quite a demon. Giving them a short greeting, she stood in the center of the runic circle and smiled. "Shall we depart, ladies and gentlemen?" Sunny sensed the great ship moving beneath him. Chapter 2585. Moving feast. It seemed strangely wrong for something as immense as the night garden to move. And yet it did slowly at first, and then faster and faster. The titanic ship began to glide across the undulating waves. The oceanic waves themselves seemed impossibly small as they broke against its living hull, merging into a flat aquamarine plain while stretching toward the distant horizon. It was as if an entire island suddenly decided to move on, complete with a city full of millions of people. The groves were moving, the meadows were moving, and the lakes were moving as well. Sunny knew that there was nothing odd about it, logically, and yet his mind was failing to reconcile the inconceivable scale of it all with what was happening. This world, it truly knows how to make one feel small, does it not? And that was coming from someone who could turn into a 100-meter-tall colossus whenever he wished. A loud cheer reached the runic hall from the upper decks of the night garden, where people had poured onto the promenades along the edges of the titanic ship to watch it depart from the eastern quadrant. The atmosphere, despite the dangerous journey that awaited them, felt bright and festive. For some of them, this was just another journey. For some, those who had boarded the great citadel in the eastern quadrant as refugees, it was the first voyage. Their continent was liberated from the clutches of the skinwalker now, but their cities and homes were already gone, so the newcomers were eager to experience the seas and build a new home for themselves on the night garden. Sunny had only spent one morning on the Titanic ship, but he could already tell that life here was one of starkly opposing extremes. The great citadel itself was idyllic and beautiful beyond belief, while the storms assaulting its impregnable hull and the nightmare creatures besetting it were furious and chillingly horrifying. Somehow, though, the dread of the dark and tumultuous seas only made the vibrant beauty of the night garden more comforting. Plus, it belonged to Soul Reaper Jet. She had come far from the days when people who knew of her mostly awakened treated her with distaste and aversion due to the ruthless cruelty of her murderous ways. Now, There was no person in the world who did not know the Soul Reaper, and her reputation, while not as loud as that of the other great champions of humanity, was stellar. People treated her with the respect and esteem reserved only for those who had earned it. Jet had always been a professional, and her profession was serving humanity. She had a spotless track record of being good at her job as well, so being under Soul Reaper's wing meant being safe. That was why refugees were happy to settle on the Night Garden and become a part of the community here. What is this feeling? Hiding in Jet's shadow and watching her steer the Titanic citadel while giving her subordinates commands, Sonny felt his heart swell a little. He felt like a proud parent. Proud child, proud student, or a comrade perhaps. In any case, Sonny had to get down to business. He was reasonably sure that the sixth fragment of Weaver's lineage was hidden somewhere on the Night Garden, or at least somewhere where the Night Garden could help him reach. At the moment, Sonny was being suppressed by the War Realm, so he could not search too actively. But that did not mean that he could not do anything. As the Night Garden slowly moved along the coast of Australia, Sonny extended his shadow sense in all directions, or at least tried to. The hull of the ancient vessel was interfering with his perception, so he could not cast a wide net. He could still explore the ancient vessel bit by bit, though, finding paths where the living wood did not block his senses. The Night Garden had countless decks and cavernous holds, with bustling activity of a thriving city. It was also full of strange and wondrous things, so finding one well-hidden anomaly here was going to be much harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Sonny could sense the entirety of a haystack in a split second, find the needle, and count each individual strand of hay on top of that. Actually, he already had a needle weaver's needle, so he would not need to do something so senseless to begin with. However, finding the fragment of Weaver's lineage was going to take a lot of effort and meticulous work. Sadly, an annoying distraction kept invading his senses when he tried to focus. At first, there was the sound of wings. Then there was the sound of small talons click-clacking on the wooden floor. Then someone aimed a persistent stare at him. "It's all right. I am hidden in Jet's shadow. No one can see me." But then someone jumped onto the shadow, walked this way and that across its surface, and even pecked at it with a sharp beak a few times. Letting out a quiet sigh, Sonny focused on his immediate surroundings. A black bird was standing on top of him, looking down with unreadable round eyes. Its inky feathers glistened in the morning light. Crow Crow pecked Jet's shadow one more time, then spread its wings and cawed loudly. "Sonny! Sonny!" Sonny gritted his teeth, metaphorically speaking, and produced a quiet whisper. "Get off me, stupid bird. Go away." Crow Crow stared at him some more, then waved its wings a couple of times. "Bird, bird," Sonny sighed. "Yes, you are a bird. I don't even know how you noticed me, but please, stop blowing my cover and go annoy Jet instead." Crow Crow tilted its head, then hopped up and down the shadow a few times and flew up to perch on Jet's shoulder. Giving Sonny a smug look from his perch, it then cawed again. "Bird, Jet." Sonny suppressed a groan. Something was telling him that concentrating on the search was not going to be easy. Chapter 2586, Crow's Nest. Let me tell you, Crow Crow. Those demons all had a thing for unnecessarily huge structures. Why are all their citadels so stupidly huge? No, really, what were they compensating for? Sitting in the crow's nest of the main mast of the Night Garden, countless kilometers above the surface of the ocean, Sonny glanced at the horizon with a bitter expression. Actually, no one was crazy enough to get this high, especially because the masts of the Titanic ship were designed to attract lightning, so he could enjoy some privacy here. Which he did after spending a long time fruitlessly searching the endless expanse of the gargantuan ship for traces of Weaver. Crow Crow tilted its head and gave him a contemplative look, then opened its beak. "Crow, Crow," Sonny sighed. "Exactly, you make a good point, and what about their own size? Don't they have the decency to stick to one size at least?" Slayer did not seem that much shorter than Weaver in the vision. So why the hell was Weaver's reflection 100 meters tall? What is that about, huh? The tiny bird stared at him with its glistening black eyes. Short, short, Sonny scowled. Who are you calling short, you soot-covered rook? Let me tell you, I can be as tall as I want. I am just choosing to be this size. 100 meters is nothing. Crow gave him a pitying look and cawed as if proving the point. Soot, soot. Sonny scoffed and glanced away. The coast of Australia, which used to be visible beyond the starboard of the night garden, was now almost behind them. And on the water below, a naval convoy of dozens of immense battleships was slowly moving into formation behind the great citadel's wide bow. Well, the battleships had seemed immense when Sonny first saw them, all the way at the start of the chain of nightmares. Now, hiding in the shadow cast by the hull of the night garden, the alloy behemoths looked like a flock of clumsy ducklings following the mama duck. Sonny saw a few familiar figures as well. On one side of the convoy, a giant killer whale briefly breached the surface of the water, then dove into the depths again. On the other side, a gargantuan sea serpent cut the waves with the spikes of its long dorsal fin while accelerating to catch up with the Titanic ship. Soon enough, the serpent disappeared, and a man climbed the series of rope ladders to the deck of the night garden, careful not to touch the surface of the hull. By the time Neve reached the deck, Jet was already waiting for him, having descended from the runic hall as a torrent of flowing mist. Someone else was waiting for the Saint of Night there, as well a teenage girl with hair that glistened with an indigo sheen in the warm sunlight. Dad, sensing the movement of their shadows, Sonny scratched the back of his head. Who's the girl? His eyes widened. Wait, is that Neve's daughter? What? When did she become a teenager? I could have sworn that she was 5 just a few years ago. He glanced at Crow and coughed in embarrassment. Well, I suppose that is how aging works. Wait, how old is Neve? Raising a hand, he began counting on his fingers. When his fingers proved insufficient, he summoned a few shadow hands and continued counting on them. Goodness gracious, what a fossil! It was good that Jet could not hear him because according to his calculations, they were the same age. Sonny gave Crow a suspicious look. You are not going to rat me out, are you? Crow flapped its wings. Rat, whatever that was supposed to mean. Neve, who had been absent from the night garden to guard the refugee ships, gave his daughter a hug and patted her on the head. Then he turned to Jet. Letter 16B1, letter 1F00, eng, letter 1ED1, small cap B, E grav S hatchek. Everyone is accounted for, so we are ready to depart as soon as the details of the defensive formation are decided. The diviners have not sensed any powerful nightmare creatures moving along our chosen route either. I have the report with the exact numbers with me, so should we discuss it now? Oh, there is also a small issue with supplies. His daughter crossed her arms and pouted. Dad. Neve fell silent for a moment. Or we can discuss it in an hour, Sonny sighed. Alas, I don't have a cute daughter to help me slack off. Yet. Anyway, back to work. Crow let out a caw of affirmation. Closing his eyes, Sonny concentrated on exploring the night garden with his shadow sense. The little bird, meanwhile, grew bored with his company and went on a patrol across the highest horizontal beam of the main mast, waddling along its edge with an exceedingly serious look. Soon enough, the night garden began to move again, heading north. The battleships fell into formation behind it, and before too long, the coast of Australia disappeared from view. There was nothing but open water around them. The first time Sonny had crossed the ocean, it had been a nerve-wracking affair. The battleship felt like an alloy coffin, and he could not help but feel wary, knowing the only thing that separated him from the watery depths was a few layers of mundane metal. The naval convoy had been attacked by nightmare creatures countless times, as well, once even coming closer to losing several ships. Now, Sonny felt much safer, so safe, in fact, that he did not see a reason to worry at all. Not only was he a sovereign, but he was also sailing on the Night Garden. The Titanic ship was not exactly invincible, but there was nothing in the Indian Ocean that could seriously harm it, let alone sink it. The storm sea, on the other hand. Let's hope that I find what I am looking for before we return to the dream realm. Despite Sonny's hopes, however, he did not. No matter how meticulously he explored the Night Garden, there was no trace of anything left behind by Weaver. His blood did not react at all, and even his intuition remained silent. It was as if there was no clue anywhere on the ship at all. With each day that passed without producing a result, Sonny's mood turned more somber. Eventually, he had to admit something that he had been avoiding all along. I think I will have to use that thing to locate Weaver's traces. Just thinking about it made him shiver. Chapter 2587. Forces of Nature. In the end, they reached the northern quadrant without much trouble. The voyage took less time and was much less eventful than any of the previous times Sonny had crossed the ocean. Most nightmare creatures seemed to be wary of the Night Garden and kept their distance, while those who did not were absorbed by the living hull of the Titanic ship. It was quite a chilling sight. The living wood was like quicksand, refusing to let go of anyone who touched its weathered surface. The abominations who recklessly tried to assault or scale it would get their limbs caught in its impenetrable bulwark, and then slowly pulled into the hull of the Night Garden, never to be seen again. They struggled desperately as the living wood absorbed them, but to no avail. A few managed to escape by tearing off their trapped limbs, but most only became caught more thoroughly because of their frantic struggles. Whatever scratches they managed to leave on the surface of the Titanic ship soon vanished without a trace, with all evidence of its existence gone. So, the horrors of the depths had a good reason to be wary of the Night Garden. Or perhaps they were wary of Sonny himself, sensing the vast darkness hiding in his shadow. In any case, there were not as many attacks on the convoy as Sonny had anticipated. Which was not to say there was no danger at all. The battleships following the Night Garden were still vulnerable, and there was also the threat of aerial attacks. The Great Citadel did not only carry millions of mundane people, though it also carried countless awakened warriors, most of them seasoned veterans of the evacuation army. Jet and the Saints of the House of Night were there to keep the situation under control. As well, so every assault on the convoy was repelled with relative ease. Some of the confrontations with the doomed nightmare creatures were more memorable than the others, though. I'll be damned. Shifting his focus away from the search for the traces of Weaver, Sonny glanced ahead with a concerned expression. Out there, in front of the Night Garden, the ocean had turned entirely black. The stain of oily black water stretched in all directions, far and wide, darkening the distant horizon. Tall waves crashed into the bow of the huge ship violently, reaching toward it like the blackened fingers of an unknown monster. It was the black water, a mysterious and malevolent phenomenon that haunted both the storm sea and the oceans of Earth. Nobody knew what the currents of the black water were, really. Some considered it to be a kind of abomination. Some thought it to be the remains of an ancient terror who had been torn into thousands of pieces. Some even believed that it was the blood of an unholy titan spilled by the gods at the dawn of time. Regardless of what it was, however, seeing the water turn black often meant death for those who entrusted their lives to the sea. But not this time. Sonny could vaguely sense something about the Night Garden change when it entered the black waters, as if coming awake. Then, the Titanic ship crushed the violent waves and continued sailing forward, cutting the ominous darkness with its bow. Sometime later, the ocean cleared. What? It was not that the convoy had crossed the area tainted by the black water and escaped into clear waters. Rather, the oily darkness infecting the waves simply vanished. The Night Garden had absorbed the black water, just like it would any other abomination or source of sustenance. Forgetting about his search for a few seconds, Sonny stared at the pure aquamarine expanse of the ocean with an incredulous expression. "I never thought I'd see the day when that thing perishes. Never once." His first encounter with the black water had transpired on the way to Antarctica, just before the chain of nightmares consumed the southern quadrant. Back then, it seemed utterly indestructible, in an entirely different category than the things that could be destroyed, even, like a force of nature. But now, the night garden had torn apart and absorbed that force of nature, erasing it from the surface of the world. Come to think of it, forces of nature are not what they used to be. People naturally treated natural disasters as the epitome of inescapable calamity and unfathomable power. But Sonny was a being who could weather any mundane storm, remain standing during the most destructive earthquake, and topple erupting volcanoes now. He was indifferent to floods and couldn't care less about droughts, let alone something as trivial as wildfires. He himself could cause a calamity much more frightening than anything nature could muster. So it should have come as no surprise that the night garden absorbed the black water, this current of the black water at least. Somewhere in the storm sea, there were 1,000 more. I still have a score to settle with the dark sea, too. Eventually, the naval convoy led by the wandering Great Citadel reached the coast of the northern quadrant. The Titanic ship spent several days near a port fortress, watching over the refugees disembarking from the battleships and loaded up on supplies. Air A tilde grave letter FF42, open as considering how impossibly tall the hull of the night garden was. It took quite a lot of effort and several complicated systems of lifts and pulleys to raise the cargo containers all the way up to the deck. Once all of that was done, the radiant rift of the Dream Gate opened in front of the giant ship, calling it back home, into the nebulous expanse of the storm sea. Sonny, who was at his limit, felt glad to escape the unwelcoming pressure of the waking world and return to the dream realm. Strangely enough, it felt as if the night garden was relieved to abandon the barren expanse of the war realm, as well. Pushed by invisible winds, the huge ship sailed into the white inferno of the Dream Gate and disappeared from the undulating surface of the ocean, leaving Earth behind. Chapter 2588. Twilight Sea. Sonny was anticipating witnessing the endless expanse of the storm sea. He had been to more deadly corners of the dream realm than most people, possibly even than any person, but he had only ever been to the misty coast south of Bastion, never venturing into the nebulous waters themselves. Apart from the idle curiosity of a retired explorer, Sonny also felt a subtle connection to the storm sea. These were the remains of the world that Daron the Serpent King had ruled once, after all. The shadows of Daron and Windflower now rested in his soul, while the Twilight Sea they had failed to save had been consumed by the dream realm. Earth would soon share the same fate, so Sonny felt a kind of curiosity that was both poignant and morbid when thinking about the storm sea. Regardless of what he had expected, though, his first impression of the nebulous ocean was a complete disappointment. That was because Sonny could not see anything at all. Everything around the night garden was shrouded in thick mist, plunging the world into a beautiful but ominous twilight. Even when he climbed to the peak of the tallest mast of the massive ship, he still failed to catch a glimpse of the sky. The night garden ceased all movement after passing through the Dream Gate, which had already vanished and left it alone in the boundless expanse of the misty sea. There's nothing much to do. We can't sail until the mist passes. Well, technically, nothing is stopping us. It is just too dangerous. While the night garden settled to wait for the weather to improve, Jet retreated to her quarters to rest. Sonny emerged from her shadow, deciding to take a break too. His search had not produced any results, so continuing in the same manner seemed meaningless. He had to gather courage before proceeding to the next plan, though. What kind of dangers are we talking about? Jet gave him an amused look. The kind I have no words to describe and no desire to imagine. She crossed her legs, looking at the ceiling with a laid-back expression. Don't worry, though. The night garden had been drifting in these waters for thousands of years before being claimed by us humans, and for half a century since. Nothing managed to take it down in all that time. Sonny smiled faintly. Who says that I am worried? Among the long list of my worries, the horrors of the storm sea are all the way near the bottom. He found himself a chair and sat down. Jet chuckled. How's anonymity treating you, by the way? It must be hard for a lofty supreme to keep hiding in the shadows, unable to let his existence be known to anyone, instead of basking in the glory. She had contacted Nephi's through Cassie to coordinate the opening of the dream gate. But really, Sonny could have sent the night garden to the dream realm himself. Only he couldn't, because his existence was supposed to be a secret. There was the king of nothing now, too. The whole world was abuzz with the news of a new sovereign, the second sovereign, supposedly appearing out of nowhere and taking out the skinwalker. That only made Sonny's situation seem more unfair. He smiled. It's treating me fine, actually I'm used to it. After all, I've been hiding the fact of my existence from long before becoming supreme. As for the fame and glory I supposedly deserve, they were never something I chased. In fact, I spent most of my life avoiding them like a plague, to limited success. Jet remained silent for a while, then said in a contemplative tone, Yeah, I never thought I'd be where I am today, either. I am the only saint who comes from the outskirts, you know, the first and the last. There's not much left of the outskirts by now. Most people have already left for the dream realm. She chuckled quietly. Who knew that I'd outlive the outskirts? Well, outlive might be too strong a word. Anyway, just thinking about this stuff makes me feel old. The world was changing swiftly around them. So rapidly, in fact, that sometimes it was difficult to recognize it when taking a glance. Sonny did not say anything at first, looking at her silently. Then he smiled. Who says you're the only one? I'm from the outskirts too. The first supreme to have come from the outskirts, but hopefully not the last. Jet glanced at him in surprise. You are from the outskirts. She studied him for a while, then let out a sigh. Damn, and you're younger than me too. No, now I simply must conquer the fourth nightmare. Otherwise it will be embarrassing. Sonny grinned and leaned back. Jet kept staring at him, a smile slowly finding its way onto her lips. I'm glad, though. I guess we outskirt rats have done well for ourselves after all. Oh, it also explains why there's no record of you in any government database. I think I drove several intelligence executives into an early retirement while trying to uncover the identity of the Lord of Shadows. I owe them an apology, I guess. Letter 1E5D, letter Winda 60 letter Fafita, a gruv a symbol thritun, and Sonny let out a short laugh. Then his expression slowly turned concerned. Speaking of that, I need to gather some intelligence as well. Jet raised an eyebrow. I get it that your search is not going well. Sonny shook his head slowly. No, and since we are pressed for time, I think I am going to have to do something drastic. He hesitated for a few seconds, then gave her a dark look. So I need you to watch over me for a bit. Oh, and if it looks like I am unraveling, knock me out. Jet's blue eyes widened a little. What? How am I supposed to knock out a supreme? One who has 7 bodies, no less, Sonny grinned. Well, you are Soul Reaper, Jet. I am sure you'll figure something out. With that, he summoned a memory. The familiar cool weight of Weaver's mask settled onto his face a few moments later. It was time to do something that he had been scared of doing for a long, long while. To look upon the world and see it the same way Weaver had. Chapter 2589. Unraveled a long time ago, the vile thieving bird stole one of Weaver's eyes. And to replace it, Weaver wove a new enchantment into their fearsome mask. Where is my eye? When the enchantment was activated, The great tapestry of fate revealed itself to the person wearing the mask, either the original one or one of the two memories of it Weaver had bestowed upon the high priests of the nightmare spell. The original mask was long gone, having perished with the demon of fate, but at least one of the memory pair remained, and had been found by Sonny in the stone cell under the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, which meant that he could glimpse the vast infinity of fate as well. The problem was that mortals were not meant to behold it. The oracles of the nameless realm from which the nine hailed from lost their sight as a result of catching a glimpse of the great tapestry. But really, they got off easy. The first time Sonny had activated, "Where is my eye?" he almost perished on the spot. The only reason he survived was that the unfathomable enchantment of the divine memory exhausted his puny awakened essence in a heartbeat and fell into slumber once again. Still, that single heartbeat was seared into Sonny's mind, having scarred him more than any other torment he had ever suffered. In his personal ranking of the most painful experiences of his life, using "Where is my eye?" was still proudly occupying the top position. It was way worse than being beheaded, having his soul torn apart, and enduring the transformations caused by assimilating Weaver's lineage. Sonny had barely survived beholding the vastness of fate as an awakened, and nothing changed when he was ascended either. In Antarctica, he had used "Where is my eye?" to kill the terror of Low 49 Dusk, Sybil of the Fallen Grace. The eerie corrupted terror had not quite perished after witnessing the great tapestry of fate, but she was stunned long enough for Sonny to finish the job. He was a supreme titan now, and possessed mind weave on top of that. So Sonny had a reason to believe that he would be able to survive activating "Where is my eye?" this time. However, he was also sure that it was not going to be pleasant. It was not going to be pleasant at all. Not only that, but attempting to behold fate was also a path of no return for him. After all, his essence was nearly inexhaustible now, so even if things went wrong, he would not be saved from whatever price he had to pay by running out of it. That was why Sonny had been postponing this particular experiment for so long. He took a deep breath, gathering his courage. The memory of the harrowing agony of trying to fathom fate, having no choice but to try to encompass its boundless infinity with his mortal mind, made him shiver. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Jet's laid-back smile was gone, replaced by a cold focus. Sonny lingered for a short while, then said evenly, "Nothing too serious." With that, he gritted his teeth and activated "Where is my eye?" Although countless years had passed since the time he witnessed the strings of fate for the first time, he still remembered the sight perfectly. In fact, he could not forget it even if he wanted to, as if every thread and knot of the great tapestry was branded onto his mind. Even now, he could imagine it vividly, the endless, radiant eternity of twisting threads. Those threads transfixed everything in existence, connecting every living being and every object, every thought and every concept, every dream and every nightmare, stretching infinitely into every direction, as well as into the past, the present, and the future. The frightening enchantment of Weaver's mask not only allowed him to see the tapestry of fate, though, but also forced the understanding of it onto him. The knowledge of everything, everywhere, all at once. No wonder he had almost died because of it. The pain back then had been indescribable. Blood had streamed out of his nose, eyes, and mouth, and a silent scream had died on his lips. Even when he tried to escape into the shadows, the suffering did not subside, however. That probably prevented his eyes from turning into smoldering embers and his head from exploding. This time, it was almost manageable. Not quite, but almost. A terrible pain descended upon Sonny, making him feel like his mind was incandescent with searing heat, boiling, and on the verge of erupting like a fuming volcano. He could not help but shiver and let out a tortured groan, wanting to close his eyes but unable to move, to look away from the wondrous, harrowing sight in front of him, above him, all around him. What? His pupils widened, igniting with a golden glow. Sonny was stunned, because the great tapestry of fate did not look like the radiant and awesome image from his memories at all. Instead, it was torn and ravaged, the infinity of its splendor having been mangled and mutilated, thrown into disarray. The strings of fate were all cut and tangled, swaying aimlessly on ghostly winds. It was complete and utter, ineffable chaos. Some of the great tapestry, the past remained as it had been, untouched by the slaughter. However, the present was utterly in shambles, and the future, did not exist anymore. How can this be? The shock Sonny experienced was so profound that he even forgot about the awful pain consuming him. How could fate, the most immutable thing in existence, have changed? How could there be no future? He drew in a shaky breath, searching for the cause of all this chaos, the single knot on the tapestry of fate that had caused all this devastation. However, I don't really have to guess, do I? Because the cause was pretty obvious. It was him. It was Sonny, his desire to be free of the chains that bound him, and the act of defiance against fate that he and Cassie had perpetrated. Chapter 2590. Havoc. Sonny had been fated, and Cassie had been able to know the future. Sonny had wanted to be free, and Cassie had wanted to change fate. So she gave him a choice, and by making that choice, Sonny became a weapon against fate. He became fateless. However, even knowing all that, Sonny had never expected that their act of defiance would be so effective. Gods, we were mere masters back then. How could two masters have damaged the great tapestry of fate so thoroughly? After all, neither the gods nor the demons had managed to escape their fate. How? Sonny reeled, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. But then, slowly, a hint of understanding formed in his rattled mind. Maybe it was precisely because Sonny had been a mere ascended that he managed to achieve something that the gods and the demons, even Weaver, had failed to achieve. He exhaled slowly, regarding the breathtaking sight of broken strings of fate. Countless unlikely things had to have happened for him to be cut from their great tapestry. Some of it had been arranged by Weaver, some had resulted from Cassie's meticulous manipulation, and some had been the result of his own efforts. The vile thieving bird, an inconceivable being whom both the gods and the creatures of the void had hated, but were unable to eradicate, played its part as well. There were several steps one needed to take to vandalize the great tapestry of fate. First, someone had to be torn from its fabric, becoming fateless. That alone was already almost impossible to achieve, but not entirely impossible. The vile thieving bird could steal someone's fate after all, and if it could, then Weaver, the demon of fate, could have probably managed something similar as well. Second, the being vanquished from fate had to be someone significant enough for their absence to affect the entire vast tapestry. They had to be someone whose actions echoed across all of existence, reaching its every distant corner, and whose fate was therefore innately intertwined with the fates of everyone and everything. Lastly, that being had to be weak enough for their fate to be taken away from them, and there lay the paradox. A weak being would not be significant enough for the absence to disrupt all of fate, and the fate of a powerful being could not be stolen. So destroying fate was impossible, or rather, it had been impossible before. Sonny was not powerful enough to affect all of existence. While he had done quite well for himself by modern standards, climbing to the throne of supremacy, the great figures of ancient times easily dwarfed him. Compared to the gods and the demons, he was not even an ant. He was like a speck of dust. For now, at least. Sonny had not been significant enough, however. He had been fated. The strings of fate, a staggering amount of them, had been wrapped around him tightly. His life had been a nexus on the tapestry of fate, and once that nexus was cut, numerous the rest would have come undone. However, that by itself would not have been enough either. After all, he knew that there had been other fated individuals before him, Like the nine, his personal influence, while widespread, was not that great. But influence was a relative thing. If Sonny had lived during the end of the Golden Age and the horrors of the Doom War, with all the giants moving in the darkness around him, his influence on the world would have been limited. What change could Sonny have effected when the gods and the demons were there, deciding the fate of existence according to their whims? 1,000 of his actions, or lack thereof, would not have accounted for 1,000th of a single feat performed by any of the great deities. But all of them were gone now. The gods were dead, and the demons had fallen. In the vacuum left by their passing at the end of times, with only a single human realm left standing in the sea of corruption, Sonny, as one of the few supremes of the age of nightmare spell and poised to become a spirit, had a profound influence. There was simply no one greater than him, and therefore his actions echoed across all of existence. The impact of his choices was universal. Sonny was both significant enough to affect everything now that there was no one more powerful, and weak enough for his fate to be stolen. So what would happen if someone like him was suddenly torn from the fabric of fate? The great tapestry of fate would unravel. Since the choices Sonny made influenced everything, it would unravel utterly and completely, losing the support of a nexus. An anchor, perhaps. The strings of fate would come undone, causing every other string that touched them to lose purchase, too. The chain reaction would result in a cascade failure, causing unimaginable damage and havoc. He was a single variable that broke the system, introducing chaos to a predetermined flow of events. Arcute alpha nye omlaut ve epsilon letter 1e65. Faced with the inconceivable chaos of unraveling fate, Sonny completely forgot the reason he had activated "Where is my eye?" to begin with. There's more to it as well, isn't there? The future was uncertain and insubstantial, brimming with an infinite number of possibilities, both hopeful and harrowing, more sorrowful and vile than anything he could ever imagine. No wonder the oracles and diviners had lost their ability to predict it. The damage had already been done, and fate had already come undone. Now, even if Sonny regained his own, the consequences of his absence would remain. Once torn, the great tapestry could not be mended. How's that? For significance, Sonny and Cassie had managed to do something that no one had accomplished before. They had changed fate, or at least created the possibility of fate having been changed in the end. That did not seem like something that two mortals could have done, without help. Weaver, was that a part of their plan as well? Faced with the infinity of the torn strings of fate, Sonny could not help but suspect that the demon of fate had a hand in their unraveling. Sonny and Cassie had achieved something both harrowing and incredible, but even if their effort was uniquely astonishing in all of history, that did not mean that theirs was the only contribution. What they accomplished was only possible because of what those before them had achieved. Still, Sonny groaned, slowly coming undone under the pressure of beholding fate himself. None of it would mean anything unless they actually managed to create a benign future, now that any future had become a possibility. And for that, he had to concentrate on the task at hand. Focus. Chapter 2591. Touching fate. It was hard to concentrate when facing literally everything ever all at once, torn and in a state of utter havoc. And yet Sonny tried. He had already achieved something astonishing by enduring the terrible visage of fate without being reduced to a mindless husk. But now, he needed to do something even more unimaginable. He had to actually fathom fate in its endless complexity. Of course, that was impossible. Even strengthened by mind weave, Sonny was not at all capable of doing something like that. No one was, really. Even Weaver, the demon of fate, could not grasp all of its strings, although they seemed to have gotten pretty close to it. Sonny had to do the opposite. Instead of trying to comprehend all of fate, he had to learn how to limit himself to only perceiving a small fraction of it. That, at least, was something he could potentially manage. In a sense, What Sonny was trying to achieve was the opposite of what he had been trying to do all these years. Ever since becoming a sleeper, Sonny had been teaching himself how to expand the scope of his mind, first to perceive the world from 2 points of view at the same time, then from 7, and finally from thousands of them. Ironically enough, now that he had finally achieved the latter thanks to Mind Weave, he had to narrow the scope of his mind instead. So, that was what Sonny endeavored to do. It wasn't easy, especially because he had to contend against the crushing pressure and the breathtaking torment of beholding the great tapestry of fate in that state. Simply forming cohesive thoughts was a challenge, let alone guiding them in a desired direction. However, Sonny was actually helped by the fact that he had just returned from the waking world. After enduring its suppression for an extended period of time, he felt at ease and liberated in the frightening expanse of the dream realm. The relief he felt equalized the pressure he was subjected to somewhat, and the task of resisting the latter felt familiar. All this effort, just to bury my head in the sand like an ostrich, whatever the hell an ostrich was. Slowly, gradually, Sonny felt himself growing blind to the vastness of fate. The daunting visage of the great tapestry was still there, all around him, but it was as if Sonny had developed tunnel vision. The confines of his perception were broad at first, then grew narrow. Eventually, he managed to limit the scope of his vision to only those strings of fate that pierced the night garden. But even that was too much. So he focused and made himself blind to more of them, to the fates of millions of mundane people aboard the Titanic ship, of the awakened warriors, of the nightmare creatures whose fates ended when they touched the living bulwark of the giant ship's hull. Anything and everything that had become a part of the night garden recently. Only then did Sonny manage to let out a relieved sigh. There were still countless strings of fate around him, most of them tangled and torn, but at least their number was not inconceivable anymore. More than that, Sonny felt like he gained a measure of control over the "where is my eye" enchantment. Before, it had both shown him the strings of fate and forced the knowledge of them upon him. But now he could perceive them without knowing them, could behold a fraction of the great tapestry of fate without drowning in it. It was as if an invisible wall was standing between him and the overwhelming knowledge. Or rather, a door. One that he could, most likely, open at will. He just had to find a way to do it. Sonny remained motionless for a while, thinking. There were many strings of fate around him, piercing all of existence and stretching into infinity. Some of them were dim, while some seemed to shine like rays of brilliant starlight. He was searching for a particular glow, though. He was searching for the string of fate made out of pure golden light, like the one that had led him to the ebony tower and Weaver's severed arm all those years ago. Soon enough, he found it. It wasn't very difficult because the radiant golden string was right in front of him. There were others like it, as well. After all, the golden hue must have signified a connection to divine beings, and the night garden was a mythical vessel, but he felt especially drawn to this one. Now, I just need to follow that string to the hidden spot where Weaver had left their lineage. But he couldn't. That was because the golden string did not seem to lead anywhere in particular. Instead of stretching to a certain area on the gigantic ship, it simply pieced its hull as if connected to the night garden itself. Sonny frowned behind Weaver's mask. What is that supposed to mean? He hesitated for a while, and then did something he had never considered doing before. Following an impulse, he reached forward and grasped the string of fate in his hand. To Sonny's relief, his fingers did not turn to ash, and neither were they severed. Most amazingly of all, they did not simply pass through the thread of golden light. They grasped it tightly, as if touching a physical object. He could feel the very fabric of fate under his fingertips, which tingled faintly. It was only then that Sonny finally understood the nature of the changes that consuming Weaver's lineage had caused to his mind, body, and soul. He used to think that the peculiar quirks of the weaves were meant to make him adept at Weaver's unique sorcery. Blood Weave had given him the ability to see the strings of essence. Bone Weave had allowed him to touch them. Flesh Weave had made it so he was not cut by them. Mind Weave had allowed him to fathom the endless intricacies of spell weaves. However, at that moment, he realized that it was all no more than a side effect, that it was merely a prelude. The true purpose of these alterations was this. It was the ability to interact with the strings of fate. Damnation. As Sonny's fingertips slid across the surface of the golden threat, he shuddered, because, through touch, he saw a glimpse of the fate contained within it. Suddenly, his mind went elsewhere. Chapter 2592. Hunger of Life. Sonny saw a vast wasteland resting under a blue sky. At its heart, a young sapling struggled as it fought against the crushing pressure of soil, dreaming of light. Soon it broke free of its dark, nurturing cradle and bathed in the radiance, absorbing the warmth of the sun and being caressed by the winds. Eventually, the young sapling grew into a mighty tree, towering above the surrounding desert. Its roots spread far and wide, reaching deep into the earth. Its branches stretched toward the clouds, swaying as they wished to touch them. The tree bore wondrous fruit, and attracted by their scent, creatures came from far away to taste them, gods and spirits, beasts and titans. And humans too, dressed in furs and carrying tools made of flint, to satiate their hunger and fill the emptiness in their hearts. Time passed and the wasteland was no more. Instead, a great forest covered its desolate expanse, full of vibrancy and life. Countless beings populated its verdant depths, living at peace with each other. There was no hunger and no strife, no discord or violence among those who dwelled in the garden of bliss, only harmony. The tree had grown tremendously tall. Its roots dug deep into the earth, reaching the soothing darkness of the shadow realm. Its branches stretched high into the sky, basking in the light of heaven. The entire forest was born of it and was part of it. The roots of all trees there were intertwined, forming a single great being, and all was fine. Until the cold winds came. Slowly, gradually, an eerie coldness encroached upon the forest from the west. First came the cold, then came the snow, and once the snow began falling, it never stopped. Soon, great mounds of it obscured everything in sight. The sky became hidden, and a relentless blizzard raged across the world, encasing everything in ice. The leaves of the verdant trees froze and shattered, their bark blackened and cracked, and golden fruits did not grow on their branches anymore. The dwellers of the forest endured for as long as they could, but eventually, pursued by the relentless cold and hunger, they fled their homes and burrows, hoping to find salvation from the cold in distant lands, abandoning the blissful garden. Eventually, the forest became frozen and empty. The great tree at its heart was still alive, encased in ice but powerless to break it. All it could do was dream of light, of warmth, of being young and strong once more. That was when a beautiful demon appeared, her eyes as blue as the warm summer sky. The vicious cold was banished by her will. The icy carapace that encased the world melted. The long age of snow and hunger the eerie cold had caused came to an end, and soon new saplings rose from the nurturing soil, brimming with green leaves, dreams of sunlight and life. Having been given the gift of repose by the beautiful demon, the forest was restored and reborn. The great tree was rejuvenated. Since then, winter came every year, but it was followed by spring every year as well. Life continued. That was the vision Sonny saw, but he saw a different vision at the same time as well. At first, it was largely the same, but then its essence subtly changed. The great forest still sprawled under the warm sky. Countless beings still dwelled in its verdant depths, and they still knew no hunger or strife, only peace. But there was no harmony in that peace. Instead, there was only stagnation and horror. The numerous trees grew uncontrollably, cannibalizing each other's roots and killing their siblings in a desperate competition for a spot under the sun. The ground was covered in myriad layers of dead branches, brown leaves, and fallen fruit, all of that endless mass rotting in the sweltering heat of the eternal forest. The beasts and the humans who knew neither hunger nor strife propagated endlessly, but their minds grew weaker and more feeble with each generation with no need to fight for anything. They had no need to strive and develop, and as a result, both their minds and their bodies gradually degraded. Eventually, their numbers grew so vast that even the boundless resources of the great forest could not sustain them anymore. So in their endless hunger, they turned to endlessly devouring each other, their blood and bones becoming inexhaustible fertilizer for the growing trees, their lives and deaths nourishing the roots of the great tree and satisfying its own boundless, frightening, insatiable hunger. Fueled by it, the great tree continued to grow and grow and grow endlessly and hunger endlessly forever, until a stunning demon appeared, her eyes as blue as the cold winter ice. A vicious cold was summoned by her will. It encroached upon the primordial forest from the west, followed by a raging blizzard. Once the snow began falling, it did not stop until the whole world was covered in it, suffocating the forest and encasing the great tree in a prison of ice. With no warmth to find anywhere and no fruit to gather, the forest dwellers fled its barren expanse and scattered across the realms. The Garden of Hunger stood empty, devoid of life. Only the great tree remained, covered in ice and suffering from hunger. The stunning demon then climbed its branches and spoke to it. After a while, the snow melted and the ice melted as well. New saplings sprouted from the ground and verdant life returned to the rejuvenated land. The forest grew anew. But ever since then, winter would always come, putting an end to summer. And thus, the world would get a chance to rest from its hunger, from the boundless hunger of life to grow and expand. Sonny swayed, failing to digest the jumbled mess of images that had assaulted his mind. He let out a pained groan, raising one hand to grasp his aching head. Ah, letter 1D40 D letter 1ED7 letter 1D587 epsilons. Then, he moved his fingers further along the threat of golden light. When he did, a new vision revealed itself to him. The vision of the great tree suffering from a dreadful curse. Chapter 2593. Smallest branch. Sonny saw the vibrant forest once again, this time long after the demon of repose had created the cycle of seasons. The great tree, the avatar of Heart God, was different as well. Instead of hungering for exponential growth, it stood like a pillar that supported both heaven and earth, immutable and stable in its towering glory. The branches of the tree were like a world in and of itself, with human cities built on their weathered surface. The people did not wear furs or use flint weapons anymore, having mastered much more sophisticated tools and developed an elaborate culture, which hinted that he was not seeing the dawn of times anymore. This had to be the age of heroes, the era of mortal champions fighting against the corrupted creatures for dominance over the world. That struggle was happening somewhere far away, though, in the mortal realms. The void could not exert its influence in the heart realm, and therefore there could be no corruption in the sacred forest, which was why it was so startling to see the world tree falling sick. A virulent rot spread through its trunk and its branches, turning vast blotches of the weathered bark dark. The golden sap had turned into torrents of abhorrent black pus, flowing from the rotting valleys and raining down on the distant ground. The golden fruits were devoured by immense maggots, and human champions banded into armies to resist the horrors born of them. The eternal leaves withered and fell, carried away by the wind. No matter how fiercely the humans resisted, the vile rot continued to spread, slowly devouring more and more of the tree over the course of countless generations. The great tree itself tried to battle its sickness as well, but the insidious disease continued to consume it from within, gradually spreading toward its roots. The great tree was a pillar of existence, holding up the heavens and supporting the earth. And that pillar was slowly crumbling. Sunny was terrified by the visage of the dying vessel of a god. It seemed unthinkable that an avatar of heart god could have come that close to dying, long before being burned and toppled during the Doom War. Gods were great and ineffable. After all, they were supposed to be all but invulnerable, if not for the absolute law of imperfection they themselves had created. But perhaps the avatars of the gods were less so. In any case, Sunny felt a dark sense of curiosity while watching the world tree rot. He was trying to understand what the sickness ravaging it was. The spreading rot looked like corruption, what he imagined corruption would look like, if manifested as a physical force, but it was not. Instead, the vile disease was a living being, an unholy terror, a malevolent remnant of the age of chaos, or maybe an insidious curse uttered by a void creature whom the gods had slain. Not all of the chaos creatures had been sealed with the void after all. Just like one of the gods ended up being trapped behind the seal, some of them had escaped it, the being whose death gave birth to the hollow mountains, for example, and whose blood became the source of true darkness. The gods had battled the remnant creatures of the void at the dawn of the Age of Gods, aided by the demons, and scars left behind by those primordial battles could still be found across the dream realm. The corrupted came later, but some of them grew just as powerful. Enough so, it seemed, that even an avatar of one of the gods could not resist this particular unholy terror. Without help, and help it did receive. Answering Heart God's call, the demon of repose returned to the sacred forest once again. Ariel, the demon of dread, had defeated an unholy titan in combat once. But his sister did not battle the curse consuming the world tree. Rather, she helped the great tree plunge into a state of endless rejuvenation, so that it could consume the disease devouring it instead. The world tree rotted and grew anew. Its leaves fell, and new ones sprouted from emerging buds. The dead bark crumbled into dust, then was replaced by fresh growth. The diseased branches broke and fell, causing the world to quake when they impacted the earth, but new branches appeared in their place, over and over and over again, without end, rotting, dying, and being reborn again, until the disease was no more. The unholy terror had perished, and the world tree regained its vitality. The cities of humans who had made home in its branches, however, were decimated. Most of them were destroyed, and those that remained became overgrown by leaves and bark, with not a soul in sight. The arrival of the demon of repose was a boon for the great tree, but it was an indescribable disaster to those who had lived in the shade of its leaves, a calamity that could not be escaped, predicted, or reasoned with. There was a reason, after all, why demons were feared above all other deities of ancient times. Once the disease consuming the world tree was no more, the demon of repose left. However, it took payment for helping Heart God save their avatar. That payment was a young branch of the great tree, and from that branch she fashioned a magnificent ship, a living ship that was more than a kilometer across from port to starboard, and countless times its width in length. One that was like a city in and of itself, with dozens of decks, gorgeous palaces, tall pagodas built on its surface, and great mysteries hiding in its boundless holds. A ship with wild groves, rushing streams, and deep lakes. Letterwinda faya a letterafaya, a basmolkapba a hatchik, the demon of repose named her ship the Night Garden, and made it her home. The world tree was long destroyed, and the demon of repose was dead. However, the Night Garden still remained the last living sapling of once great forest. Chapter 2594. Timely intervention. Enthralled by the breathtaking visions of the ancient past, Sunny slid his fingers further down the thread of golden light. Now, he understood why he had seen the birth of the world tree and the spread of the Heart God's sacred forest first. It was because the Night Garden had been made from the branch of the great tree, and was therefore a part of it, the last part of it, even. So, its fate was part of the world tree's fate, or had been once at least. Marveling at that fact, Sonny opened himself to the truth of what events the night garden had experienced. It was difficult. Delving into the meaning of the string of fate was not like reading a book. A gargantuan torrent of information was pouring into Sonny's strained mind, and he could only absorb a few drops of that crushing flood here and there. He did not immediately see another detailed vision of the past like the first two. Instead, what he saw were glimpses of various scenes, all jumbled and mixed together. The night garden sailing on a misty sea. The night garden battling a storm so fierce that entire realms could have been washed away by it. The night garden moving across the great black void between the stars, and being moored on a titanic pier of a beautiful, awe-inspiring city built among the stars. That last glimpse seemed especially significant somehow. Even consumed by the strain of staring at fate, Sonny could not help but feel a hint of bewildered amusement. Is night garden a spaceship then? He spent a split second which felt like an eternity considering that fact. And then, wham! Sonny fell from the chair and slammed his head against the floor. Pulled away from his bewitched state, he belatedly retracted his hand and deactivated "Where is my eye?" The world felt strange. The world felt too small, claustrophobic, and two-dimensional. Time was most bizarre, somehow separated into three distinct states: the past, the present, and the future. The inexplicable division seemed nonsensical. Ouch! Laying on the floor, Sonny sensed the shadow of Jet move above him. He realized that she had struck him, overturning his chair and throwing him to the floor. Letter 213, letter FF41, letter 2115, letter 1ED7, E circumflex, letter 1E63. Why did you hit me? Jet let out a bewildered laugh. Gods, have you seen yourself? Sonny did not, in fact, see himself. What? Actually, he could not see anything at all. Jet fell heavily on her sofa. For your information, there was smoke rising from beneath your mask. And the smell. She made a retching sound. Well, I guess that's one more accomplishment under my belt. Making a dead woman retch was no easy feat. Belatedly, Sonny realized that he was drenched in sweat and could smell burned flesh. Dismissing Weaver's mask, he raised an arm, touched his face tentatively, and winced. His mind was still reeling from beholding the great tapestry of fate, so he felt dazed. That was a misleading word to describe his peculiar state, but he could not find a better one. Sonny was so dazed, in fact, that he did not even register the physical pain he was experiencing. But the area around his eyes was definitely burned. His eyes were burned as well. Luckily, they were still there, just scorched and unable to see anything. It seems that I've gone blind, he sighed. How bothersome. With that, Sonny rose, brushed his clothes with a shaking hand, picked up his chair, and sat back down. Being blind was indeed a hassle, but he could function just fine with just shadow sense. More than that, his eyes had only received mild damage. It was only mild thanks to a timely whack from Jet, and with his regenerative abilities, he would be fine in a few days. Things could have been worse if he kept "Where is my eye?" active for a bit longer, though. Wow, you look frightening. Jet shook her head. Sonny tilted his own a little, which almost caused him to lose balance and fall back to the floor. Frightening, she nodded. It's like you have embers in your eyes. You are mostly black with glowing orange cracks. What the hell did you do? Sonny remained silent for a while, then spoke in a subdued tone. Well, I guess it was a divination of sorts. In fact, being able to touch the strings of fate and catch glimpses of their meaning was eerily similar to Cassie's dormant ability. Sonny was willing to bet that if the great tapestry of fate was still intact, he would have been able to receive visions of the future as well. Huh, does that make me an oracle too? He shivered. A very extreme shape of divination. I was trying to determine where the thing I am looking for is. Jet seemed to have raised an eyebrow. Sonny was not sure, since he could only feel the motions of her shadow, and shadow, sadly, did not have eyebrows. And did you? Sonny scratched the back of his head. Sort of. I saw a thread. But that thread did not lead me to any particular area of the ship. Instead, it just sort of disappeared into the ship and if pointing to it as a whole, or perhaps inside of it. Jet hesitated for a while. You don't think that you'll have to be absorbed into the hull to find it, do you? Sonny slowly shook his head. That was my first thought as well, but actually I have a different idea. He considered it again, then thought back to the visions he had seen. Yeah, it is worth trying. The night garden was a living thing, not in the same sense as humans or animals were, but still one nonetheless. It had been made from a branch of the world tree and enchanted by the demon of repose to endlessly rejuvenate and restore itself. It was alive, but neither conscious nor sentient. But if it was indeed alive, then did it dream of anything? And could Sonny see what the Titanic ship was dreaming of? Naturally, he could. After all, Sonny had a horse who could bring him into someone's dream. Chapter 2595. Hidden Giants. A storm raged outside. The sky was hidden behind a great dark veil of angry clouds. Hurricane winds were ravaging the world, and the boundless sea rose up against the tyranny of heaven. The undulating expanse of fierce waves stretched endlessly in all directions, each of them towering like a rolling mountain. The night garden sailed through the storm, indomitable and dauntless. Illuminated by the colorful glow of countless lanterns, it was the only island of warmth and light in the world of cold darkness. Apart from the branching bolts of lightning that descended from the roaring sky like silver arrows, that was, as if meant to punish the sea for its defiance. Instead of striking the sea, however, they were drawn to the masts of the night garden, making it seem as if the ancient vessel was surrounded by a radiant mantle of electric arcs as it battled the storm. Each colossal wave was like the wall of a great fortress, dwarfing the world with its imposing height. The bow of the Titanic ship, however, towered above them. It cut and crushed them like an unstoppable siege ram, moving forward at a steady pace. The violence of each impact was terrifying. The roaring thunderclaps were deafening. The flashes of lightning were blinding. Well, at least Sonny assumed they were. His eyes had not recovered yet, and he fled from the physical pain by abandoning his corporeal form to hide in Jet's shadow. She was in the runic hall of the main pagoda at the moment, deftly steering the ship in its voyage through the calamitous storm. The night garden had some defenses against the fury of the elements. There seemed to be an invisible barrier protecting the main deck of the Titanic ship, making the winds less powerful as they assaulted it, and preventing the torrential rain from causing a flood to the point that many people gathered outside, hiding beneath colorful oil paper umbrellas to enjoy the view of the storm. However, that did not mean that the night garden was invulnerable. It could still be damaged or even capsized, unless controlled by a steady hand. The bow of the ship had to be aimed at the waves, and it had to maintain a sufficient speed. Myriad things had to be considered, as well, to keep the passengers safe. Jet seemed to be handling the task just fine, aided by several surviving elders of the House of Night who acted as her advisors. The night garden was basking in the fury of the storm, replenishing its reserves of essence. Sonny could not see the stunning battle between the Titanic ship and the cataclysmic storm, but he could still sense its profundity. To him, it was a storm of shadows vast and as deep as the sea. They flowed and roiled chaotically due to the unceasing barrage of lightning bolts and the passing of the Titanic ship. Observing the fury of the elements from the safety of Jet's shadow was strangely soothing. After a while, the noise of the storm receded into the background of his mind, and Sonny was left alone with his thoughts. He had a lot to think about. Nightmare was ready to take him into the dreams of the night garden, but Sonny did not want to venture into unknown territory before recovering his eyesight. So, until then, there was nothing for him to do except think. Beholding the great tapestry of fate had left a profound impression on him, even if it left him temporarily crippled. The damage to his eyes could have been worse, but it was not insignificant either. Sonny would remain weakened for a few days, and there were the invisible wounds to consider, too. Even now, his mental state was a bit strange. It was as if his mind had received a powerful shock and was still a little numb as a result. Who knew what would happen to it if he peered into the fate often and for prolonged periods of time? Come to think of it, exploring the strings of fate was even more dangerous than Sonny thought. This time, he had seen the past of the night garden which, unexpectedly, was intertwined with the past of the world tree, an avatar of heart god. He had seen the birth of the sacred forest and some of its long history, culminating in the creation of the Titanic ship by the demon of repose. But he could have just as easily stumbled onto visions of something that he was not meant to see. What would have happened to Sonny if he caught a glimpse of Heart God battling the creatures of the void? What if he heard their profane names spoken aloud and was exposed to the forbidden knowledge of the void? Hidden in the shadows, Sonny trembled. The strings of fate stretched far into the past, to the very dawn of time and even beyond it, to the age of chaos. Letter 240 A tilde letter FF4E letter FF4F letter 162 Open S diaresis. That bygone era was a terrifying place, though. It was a time when man-eating giants struggled in the darkness. And that darkness was the only mercy offered to mortal men if it was stripped and they beheld the hidden faces of the giants. The terror of the truth would drive them mad and haunt them till the end of days. So Sonny could not peer into the past recklessly. Goodness, I really am an oracle now. He let out a mental chuckle. Still, it was a gift he could not refuse. The future was destroyed, but the ability to learn the secrets of the past alone was too important a boon. After all, knowledge was the origin of power, and even if there was a price to be paid for acquiring it, Sonny was ready to pay it. Because eventually, he was bound to delve into the darkness and face the man-eating giants personally. The ability to interact with the strings of fate had to become one of the tools in his arsenal. He just had to treat them with utmost caution, never reaching out to touch them recklessly. The strings of fate. Sonny remembered the sensation of the golden thread under his fingertips. Back then, he had only slid his fingers along its length. But could he do something else? 2. Chapter 2596. Weight of Fate. Although it seemed too mystical to be true, Sonny knew that the answer to that question was a resounding yes. After all, Sun God had twisted the fates of the chain lords in on themselves to make Noctis, Solving, Severax, and the rest immortal. Weaver, meanwhile, had woven the strings of fate to create the nightmare spell. So, Sonny, the inheritor of Weaver's lineage, could weave the strings of fate as well. In theory. In practice, he had sensed something when touching the thread of golden light. It had felt like a physical object in his grasp, but it had also felt absolutely immovable. Not inherently so, but simply because it weighed as much as the world itself did. Moving that single string of fate for him was no different from an ant attempting to move a mountain with its feeble limbs. That is probably something only a divine being can do. Even then, not just any divine being. And among those great beings that could twist the strings of fate, none had been able to escape it in the end, so the measure of their influence must have been limited. I feel like this is something I am not qualified to understand yet, let alone perform. In the future, though. The future did not exist anymore, so anything was possible. Satisfied with that conclusion, he thought back to the very fact that the great tapestry of fate was torn and savaged. It felt too peculiar to fathom, knowing that he was the person or the weapon, at least who had fundamentally altered one of the inherent pillars of existence. Among all of his accomplishments, that one stood out as the most distinguished by far. So much so that nothing else could even compare. Granted, the vile thieving bird deserved most of the credit, possibly followed by Weaver. Cassie and Sonny had done their part, and what they had done was nearly impossible. But it did not feel entirely, or even largely like an achievement of their own. So, Sonny was not going to let it go to his head. Still, while the question of who had unraveled the tapestry of fate remained, the implications of its unraveling were apparent. The future, which had been determined all along, flowing toward a predestined end even if the details of how the world arrived at that end could shift, was undecided and malleable now. Leaving the astonishing nature of that tectonic shift aside, it seemed like a positive change. But really, it was not necessarily so. After all, there were countless possible futures now. Some of them could be more beneficial than what had been fated to transpire, but some were undoubtedly far more horrible. There was simply no way to tell, since Sonny did not know what shape the original future had been meant to take, and there was no way to learn what final shape it would settle into anymore. For better or worse, they would only find out what the future held when it was upon them. They would only know if their intervention was a blessing or a bitter curse when there was no way to change it. The future was just, uncertain and free, containing myriad possibilities. So it was up to Sonny and his companions to make sure that the future that ended up being realized was more hopeful than dreadful. That heavy responsibility suited him fine. Even if they failed in the end, and the world was consumed by the nightmare that the forgotten god was dreaming, he would at least know that they had strived for and failed to achieve a better ending themselves, not guided like puppets that performed a complicated play as their limbs were pulled by the strings of fate. The tapestry of fate may repair itself eventually, restoring a semblance of order, but it would never be the same. Letting out a mental sigh, Sonny turned his thoughts to the visions he had seen. Repose. It was a startling thing to learn that the demon of repose was responsible for creating the very concept of changing seasons, and had either caused or ended an ice age that threatened to consume all of existence, or perhaps both. It was also deeply fascinating to have witnessed the ancient past of the Heart Realm, especially considering that Sonny was currently waging a war for dominance over its charred remains. The burned forest had been the sacred forest once, and the unfathomably large stump at its center had been the world tree, the avatar of Heart God. Heart God, the god of souls, emotions, memory, growth, and hunger. That deity was the most nebulous and elusive of the six great gods, so Sonny had rarely stumbled upon traces of Heart God before. There was Ader of the Chain Lords and the desecrated grove, from where the sapling of the sacred tree empowering the chain breaker came. There was the tree to which Uris and Azarax had been nailed for thousands of years, and which had prevented them from forgetting themselves like the rest of the deathless prisoners of the nightmare desert. There was the burned forest. R retroflex A circumflex letter 1D40D letter 231 small cap B yaw. There was the soul devourer, as well, which, as Sonny suspected now, was a sacred tree that had grown in the wake of the Doom War and succumbed to corruption. It was interesting to note, however, that the world tree had been similar to the soul devourer in numerous ways. It had attracted numerous beings with the sweet scent of its fruit, after all, and numerous of those beings remained in the Heart Realm forever, helping the great tree grow and its offspring form the sacred forest. Just like Sonny, Nephis, and Cassie had almost remained on the Ashen Barrow to guard the soul devourer and help it spread its seeds forever. The vision Sonny saw possessed a strange duality to it, so he could not tell if the avatar of Heart God had been benevolent and nurturing or harrowing. Maybe it was both. The gods were beings born long before the concepts of good and evil, after all, and therefore existed outside of the confines of mundane morality. So they were both and neither. The world tree and the sacred forest seemed to have found a state of balance eventually, though, after experiencing the long and frightening ice age, with the help of the demon of repose, only to burn in the end. Suddenly, Sonny remembered the descriptions of two memories he had received a long time ago, the memory of ice and the memory of fire. They had been charms that increased his resistance to cold and heat, respectively, which he lost after being banished from the nightmare spell. The description of the first had read, "Even when the sun returned, they shivered and remembered the never-ending winter," while the description of the latter hinted at a different calamity. And then, there was nothing but flame. The descriptions were peculiar and fragmented, like two pieces of a larger whole. Sonny had even thought that if he could find the whole set of resistance charms, he would be able to learn the entire story. Now, he suspected that this story told the tale of the inhabitants of the sacred forest, the primordial humans and the creatures who had dwelled in the heart realm, and who probably built the barrows on the northern edges of the forgotten shore. The god of memory was gone, and these people were long gone as well. Now the only thing that remembered them was the nightmare spell. How fitting! Chapter 2597. Inner Sea. A few days later, the storm subsided, revealing the starlit sky. The vast expanse of rolling water glistened with a silver radiance, reflecting the shimmering stars. Wisps of mist flowed above the water like clouds, making it seem as if the night garden was suspended between two nebulous heavens. Sonny was starting to feel better by then. Abandoning the peaceful embrace of Jet's shadow, he ventured to explore the ship, not because he expected to find something important, but simply out of curiosity. Avoiding the gazes of people living on the night garden, he moved stealthily here and there, eventually making his way to the lowest part of the living vessel. Quite ironic, there was a small sea hidden at the bottom of the night garden. Well, more of a lake, really a vast reservoir, spanned the entire length of the gigantic ship, filled with water. There was a shore of pristine white dunes as well. Enchanted lanterns were scattered across the ceiling of the reservoir, shining upon the black water like stars. It was a perfect microcosm of the restless sea outside. Kneeling on the white sand, Sonny brought a handful of it to his face and licked it. A strange expression appeared on his face. Salt. Soft steps resounded from the darkness behind him, and Jet appeared on the silent shore, stretching as she raised a hand to hide a yawn. Each storm was a test of endurance for the captain of the night garden, so she had not had an opportunity to rest even for a minute until the storm subsided. Noticing his confused expression, she nodded. "Yes, it's salt." Jet walked over to the water and splashed some on her face. The hull of the night garden absorbs salt water from the sea, purifies it, and then desalinates it. Once all contaminants are absorbed, the fresh water and the salt are stored separately in this reservoir. Where did you think people aboard the ship got water from? Sonny scratched his head. I haven't really thought about it. That's quite convenient. Jet nodded. If not for that function, sustaining a large population here would have been a logistical nightmare. As it stands, though, we are almost self-sufficient. We even supply salt to other cities in the dream realm, so everyone on the coast is happy to see the night garden appear on the horizon. Salt was the lifeblood of civilization, after all. Sonny glanced around with a thoughtful expression. Does it happen automatically, or do you control the water intake from the runic hall? Jet shrugged. The night garden handles it on its own. But I imagine I could take direct control and do it manually if I wanted to. That is how it works with most of its other functions. Why? Sonny looked up, studied the distant ceiling for a while, and then shook his head. Nothing really. It's just that this reservoir is far from being filled to the brim, so I was thinking that it looks like a ballast tank. Jet studied him for a few seconds. Like in a submarine, he nodded. Exactly. I am willing to bet that if you increased water intake and flooded this reservoir, the night garden would be able to dive into the depths. That is how it works, right? It only has to become heavier than the water it displaces to achieve negative buoyancy. Sonny paused for a moment, then added, I am also willing to bet that the same barrier that protects the main deck from the wind and the rain can hold the water at bay, creating a bubble of breathable air around the ship. Oh, I don't have proof for any of that, of course, but it feels like something the night garden would be able to do. Jet gave him a suspicious look. Why are you thinking about sinking my ship, though? Sonny chuckled. No reason, I'm just bored and curious. Jet sighed. Well, you might be right. Honestly, I feel like we haven't discovered everything that the night garden can do yet, by far, or at least what it could do. It might not look like it from the outside, but this ship is actually heavily damaged and in a state of disrepair. It has been from the very day the Nightwalker conquered it, after thousands of years of neglect, and none of us is powerful enough or knows enough to fix it. Letter 1D619, letter 1D586, letter 1ED5. She glanced at the vast expanse of dark water. The rest can't tell, but as its captain, I feel it every time I step into the runic circle. How tired and worn down countless of its parts are. Jet lingered for a moment, then smiled. In any case, I am not planning to send the night garden into the depths. I spent several months as a sea nomad in my third nightmare, living on the back of an aquatic monster with no land anywhere in sight. In my experience, all things that come from the depths tend to try to eat you, so thanks but no thanks. Sonny gave her a funny look. Hey, I think we have the same experience. Actually, I hate water. The only thing worse than water is deep water, I'd say. Jet raised an eyebrow. Then what are you doing in the middle of the storm sea? Sonny smiled. Well, it's because my greed tramples my fear every damn time. Turning away from the dark expanse of fresh water, Sonny looked at Jet. His vision had improved enough to actually discern her features, which was a good sign. So he figured that there was no sense in postponing what he wanted to do anymore. Anyway, I am going to explore what the night garden is dreaming about. Care to join me? Jet remained silent for a while, then shrugged. It's my ship. Of course I am going to join you. Sonny nodded. Let's go then. As he said that, Nightmare silently rose from the shadows and stared at Jet with his frightening crimson eyes. She stared back, wisps of mist drifting around her. Sonny, your horse is looking at me funny. Fastening the overpriced saddle, he smiled. He's just happy to see you. Right, Nightmare? Nightmare snorted, revealing his steel wolf-like fangs for a moment. Jet cleared her throat. Yeah, I don't think this is it. Jumping into the saddle, Sonny looked down at her and offered her his hand. Climb up. Don't worry, he doesn't bite. I mean, he does, but only when he wants to kill someone. So relax. Giving him a dark look, Jet took his hand and climbed to sit behind him. Why do you have a transcendent terror as a horse, even? Sonny grinned. Well, if you must know, it's because I endured myriad excruciating deaths in a maze of nightmares, broke free through sheer stubbornness, and then killed him viciously. So this terror is my horse now. Hold on tight. As Jet wrapped her arms around his waist, Sonny sent Nightmare forward and commanded him to use the Dreamwalker attribute. The next moment, they disappeared from the shore of the dark lake. Chapter 2598. Dreams of the Night Garden and the Night Garden's dream. It was a tree. A towering tree that stood upon the surface of a calm sea, bathing in starlight and caressed by warm winds. Millions of leaves rustled on its branches peacefully, echoing the distant murmur of the gentle waves. Far away, storm clouds were gathering with the promise of a cleansing rain. Nightmare appeared on a wide branch of the titanic tree, surrounded by shadows. Sonny glanced around and remained silent for a while. An odd expression appeared on his face. Well, that is odd. Jet, who seemed quite uncomfortable atop a horse, let go of his waist and jumped down. Touching the weathered bark of the enormous branch briefly, she looked up and asked in an incredulous tone, What, traveling to the dream of an ancient living ship? Sonny shook his head. No, that's perfectly normal. He paused for a few moments, casting his shadow sense far and wide, then sighed. It's just that when I follow Nightmare into someone's dream, it is usually, a nightmare. Relaxing a little, Sonny dismounted and patted his tenebrous steed on the shoulder. full of horrors, peril, and nightmarish things. It's very rarely that I encounter a dream that is so peaceful. The dream of the night garden was indeed tranquil. Considering what the ancient vessel had lived through and witnessed, Sunny was fully prepared to face unimaginable horrors, hideous depth dwellers, devastating calamities, and perhaps even an angry god or two. But instead, there was nothing but a stunning night sky and a calm sea. No horrors were hiding beneath the waves, and nothing too monstrous to describe was watching them from above with alien eyes. He hesitated for a little while, studying the towering tree they were standing upon. It was far taller than the Soul Devourer had been in its last moments, but nowhere near as colossal as the World Tree. If he had to compare it to anything, it would be the giant tree growing at the center of Ariel's game. Still, it was interesting to see that the night garden saw itself as a tree, at least in its dreams. A thriving tree at that. There were some parts of it that seemed diseased, with gray bark and rotting branches. But largely, the night garden seemed to be full of vibrancy and life. The branches were brimming with young buds, ready to sprout new leaves and flowers. Here and there, succulent fruits could be seen, bathing in the starlight. Jet glanced around as well, her gaze eventually landing on the largest and most delicious-looking fruit, which hung not too far away from them. It had a bluish sheen to it, emanating a cold air and surrounded by ethereal wisps of smoke. Her expression changed subtly. Sunny hesitated for a few moments. "You are not planning on eating it, are you? These are not real fruit. They are simply a dream. So they won't satiate you." As much as Sunny wanted to believe that eating a mystical dream fruit would grant him some kind of power, he knew that it was wishful thinking. This was a mundane dream after all, even if a mystical being was dreaming it, not a nightmare created by the spell. So even if he had received the soul weave by eating a fruit in a nightmare, eating one in this dream would not benefit him in any way. And since the night garden was dreaming peacefully, there was nothing here for Nightmare the Shadow to battle and subjugate here either. There seemed to be nothing for him to earn in the dream of the night garden. Jet remained silent for a while, then slowly shook her head. "No, it's just that." She hesitated for a bit, then pointed to the stunning fruit. "I think that's me." Sunny blinked a couple of times. "Pardon?" Jet nodded. "Yes, I think that this fruit is meant to represent me." Sunny's expression only grew more incredulous. "Is she comparing herself to a beautiful, succulent fruit? What is happening?" Jet scoffed. "I don't know what you are thinking about, but please stop. Instead, think about what the night garden sees itself as." She raised her hand, gesturing to the branches of the great tree that surrounded them. "For us, it is a mysterious vessel that shelters us and which we control. But as far as the night garden seems to be concerned, it is a tree. What does that make us? Its passengers, then. Letter 1E5F, letter 1F00, letter Tutaba, beta Cyrillicia a circumflex." She smiled faintly. "I believe it thinks about us as parts of itself which it must protect and nurture. Well, I suppose the night garden can't actually think. So, saying that it feels that way about us would probably be more correct." Jet pointed to the rustling leaves. "Each leaf represents a person living on the night garden. While some of us, those who are of higher ranks, are represented by the flowers and the fruit." Sunny glanced around, bewilderment apparent on his face, then looked at the biggest, most beautiful, and most delicious-looking fruit. "So, what you're saying is that the night garden likes you the most?" Jet coughed, then offered him a nonchalant shrug. "Naturally, because I'm the captain. Or perhaps it was simply because the night garden had a soft spot for her." Sunny would not be surprised if it did. Soul Reaper was quite a likable person, after all. He could attest to that fact himself. He remained silent for a while, contemplating. If Jet was correct and the Titanic ship considered its passengers as leaves, flowers, and fruit that grew on its branches and had to be nurtured, then it must have been terribly lonely for all these years. including the short span of years when only the members of the House of Night populated its spacious decks and cavernous holds. Not to mention the time when the only being aboard it was Mordred. The dreams of the Night Garden must have been far more wistful back then. It's nice that the ship is content now, I guess. In any case, that information was of no help to him as far as searching for the traces left behind by Weaver was concerned. Unless, of course, suddenly feeling paranoid, Sonny gulped. "Hey, Jet. You don't think that we'll find a giant, rotten fruit infested by repulsive maggots somewhere in here? And that would be how we learn that some dreadful, detestable horror has been hiding aboard the Night Garden the whole time." Jet gave him a long look. Then she turned away with a deadpan expression. "You know, Sonny, you should really learn to keep some thoughts to yourself. I don't know if we'll find such a fruit, but if we do," she smiled darkly, "I will definitely be blaming you." Chapter 2599. The flaw in our stars, for better or for worse. They did not find such a harrowing fruit on the branches of the Night Garden. It was fortunate, of course, that there were no terrible abominations hiding aboard the ancient ship, but Sonny found himself facing a dilemma. The problem was that they did not find anything of note at all while exploring the wondrous dream. It was just quiet and tranquil. The rustling of leaves, the distant murmur of the waves, the gentle wind, and the falling rays of silver starlight, that was all there was to the dream of the Night Garden, which slumbered peacefully as its great mass sailed the tumultuous waters of the storm sea. Perhaps it was only to be expected, considering that the being dreaming that dream was not exactly sentient, let alone sapient. "At least someone is dreaming peacefully," Sonny sighed. The tree was immense, but it was not vast enough for a sovereign and a saint to miss something important. Standing on one of the lower branches, Sonny glanced at the calm surface of the distant sea below. The roots of the Night Garden must have extended far down. Was he going to have to dive into the depths after all? As Sonny was considering his options with a sullen face, the leaves rustled, and Jet landed softly on the weathered bark beside him. As she did, he observed something curious. The leaves, as well as the smaller branches of the Night Garden, seemed to bend slightly toward her, as if drawn to her tantalizing figure. If that was not the Night Garden playing favorites and giving its captain special treatment, then Sonny did not know what was. He might have been sulking a little because there did not seem to be a fruit anywhere here representing him. Sonny knew for a fact that he was quite delicious. Why else would countless creatures have tried to eat him? What a silly ship. Jet straightened and gave him a neutral look. "Well, did you find anything?" Sonny coughed, embarrassed by his thoughts, and slowly shook his head. "Not really. I am starting to doubt my initial assumption. What about you? Have you discovered something?" They had split up after the initial sweep. Sonny went to explore the lower branches of the Night Garden, while Jet climbed to the top. Nightmare followed her in the shadows, just in case something did happen and she needed help, but nothing had happened in the end. Jet hesitated for a few moments. "I am not sure, maybe?" Sonny raised an eyebrow. "How do you mean?" She considered something, then gestured up. "Follow me, it will be easier to show you," he did with a shrug. Together they climbed the great tree. Of course, the Night Garden was too tall, standing higher than the most towering mountain on Earth, to be scaled like an ordinary tree, or even an ordinary mountain. But Sonny and Jet were not ordinary people, either. They leapt from one branch to another, covering hundreds of meters of vertical distance with each leap, and only pausing for a brief moment before taking the next one. The great branches streaked past them, and the leaves rustled from their passing, disturbed by the turbulent currents of wind. Although not the most practical, this way of ascending the immense height of the Night Garden was the simplest. Well, and it was also a bit exhilarating. Look at me, having fun in a giant ship's dream. Sonny smiled slightly, thinking that he understood why Nightmare enjoyed galloping at terrible speed so much. Some time later they finally reached the top of the huge tree. Its vast trunk was thinner there, and the canopy was not as thick, revealing the clear picture of the gorgeous night sky. Sonny suddenly felt wary, looking around with a tense expression. He almost expected to see an enormous nest and find a murderous egg laying on the bed of spiderwebs inside. But luckily, the vile thieving bird did not seem to have visited the dreams of the night garden in the past. Sonny lingered for a few moments. What exactly am I looking at? Jet pointed up once again. The sky. He frowned, then followed her finger to the dark vista of the night sky. There was no light pollution in the dream of the night garden to make stars seem feeble and pale, and since Sonny and Jet were quite high, they looked huge. The breathtaking tapestry of silver stars stretched above the great tree, countless of them connected by long trails of cosmic fog. Altogether, the stars and the shimmering nebulae looked like a painting drawn by the hand of a genius artist, their vast expanse suffused with darkness, light, and mystery in equal measure. Sonny's eyes glistened. Wait. Jet shrugged. They don't look like any of the stars I have seen, and how should I put it? There's something peculiar about them. It is as if there is a pattern hidden in the constellations, although if there is, I don't know what kind. Sonny lingered for a while, the stars reflecting in his onyx eyes, and then smiled faintly. That's all right. I know what the pattern is. She looked at him in surprise. You do? Sonny nodded. Yes, it's a weave. Indeed, there was an image of a mysterious spellweave hidden in the stars of the night garden's dream. No one except for Sonny would have discerned the subtle order in the seemingly chaotic scattering of constellations and the trails of radiant fog blooming around them. And even then, it would have taken him a great amount of time to decipher the pattern without mind-weave. But Sonny was quite an accomplished weaver by now, and he did possess mind-weave. So he recognized the anchors of the celestial spellweave almost immediately after that. Tracing all its twists and turns was not that hard. The spellweave was vast and intricately complicated, endlessly elegant in its design and daunting. It felt like something the spell would weave, but was even more refined. Despite its complexity and scale, however, it was simple easily within the boundaries of what Sonny could replicate. Jet raised an eyebrow. A weave. Reluctantly looking away from the radiant pattern hidden in the depths of the dark sky, Sonny remained silent for a moment and then nodded. Rather, it is an image of a weave. Spellweaves are what make the memories and the echoes work. They are a form of long-lost sorcery that a select few practiced once in the ancient past. That sorcery originates from Weaver, the demon of fate, and Weaver did not create it to be used by the masses. So unlike runic sorcery and shaping, not just anyone can master even its basics. Jet gave him a dubious look. So what's the use of this hidden pattern? Sonny smiled. Well, as it happens, it's quite useful, because I just happen to be the only weaver in existence, and I haven't just mastered the basics. As far as weaver's sorcery goes, I am quite the master. Looking at the starlit sky once again, he said in a subdued tone, "What I am trying to say is that I can use this pattern as a blueprint to create some kind of spell." There was the question of whether he should, of course, blindly giving shape to a mysterious spell hidden in the dreams of a living ship was not exactly a wise course of action. It smelled of recklessness, rather. But who was he kidding? Sonny had come to the night garden to find a clue leading to a fragment of Weaver's lineage, and now he found the blueprint of a spellweave conveniently hidden on the ship's dreams. One had to be a fool not to realize that this spell had been left here by Weaver to give his future heir a sign. Jet frowned. "And what will that spell do?" Sonny looked at her and grinned. "There is only one way to find out, is there?" In the end, it took Sonny a few days to complete the mysterious spellweave. He had secluded himself in Jet's garden and dedicated himself fully to weaving, meticulously recreating the vast intricacy of the pattern Weaver had hidden in the starlit sky. He used strings of shadow essence to shape the strings, and the soul shards of sea monsters Jet and Nightmare hunted for him to form the anchors of the complicated pattern. Since the weave needed a vessel to exist at least as far as Sunny was concerned, he used a long branch from one of the sacred trees Jet had transplanted into her garden, which he fashioned into a staff. All of them were children of the tree growing on the chain breaker and quite young, but their wood was resilient and possessed mystical qualities needed to contain a powerful enchantment. When the weave was complete, Sunny and Jet looked at the simple wooden staff he was holding with complicated expressions. "This thing is not going to blow up my ship, is it?" Sunny hesitated for a moment. "What? No, of course not." As Jet let out a relieved sigh, he added, "At best, it will blow up a small part of your ship." Jet's icy blue eyes widened, but before she could say anything, Sunny poured his essence into the staff and activated its enchantment. In the next moment, the night garden did not explode. Countless stars in the night sky exploded instead. Oops. Chapter 2600. Star map. Dozens of constellations shimmering on the vast velvet expanse of the night sky exploded. Some stars were extinguished, while some bloomed with shining auroras, as if experiencing a glorious moment of radiant brilliance as they collapsed in a splendid display of self-destruction. Or at least they seemed to be. Wait, that does not make any sense. The enchantment Sunny had activated was consuming a vast amount of his essence, but still, he was not powerful enough to extinguish countless stars. Even if he was, nothing would have changed in the night sky. The stars scattered across its dark expanse were unfathomably far away, after all. Their light took years to travel across the vast emptiness of space. At least that was how things worked in the waking world. Of course, it was theoretically possible that the spell left behind by Weaver had reached through time and destroyed these stars at various points in the distant past, so that the spectacle of their passing became visible all at once just now. But that seemed like too much effort, even for the treacherous demon of fate, especially since there seemed to be no obvious result, beneficial or otherwise, to the strange change in the night sky. It was pretty to look at, but beyond that, nothing seemed to be happening. "Sunny, what the hell did you do?" He lingered for a few moments, studying the strange pattern of the vanished and blazing stars, then cleared his throat. "I am not entirely sure. I just activated the enchantment." Far below, on the decks of the night garden, people were gathering and gesturing at the sky, surprised by the beautiful sight. They seemed to be enjoying the unexpected spectacle quite a bit. Sunny looked at the wooden staff in his hand, feeling it consume his essence continuously. He would not have been able to sustain this mysterious enchantment for a long time as a saint, but now that he was a supreme, it was of no consequence. More essence poured into his soul, replenishing his reserves almost instantly. The enchantment does not seem to be perilous. At the same time, I have no idea what its purpose is. How mysterious. Jet sighed, then looked at the shimmering night sky with a thoughtful expression. She contemplated its dark depths for a while, then said in a hesitant tone, "Well, whatever its purpose is, it must be connected to the storm sea." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "In what way?" Jet looked at him with a neutral expression. "You don't know much about where we are, do you?" When Sunny responded, his tone was a little offended. "I know quite a lot, actually. It's just that most of my knowledge about the storm sea is theoretical, since I consciously try to stay as far away from this place as possible. Nothing good ever happens when I am near large bodies of water. And since this one is the largest and most terrifying of them all, you can imagine my reluctance to get entangled with it." Our retroflex letter 1D656 in Armenian. He Aughinus, small cap B open at letter 1D42C. He gave her an indignant stare and thought back to what he knew about the storm sea. After a short pause, Sunny added, "Do you mean that it has to do with navigation?" Jet nodded. "Yes. The storm sea is not like any other place in the dream realm. It's quite treacherous as far as navigating its waters goes, and I don't mean because of the terrible abominations, the harrowing storms, and the thick mist that tends to obscure everything for days or even weeks on end. She sighed. Rather, space itself behaves strangely in the storm sea. Nothing ever stays in the same place for long here, and things tend to shift around in relation to each other. You might sail in a straight line for a week and end up in the same spot you began from. That is the best-case scenario. You might also plot a course to a safe harbor but end up in previously unexplored waters that teem with all kinds of ghastly nightmare creatures and unimaginable horrors. That happens far more frequently. Jet looked at the starlit sky. That is why nightwalkers are so important. Sunny knew that the Nightwalkers, a title given to certain members of the House of Night in honor of its founder, were able to guide ships through the mists of the storm sea. In fact, they did the same for mundane ships in the Indian Ocean and were generally good at finding their way around. That was not surprising, considering that they had inherited the lineage of Storm God, who was also known as the goddess of the black skies, the goddess of depths, oceans, darkness, stars, travel, and guidance, and disaster. In any case, he knew that the ability to navigate the sea by stars was one of the inherent abilities of many members of the House of Night. The skies above the storm sea were not mundane. Either they were as mystical and treacherous as the misty waters below, so not just anyone could observe them to plot a reliable course. And since the mysterious enchantment Weaver had left behind seemed to have changed the geography of the night sky. Do you think that this staff shows a path to somewhere? That was the most reasonable conclusion he could make. Weaver had left an image of a strange spellweave in the skies that the night garden dreamed about. Once realized, this spellweave altered the real sky, making it seem as if some stars had been extinguished, while some burned brighter. The stars were the only way to navigate the storm sea, and therefore, the beautiful spectacle above them could be a map of sorts. Sunny had no idea where that map led to, but he was pretty sure that the fragment of Weaver's lineage he was searching for would be there in that mysterious place. Jet lingered for a while, then shrugged. Actually, I can navigate the storm sea as well somewhat. That is one of the privileges granted to the captain of the night garden. But I am not very experienced in reading the stars yet, so I can't really tell if this enchantment shows a path to somewhere. She looked at him, then smiled slightly. However, I know a few people who can. Chapter 26:01. Night guides. Soon enough, Sunny found himself hiding in the shadows of a spacious chamber on one of the upper floors of the mainmast pagoda, not far below Jet's private garden. Jet herself was leaning back on a chair, looking out the window with a relaxed expression on her pale, radiant face. There was a knock on the door, and a few moments later it opened, revealing a few familiar faces. Neve, Bloodwave, and Etha, the last saints of the fallen House of Knights. Sunny did not know the last one personally, but he had heard a lot of good things about the outstanding young man who used to be the most promising scion of a great clan once. Well, technically speaking, Saint Etha wasn't that young anymore. If he was considered young, then so was Sunny, and Sunny did not feel like a young man at all. If anything, he felt ancient. He felt way too old to be dealing with all this crap. I suddenly feel for the captain of the homicide division, back in Mirage City. His questionable relationship with age was probably the consequence of living 7 lives at the same time and containing a legion of dead shadows in his soul. That, and the countless forgotten years he had spent in the tomb of Ariel. In any case, the House of Night had been absorbed into the government and was now a part of its forces. So these 3 proud legacy saints were Jet's subordinates, which was a good thing, considering that they were the best candidates to solve the riddle that Weaver had left in the night sky. There were other surviving members of the House of Night bearing the title of Nightwalkers, but none were as powerful and knowledgeable as these 3. Jet smiled. Gentlemen, Please, have a seat. They must have witnessed the celestial conflagration that had happened earlier, so there was little point in postponing the discussion. Sonny barely suppressed his curiosity, but before Jet could broach the topic, Bloodwave asked in a grim tone, "Is it true, Soul Reaper?" She glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. "What exactly are you talking about?" The three saints looked at each other. Eventually it was Neve who spoke, his voice just as concerned as his uncle's. "That monster, Mordred of Nowhere, are the rumors true? He is a supreme now, and Lady Nephi strike a deal with him." The rumors seemed to have reached the night garden already. Hidden in the shadows, Sonny sighed. He himself was uncomfortable with the uneasy alliance between the human domain and Mordred. Few people trusted the King of Nothing, but no one had suffered from his wicked ways like the surviving members of the House of Night had. So it was only natural that they would be unhappy with the news of his ascension to the throne of supremacy, let alone of the deal between him and Changing Star. Jet studied the Saints of Night with a neutral expression, then shrugged. "It's true." They were dismayed. Even Etha, who usually maintained nearly flawless decorum, allowed emotion to show on his face. How can this be? The air in the room had turned noticeably chilly and heavy with tension. Jet let out a long sigh, then looked at them with a dark expression. "Why, what did you want her to do?" She leaned back and crossed her legs. "Did you want her to start a new war, perhaps?" "It has not even been 2 years since the mess in Godgrave, but I guess another war between Supremes is just what we need." Prescription Neve frowned. "That's a very callous way of looking at things, Jet. You know what that man has done to us and to all of humanity as well. Lady Nephi's cannot trust him. He must be eradicated." Jet smiled darkly. "I know, Neve, but I also know that he is immortal, supreme, wields a divine aspect and inhabits millions of vessels." "Who is going to eradicate him, you, me? Or do you want Nephi's to kill him somehow while we cheer her on from the sidelines?" Neve gritted his teeth, unable to find an answer. In that silence, Bloodwave murmured in his deep voice, "Is that such a big deal, though? She killed 2 Supremes before and seemingly without much trouble." It was obvious he was simply venting, so no one took his words seriously. Sonny was a bit hurt, though. "Hey." Sure, from the sidelines it must have looked like Nephi's finished him off easily. But even if the whole thing had been an act, he still had his pride. "Should I have resisted a bit more before being cut down?" Sonny shook his head, then assumed a tangible form. "Actually, she only killed 1 Supreme." Walking out from the shadows, he offered the Saints of Night a smile and sat down near Jet. Noticing their confusion, he then realized that they probably had no idea who he was. Oh, awkward. After all, very few people had known Master Sunless, and most of them had only seen him from afar on a calamitous battlefield. Well, apart from the regulars of the Eye Candy Cafe, the Radiant Emporium, the Radiant Emporium Cafe. In any case, for most, the Lord of Shadows was associated with his fearsome mask. The Saints of Night had not participated in the Godgrave military campaign, so they would have met either of his incarnations. So Sonny smiled and offered helpfully, "Oh, I am the Lord of Shadows. You can call me Lord Shadow or simply Shadow. I also respond to the Dark Lord or Sonny." The 3 saints stared at him with wide eyes. Sonny's smile dimmed a little. He cleared his throat. "As you can see, the news of my death was grossly exaggerated. Well, actually, I did die for a bit, but being dead grew old pretty quickly, so now I'm back." He remained silent for a few moments and then added in a light tone, "So, as far as killing Supremes goes, Nephi's and I are tied for first place. For now, we are." Chapter 2602. Lost among the waves. Despite Sonny's friendly tone, the Saints of Night did not seem inclined to respond in kind. They stared at him with expressions of concerned apprehension, not saying anything. The silence was a little heavy. Eventually, they turned to Jet. Bloodwave was the one to speak first, his tone wary. "Soul Reaper, what is the meaning of this?" She met his gaze, held it for a few moments, then chuckled. "Oh, relax, he's on our side." It probably looked like she was conspiring against Nephi's with an old enemy who had mysteriously risen from the grave. The two of them shared that last part in common, strangely enough. And if Jet was conspiring against the Immortal Flame clan, then it was safe to say that the government had secretly switched sides, as well she was its de facto leader after all. Obviously, Saints of Night would feel a great amount of apprehension, considering that they, their families, and all the survivors of the fallen great clan were part of the government now. It seemed that they did not wish to become traitors to the human domain, which warmed Sonny's heart a little. He shrugged. For reasons that I am not too keen on explaining, the Lord of Shadows had to be considered dead. So Nephi's and I pulled a little prank and convinced everyone that I died. In truth, however, we've been working side by side, very closely I might add, ever since. One sovereign guides humanity in the sunlight, the other helps it from the shadows. Something like that granted, I am somewhat limited in what I can do. Looking at the grim faces of the three saints, he shook his head. Needless to say, you will need to keep my existence to yourself. I would not have revealed myself in front of you if I didn't believe that you could keep a secret, but still, it is worth saying aloud. Do not mention the fact that I am not entirely dead to anyone, please, including those you implicitly trust. Everyone will be safer that way. He lingered for a moment, studying their faces, then chuckled. No, but why do you look so glum? These are not at all the expressions of people who have just learned that humanity is actually twice as strong as they had believed. Neve shook his head slowly. I am sorry, Lord Shadow. Sonny, it's just a lot to take in. Sonny smiled, hiding his bitterness at not being recognized by his old war buddy. He forced himself to think about something else. Now that's a reaction. The daughters of Kai Song had been so nonchalant about his stunning resurrection. Except for Deathsinger, who immediately proposed. I should probably be happy that none of these three is confessing, I guess, he sighed. Regarding that bastard Mordred, believe me, I'd love to see him gone as well. However, what we want and what reality dictates do not always coincide. I understand your desire to exact revenge, but at the moment, attempting to dispose of him would only invite disaster. You lost family members to his machinations. But you also have family members left to protect. Considering that the world is literally coming undone as we watch, I suggest you concentrate on that. An uneasy silence settled in the meeting chamber. Neve, Bloodwave, and Etha wore somber expressions, but his words seemed to have reminded them what was at stake. Eventually, Etha spoke up, his voice quiet and reserved. Welcome back to the world of the living, Lord Shadow. To what do we owe the honor of hosting you aboard the Night Garden? The youngest of the three saints, at least, seemed to be ready to face reality. Sonny knew that Neve would follow suit, as well he had his daughter to protect after all. And if the two of them made peace with the current situation, Bloodwave would follow suit. Letter 1D597, Letter 1D41A, New Obreve, Letter 1D587, E umlaut S diaresis, he smiled faintly. Lamb, glad that you asked. In fact, I am searching for something that I believe will help us weather the storms ahead better. I thought that it would be hidden on the Night Garden, but as it turned out, there was only a clue to where I must go, or rather, a map. You've seen what happened to the sky, right? Neve nodded slowly. Of course. Everyone saw. Is that why we were called? He paused for a second and then smiled bitterly. I guess it makes sense. Who else but us? Jet looked at him with a hint of compassion and said in a neutral tone, Indeed, we think that the stars are showing a path to somewhere, so I need your help to read the constellations to determine if it is indeed a map as well as where it leads to. The three saints looked at each other. Strangely enough, they kept silent for a long time. Sonny did not think that they had a reason to refuse to help, and on top of that, they seemed to be quite friendly with Jet. Neve's daughter even treated her like an aunt. so he was surprised at their hesitance. The reason why they had hesitated, however, surprised him even more. After a long while, Neve finally spoke, looking at Jet and Sunny with a complicated expression. "It is a star map without a doubt. As for where it leads to, there's no need to guess. We already know." Sunny and Jet looked at each other, surprise apparent on their faces. "You know," Neve nodded slowly. "The House of Night used to possess a map just like this one, a long time ago. It was one of the most important relics of our clan. Sadly, it disappeared along with our leader, Nightwalker." Bloodwave's face fell at the mention of the founder of the House of Night. Sunny scratched the tip of his nose. "So where do the stars point?" Neve inhaled deeply. "They point to the Eternal City, a mythical place lost among the waves. That was where the Night Garden was built, and that is where the lineage of Storm God is hidden as well." Chapter 2603. Immortal Abode. Sunny remained silent for a long while, a little confused by Neve's words. There was something strange about them. Eventually, he frowned. "Wait, did you say that it is hidden there?" "Not that it was hidden." Neve looked at Etha and Bloodwave, then nodded. "Yes, the lineage of Storm God is not like the rest. The rest of them, as far as we know, came from lineage memories that outstanding individuals, or possibly simply lucky ones, earned either in the first nightmare or while exploring the dream realm and conquering the first citadels of humanity. But the source of the lineage of Storm God is not a memory. It is a place." Sunny just stared at him in surprise. A faint smile appeared on Neve's face. "After all, the existence of the House of Night is a bit of a contradiction, isn't it? As you might know, initially, it was an alliance of lesser clans populating the Stormsea, created in large part to answer the rising influence of powerful factions like Valor or Immortal Flame. There was no blood relation between the various families forming the House of Night. So how did we all come to share the lineage of Storm God?" He coughed. "I know that there are a lot of salacious rumors about Nightwalker, but no, he did not conceive children with women from each of the founding families. Although there have been countless internal marriages between the various branches of the House of Night since then, he only had one child of his own." A shadow briefly ran across his face. Neve paused for a few moments, then sighed. "However, he did share the lineage of Storm God with the other founding families of the House of Night. To explain how it was possible, I will have to divulge the most guarded secrets of our clan. Would have asked you to keep it, but I guess it does not matter anymore now that the House of Night is no more." Bloodwave grimaced at his words but did not say anything. Etha, meanwhile, looked away with a wistful expression. Jet shook her head. "The House of Night might not be an independent force anymore, but it still exists. Don't sell yourself short." Neve offered her a brief smile. "Thank you for saying that, in any case. The House of Night and the Eternal City are inseparably intertwined, because that was where our clan was born. Back then, Nightwalker was sent to the Eternal City on his first winter solstice. Other sleepers were as well, but he was the only one who survived, and the only reason he survived was because he fled that terrifying place aboard the Night Garden, which had been drifting in the waters nearby." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "How dangerous is this Eternal City exactly?" Neve hesitated. "Nobody knows for sure because Nightwalker rarely spoke about it. He was not a very social person in general. However, the greatest treasures of the House of Night all came from the Eternal City, the Night Garden, the lineage of Storm God, and the map charting the course back to its shores." He paused for a moment, and then looked at the stars beyond the window. "As far as we know, the Eternal City used to be an immortal abode, a utopia that death could not reach, where enlightened beings lived in peace and prosperity for many years, reborn anew every time their bodies and souls grew frail with age. It was also a place where weary deities came to rest. That was a long time ago, though. Nobody really knows what hides in the depths of the Eternal City today. Even Nightwalker himself only saw a few areas on its outer edges: the piers, the wharf, and the lighthouse. Sonny studied him with a curious expression. What about the lineage of Storm God, then? Where did he find out, and how did he share it with other people? Neve remained silent for a few moments, then looked at Bloodwave. I think my uncle will know better, since he was one of those who received the lineage directly. Bloodwave frowned, then let out a long sigh. Well, as that scoundrel Nightwalker told it, the lighthouse of the Eternal City is also a temple dedicated to Storm God. It does not shine with ordinary light. Instead, a star is trapped within it. That star is the source of the lineage. Anyone who finds their way to the Eternal City and enters the lighthouse will be bathed in its silver light. Then they would be reborn as descendants of Storm God. R as smallcapen o circumflex letter ff42 ye letter 1e65. He paused for a moment and then added somberly, or die. Many do. Neve nodded. Yes. Nightwalker entered the lighthouse and survived. He also received the lineage of Storm God, which eventually allowed him to escape the Eternal City. Before escaping, however, he collected a bit of that starlight into a special memory. In the end, the memory made it possible for the founding members of the House of Night to receive the lineage as well, even if a few of them perished in the process. Sonny inhaled deeply. Neve confirmed something that he suspected all along, that not just anyone was fit to receive the lineage of a god. Sonny had felt it himself, all those years ago. When absorbing blood weave, he had just barely survived the process, and that was despite possessing an innate affinity to fate, and therefore sharing some degree of kinship with Weaver. Not to mention wielding a divine aspect. Warden of Valor, Immortal Flame, Nightwalker, Ravenheart, and the Unknown Awakened, who had inherited the lineage of Heart God to later pass it on to Asterion. Each of them had been a special person. It was no coincidence that they had earned lineage memories, so it was no surprise that they survived using them. The founding members of the House of Night were different, though. Unlike those who received a lineage memory after being judged worthy of it by the spell, they, just like the daughters of Kai Song, were exposed to a divine lineage arbitrarily. To some of them, it had become a fatal gift. And those were already people sent to the Stormsea by the Nightmare spell, so they had to have possessed some degree of affinity to the various aspects of Storm God. What did that make Sonny, though? The drop of ichor gave me a lineage that eats other lineages. It seemed that, just like in all things, he had been both incredibly lucky and terribly unfortunate when receiving his lineage. Go figure. Chapter 26:04. Mindset of a Sovereign. After remaining silent for a while, Sonny spoke in a contemplative tone. I am guessing that the starlight stolen by Nightwalker was not infinite, though. Neve nodded. Indeed. The light contained within the star lantern was merely a wisp, so it was exhausted eventually. Etha was the last person to have benefited from it directly. He paused for a moment, and then added in a complicated tone, not every child born in the House of Night inherits the lineage either, and with how often Awakened die, our bloodline has always been at risk of vanishing. There are fewer of us now than ever before, and no one has been able to manifest the lineage as strongly as Nightwalker himself, yet. So, that was one of the reasons why he wanted to return to the Eternal City. He glanced around the spacious cabin they had gathered in, then gestured to its walls. The Night Garden is another. It is no secret to those who know it well that the Night Garden is in a state of disrepair. Some of its functions have deteriorated, while some have broken down entirely. It had been drifting in the Stormsea for thousands of years before being discovered by Nightwalker, after all. He believed that this great ship had been built at the wharf of the Eternal City, and therefore that it could be repaired there too. Sonny frowned faintly. He knew that the Night Garden had been built by the Demon of Repose. Did the Eternal City have a connection to her as well then? It was quite possible that it did. A city where living things were reborn anew every time their bodies and souls grew decrepit with age, and were therefore unfamiliar with death, sounded very much like something that the demon-wielding powers of restoration and rejuvenation could have created. What the? Had the demon of repose not only sailed the seas on a luxurious ship, but also operated an exclusive resort? Sonny smelled a kindred spirit. Neve sighed. And lastly, Nightwalker only explored the outer fringes of the Eternal City before making his escape. The mystery of what was hidden in its depths, what treasures the immortals had left behind, had always drawn him back, so he always intended to return there one day. Sonny hesitated for a moment. So why didn't he? He had the map. Bloodwave spoke instead of Neve, his deep voice betraying a hint of unease. Because he only escaped those waters by miracle the first time around. People tend to think of the Storm Sea as just another region of the dream realm, but actually, it is as vast as the rest of the explored area of this cursed world, encompassing waters that are as different from each other as Godgrave is different from the lawn in front of Bastion. He smiled darkly. We humans are able to exist in some parts of the Storm Sea, but that does not mean that we can sail it freely and go wherever we want. In fact, those who are not careful to stay in relatively safe waters all die terrible deaths, and among those who do steer clear of the more perilous parts of the Storm Sea, only some die. Neve nodded. The Eternal City is hidden in the very heart of the Storm Sea, so even with a map, reaching it is a dangerous task. At least it was in the times when Nightwalker lived. You must remember that the most powerful of his contemporaries were only masters back then. Still, he never abandoned the plan of returning to the Eternal City one day. Sonny and Jet looked at each other. Was that where he vanished? Did he leave on a voyage to the Eternal City and never come back? Neve remained silent for a while. Yes. Some say that he died while exploring the dream realm. Some say that he perished while attempting to conquer the third nightmare. But the truth is that Nightwalker left on a voyage to return to where he had first entered the dream realm. No one has heard anything about him since. Our acute letter 1F00 knew a hatchik letter Sonny frowned. Neve believed that Nightwalker had vanished without a trace while attempting to reach the Eternal City, and that no one knew what had happened to him. But that was not entirely true. Mordred knew something, it seemed. At least he let slip that Asterion had forcefully taken the lineage of Storm God from Nightwalker, which led Sonny to believe that the Dreamspawn had something to do with the disappearance of the founder of the House of Night, even if the details of their confrontation, as well as its timing, were murky. In any case, Neve had given him a lot to think about. After a long bout of silence, Sonny asked in a reserved tone, "So what you're saying is that there is a wondrous city, no doubt the most monstrous hell imaginable, by now lost somewhere in the Storm Sea, full of mystical treasures and divine light. Not only does it hold the key to restoring the bloodline of Storm God, but there's also a wharf there where the Night Garden can be returned to its true glory. And the map to that city has just become visible to everyone in the Storm Sea just now." Neve nodded cautiously. Sonny hesitated for a while, then looked at Jet. He stared at her for a moment. "So, we are going there, right?" She did not seem to share his enthusiasm, though. "Sonny, are you asking me if I am willing to take my ship, complete with millions of people living aboard it, on an expedition to who knows where, knowing full well that there will definitely be untold horrors waiting for us along the way?" Sonny scratched the back of his head. "Yes." Jet shook her head slowly. "Why would we take that risk?" Hearing that, Etha nodded. "I agree. It is too perilous even if the rewards promised by that expedition are great." Neve and Bloodwave remained silent, but they seemed to share his opinions at least to some degree. Sonny looked at them with dark amusement. "Why?" He shook his head with a wry smile. "Well, it's easy, really. Actually, I am quite surprised that I, a sovereign, have to spell it out for you." Leaning forward, he looked at Jet and the Saints of Night with no hint of humor in his eyes. "It is because I am desperate. Nephi's does not show it, but she is desperate too. You don't seem to be nearly desperate enough, though, despite being weaker than us while knowing that the world is ending. There is barely any time left before all kinds of cursed and unholy beings descend upon us and consume us all. But you want to pass on a chance to increase the collective strength of humanity, and by a large margin at that." He leaned back and took a deep breath. "Allow me to dispel your illusion then. Being cautious is great, but caution is a luxury we cannot afford. The time for caution is long gone. It had been squandered entirely before any of us was even born. Our only inheritance is necessity, and necessity dictates that we must take risks, whether we like it or not." Jet stared at him for a long while, her icy blue eyes betraying no emotion. Eventually she sighed. "Is that the mindset of a sovereign?" Sonny smiled. "Being desperate? Oh, it is. No one becomes supreme by living a good life. Believe me, I am the most honest person in the world after all, two worlds even." Chapter 2605. Risk and Reward. Sonny meant what he had said to Jet and the Saints of Night. Their situation was indeed desperate. The end of days was swiftly approaching, and the fate of humanity was woefully undecided. Perhaps the rest could ignore that ominous truth, but as one of the Supremes, Sonny was personally responsible for what would happen to the world in the end. So, unlike those who wielded less power, he could not allow himself the solace of willful ignorance. "Things would have been easier if I could." He missed the time when all he worried about was making enough credits to fill his belly and live a lavish life. Well, that, and surviving another day in a world where everything seemed both unfathomably powerful and hell-bent on killing him, somehow. In any case, Sonny could not allow himself excessive caution. That said, he was not suggesting that they had no room for caution at all. He had merely pointed out that their choices were limited, and that erring on the side of caution when calculating risk and reward was a luxury they could not afford. Sonny was not advocating for complete recklessness, though. He had valid reasons to believe that an expedition to the Eternal City would be successful, or, at the very least, not end in disaster. There were several factors mitigating the risk of following the star map. First and foremost, there was the night garden itself. The living ship had spent thousands of years drifting in the storm sea, and nothing had managed to sink it yet. So Sonny believed that it could weather any danger they would face on the voyage to the Eternal City, even if they did stumble onto something too terrifying. Though, there was one thing that the night garden was better at than almost any other citadel: it was escaping danger. Not only was the Titanic ship highly mobile in and of itself, but there was also the ability to open the dream gate between 2 points in the dream realm that it granted Nephi's. Should the need arise, the night garden would be able to retreat to safer waters almost in an instant. That way, the safety of its passengers could be ensured. Sonny did not want to risk millions of lives, after all. He would not have suggested taking the night garden into perilous waters if he was not reasonably certain that they would have a reliable way to protect its passengers. And lastly, there was the fact that Nightwalker had escaped the Eternal City once. Not only that, but he had managed to escape it as a sleeper. Now, an army of seasoned, awakened warriors would be heading there, led by 3 saints of the House of Night and Soul Reaper Jet herself. Most importantly of all, there was Sonny. And Sonny alone was the equivalent of having 7 sovereigns, a cohort of supreme shadows, and a vast army of undying shades guarding the night garden on its journey. If that was enough to reap the rewards of the Eternal City, then what was? And those rewards promised to be bountiful, indeed, for Sonny, for the night garden, and for humanity at large. So he judged that the risk presented by the expedition to the Eternal City was more than worth it. Of course, Sonny was not going to make that decision unilaterally. In truth, he did not really need the night garden to follow the map left behind by Weaver. He just needed someone capable of reading it to accompany him. It was just that the Eternal City offered an opportunity to strengthen the living ship, as well. If not for that, Sonny would have preferred to venture into the misty waters alone. Regardless, Jet and Sonny needed to consult Nephi's and Cassie before deciding whether to take the night garden into the depths of the storm sea. Preparations for a lengthy voyage also had to be made, so a few days passed in discussions and strategic meetings. Nephi's was busy beyond belief, too. Cassie and she were still dealing with the fallout from Mordred's unexpected rise to the throne of supremacy. There was the public reaction to deal with, but also the king of nothing himself. He and his countless vessels had to be allowed passage to the Hollow Mountains, and someone had to make sure that things did not go awry in the process. So, after many years, Mordred had returned to the Chained Isles. There, the members of the White Feather clan escorted him and Nephi's to the northern edges of the region, where the Night Temple had once stood. A new crossing was built to breach the wide divide between the floating islands and the misty slopes of the Hollow Mountains, which Mordred then used to leave the territory of the human domain behind and claim ownership of his own. At the same time, the eastern quadrant had to be salvaged now that the Skinwalker was gone. Troops had to be transported to other flashpoints, and on top of that, powerful nightmare creatures stirred in the death zone south of Godgrave. So Nephi's and the Fire Keepers were in the process of preparing for a military expedition as well. In the end, it was decided that the expedition to the Eternal City had to happen. While the preparations were being made, Sonny pulled the Shadow Legion back from the depths of the burned forest. He wanted to consolidate his position on its southern outskirts and secure his new citadel in case of a potential attack, but more than that, he wanted his army to be free and ready to be deployed on the shores of the Eternal City, if need be. Letter 1 D6 4D A circumflex eng letter 1 ED9 small cap B, Eomlaut, S. The same went for his other incarnations. After experiencing two deadly adventures while not having access to his full power, Sonny was dead set on meeting the dangers of the Eternal City armed to the teeth. About a week after the initial meeting with the Saints of Night, the same people gathered in the private council cabin of the mainmast pagoda once again. This time, they had more practical issues to discuss. How bad will this particular adventure turn out, I wonder? Chapter 2607. Naval engagement. Several weeks later, the battered Night Garden flew across the waves as the sea foamed and boiled around it. Space was unpredictable in the storm sea, and time was unpredictable as well. Day was sometimes so short that it could be missed in the blink of an eye, while night often overstated its welcome. Most of the time, however, the vast expanse of undulating water was shrouded in twilight, with pale stars shimmering in the distant sky. At the moment, though, the storm sea was bathed in sunlight, with not a cloud in sight. There was no wind. No storm was coming to unleash its fury on the Night Garden. Despite that, the sea was turbulent and eerie, the water foaming as it seethed and roiled all around the living ship, as far as the eye could see. There were terrifying scars marring the hull of the Night Garden, slow to heal despite the ancient vessel's startling ability to mend itself. The civilians were safely sheltered below the main deck and remained in the sprawling vertical city hidden there, while martial law was in effect. So only awakened soldiers and ascended officers were in sight. That had become the norm over the last few weeks, as the Night Garden had engaged in countless battles and clashes, with the nightmare creatures rushing to reach the Eternal City. All of Stormsea seemed to have gone mad once the celestial map was revealed, but now that they were getting closer to the goal, only the most dreadful contenders remained in the race. "Captain, it's surfacing." In the runic hall of the main pagoda, Jet gave one of her subordinates an amused look. "Captain, huh? If memory serves, I was a lieutenant general last time somebody bothered to formally promote me. Shouldn't you fools call me an admiral at least?" The man blushed, embarrassed by her calm tone. "Sorry, ma'am. But that thing, he did not get to finish the sentence, though, because at that moment the foaming sea seemed to move. At first, it seemed as if two towering waves swelled on both sides of the ship. Then, however, the water continued to rise, as if the sea was pregnant with two towering mountains. A few heartbeats later, the surface tension broke, and two gargantuan tentacles burst from the depths into the vast expanse of the sky. Each was at least half a dozen kilometers long. And that was only what was visible of them above the surface. Who knew how deep they stretched into the abyssal depths of the bottomless sea, and who would want to know what was hidden there in the depths? The colossal tentacles rose from the sea like two black cliffs, casting their shadows on the night garden. "Port and starboard fire." Jet did not raise her voice, but somehow it could be clearly heard despite the roaring of water and the howling of the wind. A signal was given, and a few seconds later, the cannons stationed along the sides of the Titanic ship thundered. There were 24 of these cannons in total, 12 per side, and each of them was a colossal beast. The cannons were 12 meters in length and more than 2 meters in diameter, firing iron balls that were almost as tall as a person and weighed so much that only ascended could load them into the barrels. The cannons were not cast from metal, but rather carved from seemingly indestructible black stone, their surface engraved with intricate carvings. When Jet asked where that material came from, Sunny simply said that he borrowed some obsidian from the Shadow Realm. She was still not sure whether he was joking or not. Letter 1D64D, letter 1D41A, eng, letter 1ED1, letter 1D41B, yes, circumflex, and when she asked what function the engraving served, he gave her a peculiar look and told her that they were there to make the cannons look pretty. That he seemed to have been deadly serious about. That man. In any case, the cannons were enchanted with simple but ingenious magic. They were able to absorb soul essence and then convert it into kinetic energy to propel the cannonballs with devastating force. The projectiles themselves were charged with essence. As well that way, they were able to wound even nightmare creatures of high ranks. Of course, while only the quantity of essence mattered when charging the cannons, which meant that they could be operated by crews of awakened, it was the quality of essence that mattered when infusing the cannonballs. So if the night garden faced abominations of the corrupted rank or higher, a master had to be in charge of the artillery crew to make the shots count. Or better yet, a saint. Sadly, the transcendent defenders of the night garden had better things to do than run around fueling cannons with their essence, and the nightmare creatures they faced on this particular expedition were often of the great rank instead. However, the Lord of Shadows had thought of a solution for that as well. To solve the problem, he designed the cannons in a way that allowed them to consume essence not only from awakened, but also from soul shards. And luckily enough, he seemed to possess literal thousands of transcendent soul shards, at the moment the spoils from the conquest of the Burden Forest, no doubt. These soul shards had been distributed among the government soldiers aboard the Night Garden, resulting in a significant increase in their overall power. These days, there was hardly any awakened or ascended here without a fully saturated core. The remaining shards were assigned to the cannon crews and were being used to feed powerful essence into the cannonballs. As the cannons thundered, colossal orbs of shining metal streaked through the air and tore into the colossal tentacles. Enormous chunks of flesh and torrents of oily black liquid filled the air, and one of the tentacles folded under its own weight, falling back into the waves. The aim of the starboard cannoneers fell short of the mark, though, and the second tentacle continued to rise above the night garden. When its colossal shadow fell upon the living ship, Jet glanced up with a concerned expression. "Brace!" As the enormous tentacle fell, wrapping itself around the night garden, 4 more rose from the foaming sea. Chapter 2608. 3 serpents and a whale. The night garden shook as the colossal tentacle fell from the sky, wrapping itself around it. The invisible shield protecting the deck of the living ship from the fury of storms prevented it from wreaking havoc across the superstructures, and it avoided skewering itself on the tall masts. As well, however, the vessel still ended up captured in a dreadful embrace, the hull groaning as unimaginable pressure descended upon it. The tentacle constricted, trying to crush the night garden into splinters and pull it under the waves. Jet did not seem too concerned, however. Looking at the southern horizon where a strange haze was gathering above the sea, she frowned slightly. "Reload the cannons. Divination team, I need a weather forecast as soon as possible." The chain of nightmares had been a disaster to awakened wielding powers of divination, who became far less capable in its wake. However, they still had their uses, and some seemed to have been affected less than others. "Nightfall is imminent." Jet's frown deepened a little. "How imminent?" Her question was met with silence. But even those who were affected less were far from precise. The sea boiled as 4 gargantuan tentacles rose from it, and the hull of the night garden groaned as the 5th one constricted around it. Jet pursed her lips. "Ah, I think I am starting to hate water too." At that moment, 2 human figures plummeted from the great height of the living ship's main deck, flying toward the water. The fall would have undoubtedly killed anyone below the transcendent rank on impact, but these 2 simply dove into the waves. A heartbeat later, 2 massive shadows moved under the water, rushing toward the gargantuan tentacles. They were Neve and Bloodwave, the saints of the fallen House of Night, who had assumed their transcendent forms. Jet looked at her shadow. She was sure that a subtle presence was hiding in it before, but now the shadow felt empty. The Sovereign of Death seemed to have departed to join the battle as well. There below the waves he could unleash his power without being seen. So Jet shuddered to imagine the horror of what would happen in the depths before too long. She glanced south. There, far away, the mist was gathering. Far below the night garden in the murky depths, Sunny was hidden in Neve's shadow. The water was boiling around them, and the gargantuan shapes of the black tentacles rose from the vast darkness below like long stalks of some abyssal flower, twisting and swaying as they stretched toward the surface. Bloodwave had assumed the shape of a grotesque killer whale, his giant body moving through the water with chilling ferocity. The enormous blue eyes of the great predator suddenly ignited with an ominous red glow in the next moment. The sea around them was painted in hues of crimson, and the frightening presence of the oldest surviving saint of night became even more daunting. Arsadilla and Ye letter 1 ECD, Egrav letter 1 D412, as much as the shape of Bloodwave was enormous, however, Neve almost dwarfed him. Having turned into a colossal sea serpent, he rushed toward a different tentacle with terrifying speed. It was not just that the serpent was swift, rather. Water itself parted to let him pass and flowed in the direction he chose, supporting his feral charge. Due to his transcendent form and the nature of his aspect, Neve reminded Sunny of the Serpent King sometimes. There were a lot of similarities between their transformations, but there were subtle differences as well. Sunny had not noticed it before, but now that he had observed Neve closer, he realized that the gorgeous scales of his transcendent form were actually formed from glacial ice. In fact, he suspected that Neve's entire transcendent form was made not from flesh, but from various shapes of altered and finely controlled water. So, in a sense, the gorgeous sea serpent was not a ferocious beast instead. It was a hydraulic death machine in the form of a mystical aquatic monster. It did not make Neve any less fearsome, though. Just as his maw opened, glistening with a palisade of razor-sharp icy fangs. Sonny judged that they were deep enough for his arrival to remain unnoticed. He allowed himself to slide off Neve's azure scales, and then summoned a torrent of shadows from the shadow lantern. In the next moment, a gargantuan serpent forged from onyx and darkness roared under the vast mass of restless water, making the sea ripple and boil. His tenebrous form far surpassed that of both Neve and Bloodwave in size, casting a shadow so deep that it felt darker than the lightless expanse of the abyssal depths. And in that shape stirred. As Sonny tore through the mass of water in the shell of the onyx serpent, Soul's serpent separated from him and rushed the other way, moving with chilling grace in the crimson darkness of the storm sea. Snakes everywhere. Sonny felt a hint of vicious glee as he, Serpent, Neve, and Bloodwave each tore into one of the gargantuan tentacles. The distressing violence of it all was simply beyond comprehension. The water boiled, rivers of oily black blood spilled into its depths, grotesque pieces of shredded flesh slowly sank into the darkness, and annihilating shockwaves rolled through the water, causing towering waves somewhere far above. Well, naturally the violence was harrowing. There were two transcendent descendants of Storm God and two supreme titans assaulting the unknown horror of the depths. After all, it was difficult to imagine a calamity on a larger scale than that. The twisting tentacles were too gargantuan and tough to be torn apart, though. Even Sonny, with the prodigious size of his shell, could not bite one in too far from it. So instead, he tore into his target, shredding it and ripping huge chunks of flesh out. As black blood clouded the water around him, slowly melting the impregnable barrier of the jade mantle, he felt the tentacle weaken. The goal was to deal enough damage to make it collapse under its own weight. If enough muscle tissue was torn and shredded, the horror of the depths would not be able to control the tentacle anymore, and would therefore be forced to pull it back into the abyssal depths. The problem with that, however, was that it wasn't easy to continuously attack the same spot on the swaying, twisting tentacle, and if they were not careful, they would be caught and crushed by the thing they were meant to hurt. Sonny, Serpent, and the Saints of Night were managing fine, though. After all, it was not the first time the Night Garden was attacked by this particular horror. They had battled it several times before, and each time they managed to drive it back. The soldiers aboard the living ship had even given the terrifying depth dweller a nickname, calling it Old Tom. Sonny was not sure about the naming sense personally. He could have undoubtedly come up with something far superior, but it did not really matter what the terrifying dweller of the depths was called. Today, Sonny wanted to accomplish something more than simply repelling Old Tom back into the depths from which it had come from. As each of the four shredded tentacles retreated into the dark depths, he let out a low growl, and then followed them down into the abyss. Neve, Bloodwave, and Serpent did as well. Soon, all light disappeared from the vast expanse of cold water around them, and they found themselves in utter darkness. Chapter 2609. Deadly racers back on the surface, the four tentacles plummeted into the water and disappeared from view. The fifth, meanwhile, was still straining to crush the Night Garden in its awful embrace. The living ship refused to shatter, though. Instead, at the points where the gigantic tentacle was wrapped around its hull, Old Tom's flesh seemed to boil, and torrents of oily blood flowed down the surface of the weathered wood, painting it black. But soon enough, the coating of black blood was absorbed into the Night Garden as well, and it regained its original color. The titanic struggle continued for some time, and then the dark tentacle shuddered. It tried to extricate itself from the living ship, but the hull of the Night Garden would not let it go. In an eerie change of pace, the The previous situation seemed to have been reversed. Instead of trying to crush the ancient vessel, the immense tentacle was now straining in an attempt to escape. Slowly, the revolting flesh of the mysterious horror ripped, and finally, the tentacle tore itself free of the wooden hull, not without leaving enormous chunks of flesh behind, though. With all its underside skinned and stripped of a layer of flesh, the tentacle whipped into the air, raining black blood upon the sea. Convulsing, it then retreated into the surging waves and disappeared from view. A new scar was added to the hull of the night garden, with pieces of the gigantic tentacle slowly sinking into the surface of the living wood. The ancient vessel was going to consume old Tom's flesh like it had that of countless nightmare creatures before, and use these nutrients to mend whatever damage the horror of the depths dealt it. Granted, the previous scars left on the hull of the night garden by old Tom were slow to heal, still marring its surface. Another tentacle was already rising from the foaming water, but despite that, Jet let out a relieved sigh. Old Tom was one of the most persistent contenders in the race to the Eternal City. Countless of the abominations they had clashed with during this dangerous voyage had already perished, either slain by humans or torn apart by fellow nightmare creatures. But this harrowing creature continued to follow the night garden like a curse, attacking it from the depths from time to time. Hopefully, the Lord of Shadows and the Saints of Night would destroy it today, or if not, then at least gather information about what old Tom actually was. No one had seen the source of the terrifying tentacles, since it was hidden too deep. The horror of the depths was not what Jet was worried about, though. The mist is coming. Cursing quietly, she looked south. There, the eerie haze had already turned into a rolling wall of ghostly mist. Cold winds suddenly assaulted the night garden, and the wall of mist moved across the surface of the water, slowly devouring the world. Jet studied it with a tense expression, and so did everyone else in the runic hall. Far below, on the main deck, the soldiers charging the cannon stopped as well, watching the approaching mist with pale faces. Will it come? As if to answer Jet's question, a massive shadow moved in the mist. A dead silence enveloped the night garden as everyone looked south with wary expressions. Then the silhouette of an eerie ship slowly revealed itself in the fog. Although not quite as titanic as the night garden, it was still enormous, towering above the sea like a fortress built of rotten wood. Its tattered sails swayed slowly in the ghostly winds, and an eerie glow emanated from its broken, deserted deck. The ship looked almost translucent, as if it was there and not there at the same time. It moved at the edge of the rolling wall of mist, looking like it was guiding it. Dutchman! It's the Dutchman! Just then, the ghostly shapes of smaller vessels revealed themselves from the veil of fog, being drawn by the same ethereal winds that carried the Dutchman. That was what the soldiers had named the flagship of the ghostly fleet. Jet wasn't sure what an old tale from before the dark times had to do with abominable nightmare creatures of the storm sea, but the nickname stuck. Diviners. Nightfall within half an hour, ma'am. Jet closed her eyes for a moment. Half an hour, huh? Half an hour. Was a long, long time. Move the starboard cannons to port, pull the awakened soldiers below deck, send all ascended officers to the battlements, summon every echo we have. Etha, the bridge is yours, you know what to do. Letter 211D a agruv a circumflex. Etha gave her a guardedly worried look, then bowed slightly. Yes, Lady Jet. Jet blinked a few times. Right, I'm a lady now. Smiling crookedly, she raised her arms above her head and stretched like a cat, then let out a long sigh and summoned the mist blade. Commanding it into the shape of a war scythe, Jet then took a step forward and turned into a torrent of mist herself. Descending from the height of the mainmast pagoda, she rushed across the great span of the night garden's main deck and reached its edge. There, the awakened soldiers were already retreating hastily, while the ascended cursed as they pushed the heavy cannons into place. Flowing upward, Jet returned to her corporeal form on top of one of the great cannons, standing at the very edge of its long obsidian barrel. The water foamed and surged far below her. Placing the scythe on her shoulder, Jet looked south at the eerie shape of the Dutchman. A few moments later, she felt a chill run down her spine. She knew that someone, or something, was looking back at her. She raised a hand with a faint smile and beckoned the captain of the Dutchman with her finger, inviting him to come. In the next moment, the sails of the ghostly flotilla swelled, and dozens of rotting ships tore free of the wall of mist, flying across the waves toward the night garden. "Come, come, you bastards. I was hungry anyway." Chapter 26:10. Wraith Armada. Jet could have sensed the advance of the ghostly armada even with her eyes closed. That was because the moment the captain of the Dutchman commanded his spectral fleet to sail forth, the winds vanished, plunging the world into a dead calm. All around the night garden, the water was restless because of the harrowing battle happening in the depths, but further away, it turned still and glass-like, reflecting the boundless sky like a vast mirror. There was no wind, and yet the wall of mist continued to roll forward from the south, slowly devouring the world. The sails of the ghostly ships were swelling, and the ethereal vessels flew forward across the still surface of the motionless sea. The tentacles of the old Tom rose from the water on one side of the night garden, while from the other the Wraith Armada swiftly shortened the distance, ghostly fires igniting on the dimly glowing decks. Jet grimaced. They just had to attack at the same time, damn it. But then again, maybe they did. The race to the Eternal City was coming to an end after all. They were no more than a day or two away from reaching the finish line. Countless contenders had perished along the way, and only the strongest ones remained. Old Tom, the Dutchman, and the Night Garden were among those. Today was their last chance to dispose of the competition, so it was no wonder that the horror of the depths and the nebulous wraith commanding the Dutchman chose to attack. Honestly, if Jet had a reliable way of tracking either of these foes, she would have been tempted to hunt them down herself. She and the Lord of Shadows had already eradicated more than a few rival contenders that way, leaving the waters of the Stormsea red with blood. Fire! Etha's command was relayed to the cannon crews, and the Ascended activated the enchantments of the great siege weapons. Jet took a step back and braced herself as the obsidian barrel beneath her shuddered and roared, sending an enormous ball of luminous iron flying forward with harrowing speed. The force unleashed by the sorcery of the Lord of Shadows was so terrible that the enormous cannon, weighing hundreds of tons, rolled a few meters back. It would have rolled further, too, if not for black chains that kept it in place. Jet easily maintained her balance on top of it, watching the radiant cannonball streak across the sky. The thunderous roar of 24 of these cannons firing in quick succession was both deafening and violent, but she endured the palpable sonic shock of it as well. It was like music to her ears. A powerful gale of wind sent her raven-black hair dancing, and her icy eyes glowed with chilling blue light through the chaos of the devastating salvo. A few moments later, the cannonballs struck the ethereal ships. Some missed their marks, plunging into the sea and sending towering plumes of foaming water into the air, but the rest had been aimed true. A dark smile illuminated Jet's pale face. At least a dozen of the ghostly vessels were severely damaged, a few of them even dissolving into halos of ghastly, ephemeral light, as if dispelled by the violent force of the sorceress bombardment. Sadly, the Wraith Armada was an insidious enemy. Both the ships and the bloodthirsty ghosts populating them were spectral in nature, so only those attacks that targeted the intangible could harm them. The annihilating physical force carried by the radiant cannonballs was wasted on the ghastly fleet of restless souls. However, the soul essence that the cannonballs had been charged with could still wreak havoc among the spectral ships, even if the damage was not as destructive as it could have been. Several ships were dispelled, and several more slowed down, damaged by the bombardment. Reload the cannons. Jet evaluated the speed of the Wraith Armada and the remaining distance between the fastest ship and the Night Garden. The cannons were powerful, but it took time to saturate them with essence, not to mention the laborious process of loading new cannonballs into the enormous barrels. There was no time for the second salvo. The eerie form of the Dutchman loomed in the mist behind the Armada, towering above the advancing ships like a lumbering beast. Drawing closer. Arsadilla Alpha New Letter 1D594S. Jet did not even know if the vessels the bombardment dispelled were truly gone, or simply returned to their source and would be summoned again later. The Night Garden had seen the Wraith Armada from a distance a few times and clashed with it once, but back then, the Dutchman had not seemed inclined to commit its forces to a full-scale battle. Perhaps its owner had been wary of the dead captain of the Night Garden and the ghostly monarch she was hosting aboard her ship, seeing a perverse kinship between them. Or maybe, he simply saw no reason to bother. But now, the Wraith Armada was descending upon the living ship in full force. "Want to board my ship, huh?" Jet exhaled slowly, then changed the grip on her war scythe. A moment later, she leaned forward and sent it flying with a throw as powerful as what the great cannon beneath her was capable of. At the same time, she turned into a torrent of mist and wrapped herself around the ice-cold blade, riding it across the sky toward the advancing Armada. Her aim was true. The war scythe bit into the spectral deck of the leading vessel, causing the glow of the entire ship to dim. Jet assumed her human form and stepped onto the rotten wood, placing her hand on the trembling shaft of the mist blade. "How about I board yours instead?" All around her, ethereal figures rose from the ephemeral glow, the ghastly shapes of dead sailors still bound to their sunken ship, knowing no peace or solace. Looking at them with a chilling hunger, Jet grinned. The Dutchman commanded a fleet of restless souls. And now, he had delivered them to Soul Reaper Chapter 2611. More dreadful wraith, the ghostly crewmates of the spectral ship, all wielded power similar to that of corrupted abominations. Most were akin to beasts, while the captain was akin to a monster. At least that had been the case during the brief skirmish between the vanguard of the Wraith Armada and the Night Garden in the past. Jet could feel that this particular crew was more powerful than the scouts who had attempted to board the living ship before, and had no doubt that there were far more harrowing, terrifying beings among the ghosts. The Dutchman commanded demons, devils, and even nightmare creatures of the great rank. But it did not matter. The ghastly Armada was vast, and there seemed to be an endless number of lost souls populating the ethereal, rotting ships. They were wraiths, which meant that most awakened would be in great peril in a battle against the Dutchman's otherworldly army. But for that very reason, Jet was their natural adversary. Her aspect allowed her to directly destroy the souls of her enemies after all. Not only that, but she grew stronger with each enemy she killed. Her essence was replenished, and the cold, shattered star of her soul core grew both in size and volume, one dark, jagged shard at a time. After 2 relentless decades of chaos and slaughter, her jigsaw soul core had become vast and expansive, looming above her soul sea like a broken sun. And that, in turn, allowed her to augment her undying body with essence far past the limits of what any other awakened was capable of, both granting her fierce power and allowing her to sustain that ferocity for a longer time, almost indefinitely, as long as there were living beings for her to kill, or undead beings. It mattered not to Jet. As the crew of the spectral ship rose from ghostly light and rushed at her, she saw them clearly. Their ancient armor was shredded and torn, their phantasmal bodies underneath were covered in terrible wounds, and their cold, empty eyes burned with ethereal green flames. There was no frenzied hunger or demented fury in their gazes, though, like in those of most nightmare creatures, just torment. Lunging forward to meet the flood of murderous wraiths, Jet spun her war scythe and easily sliced the nearest of specters in half. A mundane blade or even an enchanted one would have simply passed through his ephemeral body as if it were passing through mist, but her scythe severed the soul of the spectral abomination just as easily as it would have severed flesh. The silhouette of the ancient wraith rippled and dissolved into a dying flash of pale light, disappearing forever. Those who had managed to slay these peculiar beings before reported that the nightmare spell did not announce their deaths, and there were no soul shards left behind them either. But Jet could clearly feel the end of the ghostly sailor's existence. A stream of essence entered her soul, and a new shard was added to the jagged orb of her broken soul core, making it a fraction bigger. The spell whispered into her ear as well. "You have slain a... You have slain a... You have." However, its voice suddenly faltered and grew indistinct, as if it could not process or express the truth of what had happened, like a machine encountering an error. How curious! It seemed that even the nightmare spell did not quite know what the Dutchman and his wraith armada were, or at least could not speak it. Jet ignored that information for now. Continuing the motion, she took a step forward while reversing the grip on her weapon, and thrust it forward to pierce the chest of the next wraith. Since their ethereal bodies offered the mist blade no resistance, she then fluidly transitioned from a downward thrust into a spin, beheading the one rushing at her from the back. "You have slain." Jet exploded into a hurricane of ice-cold steel, moving across the deck of the ghostly ship like the Grim Reaper. She was a transcendent being, while the spectral sailors were all corrupted, so in theory, each of them wielded power equal to hers, or at least power that existed in the same realm. Nevertheless, they all fell under her scythe like stalks of wheat, vanishing forever. And whatever essence she burned while harvesting these lost souls was immediately replenished by the streams of essence she received from the kills. The captain of the ship was far more powerful than his subordinates, but he dissolved into ghostly green light in mere seconds as well. In an astonishingly short amount of time, the deck of the rotting ship became empty, with only Jet standing there, bathed in an eerie glow and the echoes of the brutal violence that had just been perpetrated here. Still, she felt like her job here was not finished yet. So Jet plunged the blade of her scythe into the deck itself, aiming to destroy the soul of the ship. That, she felt, was the real monster. It took several blows, and just as she suspected, a torrent of essence more potent than all the previous ones flowed into her soul as the shape of the ship dimmed, slowly disappearing into the bright daylight. At the same time, an explosion of radiance escaped from somewhere deep within its hold, accompanied by a litany of otherworldly groans, as if a swarm of tortured souls was suddenly set free. Jet smiled darkly, thinking that she was starting to unravel the secret nature of the sinister Wraith Armada, or at least the nature of its lesser ships. Just before the spectral ship disappeared completely, she pushed herself off its broken deck and soared high into the air, flying across the sky. Breaching hundreds of meters with that single jump, Jet landed on the next ship in a maelstrom of cold steel, wreaking havoc among its crew and harvesting their souls to empower her own. Letter 1E59, Letter 1D63 Omicron, Letter 1D40 Cyrillic, Letter 1D61A behind her. The night garden towered like a fortress of weathered wood, and her soldiers were feverishly rushing to reload its mighty cannons. Chapter 2612. Horror of the abyss. While Jet butchered the specters aboard the leading ships of the Wraith Armada, and the towering walls of mist slowly approached the night garden, another immense tentacle descended on the living ship, aiming to swipe the ascended cannoneers off its deck and destroy the mighty armaments. The invisible aegis protecting them held, but it seemed to be straining in the crushing grasp of Old Tom. Just then, a black arrow fell from the secluded garden on the roof of the mainmast pagoda, followed by an enormous javelin that seemed to be forged from pure darkness. The violence of their impact was so horrific that the immense tentacle was torn open and maimed, releasing its hold on the night garden in a flood of oily blood. That was Slayer and Saint entering the battle from the privacy of Soul Reaper's garden. Sonny had not left the great citadel unguarded before diving into the dark depths, of course. And there in those dark depths, Sonny, Serpent, Neve, and Bloodwave continued to descend into the crushing cold abyss as they pursued the wounded tentacles of the ancient horror. No light penetrated the mass of water far enough to illuminate their surroundings, so they found themselves in utter, absolute darkness. Of course, Sonny could sense the movement of shadows and pierce the veil of darkness with his gaze. The Saints of Night, meanwhile, navigated the lightless abyss with their own powers. If anything, they were more at home in the depths than he was. Still, Sonny was certain that even the descendants of the House of Night didn't dive that deep often. The wounded tentacles retreated downward with spectacular speed, leaving billowing trails of oily blood in their wake. As he pursued them, the water grew colder and colder. Much more palpable, however, was the mounting pressure of its great mass. They had long passed the point where mundane humans, or even machines they created, would have been crushed by the pressure of the dark abyss. Then they passed the point where awakened would have been killed, as well. By the time they reached the point where ascended could have survived, even Sonny could feel the terrible pressure constricting his movements. The intricately shaped plates of the jade mantle groaned as they scraped against each other, and the onyx serpent shell was sustaining minor but continuous damage, forcing him to mend it as they continued the descent. The water had turned eerie here, acting in odd ways, and yet the tentacles continued to flee into the darkness, and Sonny still could not sense their source. Just how deep does that horror dwell? The irreverent nickname made one forget what Old Tom truly was at times, as well as the fact that nobody truly knew the shape and nature of that eldritch horror. All they had ever seen of it were the immense tentacles that reached toward the surface from far below. And now, Sonny finally sensed something. It was not the body of Old Tom, though. Instead of it, a swarm of immense tentacles suddenly shot from the dark abyss, rising toward them like a terrifying forest of slithering, gigantic vines. Sonny was taken aback for a short moment. During the previous attacks, the terrifying dweller of the depths had never attacked the night garden with more than 7 of its long limbs. Now, however, there were dozens of them reaching toward Sonny and his companions, each comparable in size to the immense tentacles that could wrap themselves around the titanic vastness of the night garden. It was as if the abyss itself had come alive to destroy them. Now, where the hell has good old Tom been hiding all these? Sonny shook off his bewilderment and pushed his enormous body forward to meet the dark forest of colossal tentacles. It seemed that they had underestimated old Tom a tad. There was no time to regret this failure of imagination, though, because soon the tentacles were upon them. Sonny was the vanguard of their group, and the most powerful among them as well, so it was his duty to break the momentum of the harrowing tide of dark flesh. Arhachek letter 1D40D letter 1ED1 beta epsilon S diuresis just before the tentacles reached him. He gritted his teeth and released the defensive barrier of the onyx serpent shell, allowing it to dissolve into the darkness. He released the constraints, giving his own shadow a shape as well, and let it spread to its true, unfathomable vastness. In the next moment, Sonny turned into a vast cloud of formless darkness. And from that darkness, dozens of long tendrils stretched forward, clashing with those of old Tom. Of course, Sonny was not quite as immense as the horror of the depths, but his will was infused with the essence of death, so his touch was far more lethal. The grotesque clash tore apart the abyss, forcing the mass of water crushed by the unbearable pressure to flow like a current. Somewhere far above, grotesque waves rose, scattering the ghostly armada and making the night garden sway. Serpent, Neve, and Bloodwave swam through the carnage of intertwined tentacles and tendrils of darkness, sinking their fangs into Old Tom's flesh. The frightening chaos of the deepwater battle continued unabated, and at some point, seething from murderous rage and pain permeating his wounded shadow, Sonny realized that the sea around them was changing. It seemed that Old Tom was pushing them toward the surface. At the same time, he sensed that the number of tentacles the terrifying depth dweller unleashed upon them was gradually reducing, as if not all of them were long enough to reach that far up. It's trying to retreat. Old Tom might not have been wary of Sonny and the night garden, but it seemed reluctant to let them close to its hidden body. So, it wanted to retreat back into the depths. They had dealt it enough damage to make the horror of the depths take them seriously, at least. Or perhaps it simply judged that the night garden itself had sustained enough damage to stall its arrival in the Eternal City. The question was, would Sonny let the eerie horror escape once more? Damn it all! Sonny forced himself to coalesce back into a human shadow and covered it by the fearsome carapace of the jade mantle, using the feather of truth to make it just buoyant enough to stay in place. Casting a dark gaze at the battered tentacles of Old Tom, he gritted his teeth. The sea had turned black from the blood of the horrid creature of the depths, but he wasn't unscathed either. There was a decision to be made. Chapter 26:13. Two captains far above, the night garden swayed as gigantic waves crashed into its hull. The Wraith Armada was scattered but remained unscathed, continuing its swift advance as the towering wall of mist devoured the world behind it. The forward ships of the ghostly fleet were gone, though, their spectral crews eviscerated by the ruthless blade of the Reaper. Jet had sustained some wounds, but the chilling slaughter she had perpetrated effortlessly overshadowed their severity. And unlike how any other awakened would, she was not growing tired. If anything, the more enemies she slayed, the more alive she looked, as if the dark splendor of the unending slaughter filled her with vitality. There were two problems, though. The first one was that the deeper into the Wraith Armada she went, the more powerful her enemies became. The last captain she had killed was definitely strong enough to have been a great nightmare abomination, and the ship itself refused to be destroyed in just a few strikes. In the end, she had nearly taken it apart with her scythe before the spectral vessel finally succumbed. The closer a spectral vessel was to the Dutchman in the formation of the ghostly fleet, the more sinister it seemed to be. On top of that, deeper into the Armada, the ships had not been damaged by the initial bombardment of the night garden's mighty cannons, so their crews were entirely unscathed when she attacked them. The bigger problem, however, was that Jet was just one woman. No matter how powerful she was, there were too many ships in the Wraith Armada for her to take on alone already. Countless vessels were overtaking the area where she rampaged, sailing toward the night garden outside her reach. And the Dutchman itself was drawing closer and closer. Severing the mast of a ghostly ship and shattering its deck with a devastating strike of the flat side of the scythe, Jet paused for a moment and looked back. How much longer? She seemed to have bought her soldiers enough time. With Jet destroying the forward ships and the tall waves slowing down the advance of the eerie fleet, they managed to reload the cannons in time. Looking up, she saw the dark chasms of 24 enormous barrels staring at her from the living ship's deck. It was only then that Jet realized how unpleasant it was to be on the receiving end of these dark, terrifying siege weapons. Damnation! In the next moment, the cannons thundered, sending 24 radiant orbs of essence-infused metal flying at the ghostly fleet with terrible speed. It was really like a swarm of meteors was plummeting from the sky. The impact was not that different from a celestial calamity either. The spectral ships that had overtaken Jet's area of control were erased from existence, exploding into pale flashes of eerie light. The night garden had received a bit more breathing room, but it was still not enough. Jet knew that there would be no third salvo. The ghost ships would reach her citadel, and the ancient wraiths would board it soon with her most powerful warriors lured away by Old Tom. The defenders of the night garden would inevitably sustain casualties while trying to repel the attack. And then, the mist would swallow the world, heralding the arrival of the Dutchman. What would happen next, Jet did not know. Pursing her lips, she delivered the finishing attack to the mangled ghost ship and leaped to the next one. Landing on its deck, she slaughtered her way to its stern and climbed the steps there, gazing at the vast wraith armada over the vanishing phantom of the slain captain. By then, there were already wisps of mist floating over the restless water around her. She could see the Dutchman far better than ever before, too. Its tall sides, the countless scars marring the battered expanse of its hull, the gaping wounds where it had been breached by untold attacks. Its tattered sails, its skeletal masts, the eerie desolation of its vast deck, and the ethereal figure standing at its bridge, shrouded in a torn cloak. Jet looked at the captain of the Dutchman and felt him looking back. From that distance she couldn't discern much about him. The man, if it was indeed a man, was tall, with broad shoulders and an imposing posture. His figure was elusive and ghostly, as if he were there and not at the same time. She couldn't see his face, but she thought she glimpsed his eerie eyes. Two piercing, sea-colored flames were burning in the pale shadow of his ghastly face, regarding her with a chilling calmness. Sensing a subtle change in the motion of the sea, Jet smiled slightly as she met his gaze. Finally, just then the world underwent a strange transformation. The sun plummeted into the waves, leaving a trail of light behind it. Darkness enveloped the world, and radiant silver streaks crossed out the sky. Then the sun shot from behind the eastern horizon, chasing away the darkness only to drown in the west a few moments later. The breathtaking spectacle repeated itself several times, as if someone had hit the fast-forward button and sent time flowing at an astonishing pace. But it all ended swiftly, and the storm sea was suddenly enveloped by the darkness of the night. Countless stars ignited in the vast black sky, which meant Jet's smile widened a little. In the next moment, the radiance of the distant stars grew brighter, and the starlight was woven into a vast silver net. It fell upon the Wraith Armada, slicing dozens of ships apart and destroying them in mere moments. A cold wind blew across the sea, sending Jet's hair flying. That was Etha unleashing his aspect. Now that the night had fallen, he could finally call upon the stars to destroy their enemies, and the starlight he summoned seemed like the nemesis of the ghostly fleet. The first time the night garden had clashed with the wraiths commanded by the Dutchman, it was the young saint of night who had turned the tide. Jet remained still, looking at the captain of the Dutchman with a cold smile. He looked at her too as the starlight poured on the spectral vessels of the ghostly armada, piercing them like a rain of silver spears. Well, what will it be? Would he press the attack or call a retreat? Was she imagining things? Or did she see an echo of a faint, terrifying smile on the face of the mysterious wraith as well? A few moments later, the captain of the Dutchman looked away. The mist swelled, and the fearsome silhouette of the ghastly flagship was swallowed by it, vanishing without a trace. The vessels of the Wraith Armada disappeared as well, gone like the vestiges of an eerie nightmare. The wall of mist was torn apart by the wind. Soon enough, the surface of the sea calmed down, and nothing hinted that there had been a fleet of phantoms on its surface just a few moments ago. The battle in the depths seemed to have concluded as well, since no tentacles rose from the depths to attack the night garden anymore. Jet lingered for a few moments, then let out a relieved sigh. It seemed that they had survived another day. Chapter 26:14. Late to the party, the battle was over. The mist dissipated, and the foaming water calmed down. The Wraith Armada was gone, having vanished like a fleeting apparition. Old Tom had retreated back into the abyssal depths. The night garden had earned several new scars, its living hull slowly repairing itself in the pale starlight. The awakened soldiers emerged from under the deck, and the ascended officers who had manned the cannons were catching their breath while leaning on the railings, a cold breeze caressing their pale faces. Soul Reaper Jet had already returned aboard her ship somewhat battered, but mostly unscathed. Her armor was in need of some mending, so she dismissed it in favor of a set of comfortable mundane clothes. Not long after, the Saints of Night climbed onto the deck of the night garden as well. They were met with loud cheers. Facing Old Tom in the dark depths of the storm sea was an admirable act, after all, not to mention the awesome feat of driving the dreadful creature away. On top of that, everyone was under the impression that they had fought the fiend alone. While Neve and Bloodwave were being celebrated by the awakened soldiers, Sonny crawled out of the shadows in the quiet seclusion of Jet's private garden and sprawled on the grass with a groan. He felt absolutely miserable. All that for nothing. In the end, he had let Old Tom go. It was unclear whether he could have defeated it otherwise, out there in the abyssal depths, but Sonny still felt disappointed that he had not even received a chance to try. He would have probably pursued the eerie horror if he had been alone, but at the moment, he also had to consider the night garden and its passengers. So, Sonny had chosen the less unhinged strategy and swallowed his desire to tear Old Tom limb from limb, returning to the surface instead. Now he was enduring the torment of his wounds with nothing to show for it. At the end there, he had been forced to face the horror of the depths without the defensive barrier of a shell, in his true form, that of a vast, formless shadow. That had helped him salvage the battle, but also left him vulnerable to receiving soul damage. That was fine, though, because Soul Weave was already mending his tattered soul. And somewhere in the depths, Old Tom was suffering as well, having been poisoned by his death will. Thinking about that last part made Sonny feel much better, filling him with vindictive joy. Saint stood silently to his left, guarding his sprawled form. Slayer, meanwhile, was leaning against a tree some distance away, almost indistinguishable from the deep shadows around her. Soon enough, Jet joined him in the garden as well. Sitting down nearby, she let out a long sigh and said in a wistful tone, "It's strange, isn't it? We did not lose the battle, and yet it doesn't feel like we've won it either." Sonny spared her a brief look and shrugged. "Doesn't seem odd at all." He lingered for a few moments and then asked, "That creepy feeling I got while fighting Old Tom, the Dutchman made an appearance, didn't it?" Jet nodded. "Yes, just as expected. It vanished once the night fell, though." Sonny raised an eyebrow. "Did Etha chase it away?" Jet remained silent for a while, then sighed again. It was not so much that it was scared away by Etha as that it chose to leave once the stars, and the map hidden in them, revealed themselves once again. We, Old Tom and the Dutchman, are not the only candidates left in the race, after all. So, I think it simply decided not to waste time, especially considering that the night garden had already sustained some damage by then. She paused. Letter 1D42B, A ring, letter 1033D, or letter 1D51F, yet letter 1E61. In truth, I managed to vanquish a few ships, but the ones destroyed by Etha and your cannons are not really gone. They were simply dispelled, so they'll return after a while. So the damage we dealt to the Ghost Fleet was negligible." Jet gave him a dark look. "If I am correct, then the ghost sailors are merely emanations of the ship, lost souls bound to their sinister vessels and imprisoned by them forever. Every time the sailors are destroyed, they return into the holds and then get summoned to man the ships again later, in a never-ending cycle." She exhaled slowly. Well, unless someone like me ends it. The ships themselves are merely emanations of the Dutchman, though when they are destroyed, the wells of souls contained within them are drawn back into its great hold, in turn, so the ghost armada can never really be vanquished unless the Dutchman itself is destroyed. It's like one big cursed nesting doll. That is what I concluded after sinking a few of those creepy ships, at least. Jet sighed and looked at the stars. The only thing I am not clear on is the captain of the Dutchman. Is he just another prisoner of that cursed ship, or are the ship and its curse manifestations of his power? I do not know, Sonny smiled faintly. I have no idea either. Jet remained silent for a while. The Dutchman and its ghost fleet remind me of something, though. I've met a similar being before, I think, Sonny chuckled. Well, of course you have. I am right here. Indeed, what Jet described was eerily similar to Sonny's own Shadow Legion. His shadows shared a kind of kinship with wraiths, and they too could never truly be destroyed, only vanquished for a while, banished back to the dark expanse of his soul, where they were mended and repaired by its tenebrous flames. Unless someone like Jet got involved, that was. She shook her head slowly. No, I don't mean you. After considering something for a second or two, she added, a while back I killed a great devil, the heart of Kanak. It commanded a swarm of imprisoned souls as well. Sonny blinked a few times, thinking about the implications. Eventually, he shrugged. Well, we will inevitably learn more about the Dutchman soon, whether we want to or not. The night garden was resting now, drifting among the waves, but it would continue the journey to the Eternal City soon. Whatever dangers they had faced along the way would most likely pale in comparison to what was waiting for them there. He hesitated for a few moments, then asked, So, what are we going to do? Chase after old Tom and the Dutchman in hopes of getting to the Eternal City first? Jet shook her head slowly. The night garden is damaged, and you don't look too good either. It is better to wait a couple of days and arrive at the party in top form. There's no telling what will meet us at the end of the road, after all, but there's definitely going to be a slaughterhouse just shy of it. So, we should give the other contenders a chance to properly greet each other before joining the fun. Sonny smiled lazily. Fun, you say? Aren't you afraid that they will get to the prize before us? Jet chuckled and shook her head. Not at all. He gave her a surprised look. What? Why? Standing up, she looked at him with pity and shook her head. I mean, the road to the Eternal City is already that bad. Whatever is hidden there is bound to be 10 times worse, though. And that's not something even the likes of old Tom or the Dutchman can deal with in a day or two. Laughing quietly, Jet nodded at Saint and walked away. Left alone, Sonny turned to the stars and spent some time enjoying the quiet rustle of the leaves in peace. After a while, he murmured, That makes me wonder. Maybe I need to get myself a garden, too. Chapter 26:15. No regrets. Several days later, the night garden had largely repaired itself. There were still marks left on the weathered surface of its hull, but they did not affect its overall durability. Sonny was feeling better as well, and the soldiers had received a much-needed reprieve from the draining intensity of the perilous voyage. Guided by the stars, the living ship resumed its journey. Sonny and Jet had both turned somber and taciturn, knowing that the Eternal City and the unknown dangers waiting for them there were drawing close now. Jet had entrusted the helm of the night garden to Etha and walked to the bow of the Titanic ship, looking at the distant horizon with a contemplative expression. Starlight infused the darkness with a pale silver radiance, and the cold breeze was blowing from the west, ruffling her raven-black hair. Her icy blue eyes seemed to glow with a chilling shine in the dark expanse of the quiet night. After a while, a black crow landed on her shoulder, waited for a few moments, and then pecked her on the cheek as if to see if she was alive. Jet pushed the echo off with an irritated scowl. This again? In your dreams, idiot. Pushed off her shoulder, Crow scrambled to take flight and flew up to land on a piece of the ship's rigging a few meters away. There it opened its wings and stared at her with righteous indignation. Corpse, corpse. It jumped up and down a couple of times as if wanting to express a complaint. Food, food. Jet gave it an unamused glance. Not this corpse. Then, looking at it darkly, she added in a husky voice, bird, soup. Crow stared at her silently for a few moments, then folded its wings and took a few hurried hops away, just to be safe. A pale smile appeared on Jet's lips. Not long after that, Sunny emerged from her shadow and leaned on the railing, giving Crow a curious glance. I've always meant to ask. That echo of yours, it's unusually animated, isn't it? Jet remained silent for a bit, then turned to him and shrugged. I guess. She called Crow over and ruffled its feathers. It was a gift from the old man, so Crow is a bit special. Sunny raised an eyebrow. The old man, wake of ruin. Jet nodded absent-mindedly, then glanced at him with a wry smile. Why, is that so surprising? Sunny scratched the back of his head, not sure how to answer. Wake of Ruin was a cantankerous old man, and his personality left a lot to be desired. It was hard to imagine him giving gifts to his subordinates, even if there seemed to be a complicated relationship between him and Jet. Letter 213 umlaut eng or beta e circumflex s. No, it's just. He doesn't strike me as a generous man. Jet grinned. You're an astute judge of character, Sunny. Sunny remained silent for a while, remembering the bits and pieces of what he knew about Jet's past. The kind of advice she gave him in his youth spoke volumes about what her own experiences had been, but Jet never mentioned the details directly. Eventually, he asked with a hint of caution in her voice, Your work for the government, it has not always been entirely voluntary, has it? Jet lingered for a few moments, then offered him a non-committal shrug. Well, as far as relationships go, that one used to be a bit toxic at times. She sighed and glanced at the dark expanse of undulating water in front of them. But you are wrong if you think that it was not voluntary. It is true that after discovering my flaw, they put a leash around my neck and exploited me. But I chose to be exploited myself. I needed to kill in order to survive, and I knew that the government would provide me with plenty of prey. So I was using them as well. It was a mutual relationship, no matter how toxic. Jet fell silent for a bit and then shuddered faintly. Gods know it was way better than what would have happened to me in a legacy clan. That I don't even want to think about. Sunny raised an eyebrow. What about going independent? Jet glanced at him with a faint smile. You must have always been strong, Lord of Shadows. Most awakened can't survive in the dream realm alone. I certainly couldn't, especially considering the demands of my flaw. I haven't always been the Soul Reaper after all. I was quite weak and unremarkable out there in the beginning. She looked away and let out a sigh. But even if I could have, I am glad that I didn't. Left to my own devices, I would have rapidly gone feral. And then I would have truly become a walking corpse, slowly rotting away while not caring about anything except satisfying my base desires until there was nothing left of me except for an unfeeling, murderous husk. Jet shook her head. People like us tend to value independence, Sonny, but there has to be something in our lives larger than us. It is fine to live an unremarkable life, but it all falls apart when power is added to the equation. We did not choose to wield power, but it was thrust upon us nonetheless, not that we would have refused it if we could. No one who had tasted true weakness would ever refuse power after all. She turned and looked at him, her usual laid-back smile long gone. But power corrupts, Sonny. Its corruption is no less insidious than the corruption of the void. So one needs something greater than themselves to stave it off, just like Neff and her domain stave off corruption from the millions of mundane humans living in the dream realm. It can be principles, conviction, duty, devotion, or faith. Anything that keeps you going even when all you want to do is fall down, and reminds you where you were heading in the first place. Jet studied him somberly, then suddenly gave him an easy smile and looked away. Personally, I sort of stumbled on what keeps me going by accident. I joined the government out of necessity, developed a misguided sense of professional pride, and only then found meaning in what I do. So, despite all the ugly things that happened along the way, I consider myself lucky. Oh, and it wasn't all bad. There were nice moments, too. Really, if you think about it, I am nothing short of blessed. Sonny remained silent for a long while, looking at her with a subdued expression. Then, inhaling deeply, he asked, "So no regrets?" Jet chuckled. "Life is too short for regret. Plus, look at me." She smiled faintly. Wielding fearsome power, ruling a gorgeous city, enjoying the respect and adoration of many people, and living in a fancy palace with a private garden. Who would have thought that a dull, timid girl from the outskirts whom no one cared about would end up that way? For a dead woman, I did pretty well for myself. Don't you think? Sonny smiled. Yes, pretty well, I'd say. He lingered for a bit, the smile slowly draining from his face. So let me ask you a question. Jet gave him a curious look. Sure, go ahead. Sonny considered his words for a while. He wanted to ask Jet the same thing he had asked Effie and Kai, whether she would discard personal freedom in pursuit of something that demanded complete submission, whether she would surrender herself completely to something that left her no choice but utter devotion. But now he realized that there was no point in answering, because Jet had already answered. Her answer remained the same as it had been all those years ago, remaining as firm as her quiet, unassuming determination. Sonny sighed. Well, that place where you are heading to, what does it look like? Jet laughed. Oh, that old thing. She paused for a few moments. Why, it's a world where people can live in peace and prosperity. A world where everyone is afforded the dignity they deserve and doesn't have to suffer bloodshed and strife. A gentle world, a place where kindness trumps cruelty. Saying that, Jet looked away and smiled wistfully. Funnily enough, it is also a place where someone like me can never exist. Isn't that ironic? There is no space for me in the world I am building. So in a way, that makes me the architect of my own destruction. Sonny remained silent, not knowing how to answer. Perhaps there was no need to answer to begin with. They stayed quiet side by side as the night garden sailed across the waves, drawing closer and closer to the mysterious places the path to which was written in the stars, where untold horrors and terrifying creatures were waiting for them, ready to tear them apart. The stars shone softly, illuminating their thorny path. Chapter 26:16. Finish line carried by invisible winds. The night garden could reach truly astonishing speed. Still, it took the living ship 2 more days to reach the area pointed out by the stars, a measure of time largely meaningless in the storm sea, where the movement of celestial bodies was strange and unpredictable, but was still used by humans both out of habit and out of necessity. Most of that time had been spent battling a calamitous storm, but at the end of the second day, the winds died down, and the unbridled fury of the storm sea was replaced by an eerie calm. Instead of the blinding radiance of cascading bolts of lightning and an unceasing torrent of rain, wisps of fog drifted above the endless expanse of rolling waves. The stars revealed themselves from behind the cloud just long enough to give the saints of night an opportunity to confirm that the night garden had reached its destination, and were then swiftly swallowed by a veil of mist. The world brightened, leaving the cold embrace of darkness in favor of the pale ambivalence of twilight. Not needing the star map anymore, Sonny deactivated the enchantment that had revealed it to the world. The night garden might not have been the first to reach the destination, but that way, it would be the last. The living ship slowed down, drifting cautiously through the mist. Nobody knew what to expect from this place, so both the soldiers and their commanders were tense, staring into the gray vastness of the misty sea with apprehension. Sounds traveled far in the fog, so the measured murmur of waves splashing against the hull of the night garden could be heard even from the great height of its deck. Well, this has gone better than I expected. Jet and Sunny were at the observation deck at the bow of the Titanic ship. No different from the soldiers, they stared into the mist, trying to determine what was awaiting them ahead. The Eternal City was supposed to be here, somewhere. But the map was not exactly rich with detail about what it looked like and what obstacles approaching it posed. Of course, they were not merely looking. Sunny had cast his shadow sense far and wide, enveloping a vast swath of the storm sea in a net of his perception. Jet, meanwhile, had sent Crow to scout ahead and report its findings to her. Feeling a little disturbed by what he sensed, Sunny raised an eyebrow. Better than expected. How do you mean? She shrugged with an easy smile. I mean that we reached the destination without suffering catastrophic damage or grievous casualties. The worst that has happened is being beset by a dozen or so of chillingly powerful abominations and an unimaginable horror or two. Smooth sailing, really. Sunny gave her a dubious look, then said in a slightly offended tone, "You had really low expectations for the feasibility of this expedition, it seems." Jet grinned. Having low expectations is the secret of living life free of disappointment after all. She lingered for a few moments, then inhaled deeply and furrowed her brow. What is that smell? The water was far below them, but underestimating the senses of a saint was never a good idea. Sunny still gave Jet a surprised look. You can smell it, he looked down somberly. It's blood. Jet could not see it because of the mist, but actually, this entire area of the storm sea had turned a vivid shade of red, having been contaminated by an unimaginable amount of blood. Sunny could not discern its color either, but he could sense other things. The night garden drifted forward, sailing on a sea of blood. It wasn't simply moving through the red waves, though the hull of the living ship was absorbing the blood, subtly clearing the water around it. From time to time, a mangled chunk of flesh would brush against its bow and be consumed as well. It was quite an eerie scene, to say the least. Sunny sighed. This whole area is drowned in blood and littered with torn corpses. Pieces of torn corpses, at least. I think your decision to arrive late was wise. It seems like a terrible battle concluded here just recently. The nightmare creatures who were still in the race must have clashed for the chance to reach the Eternal City. Letter 1E59, Letter 1F00, Letter 1D40D, Letter 1ED3, Letter FF42, E circumflex, Letter 1D668. There was Old Tom and the Dutchman. But there must have been countless more abominations whom the night garden had never encountered. The storm sea was vast, after all, and not every contender had been following the stars from its eastern reaches. The weaker of the terrifying fiends would have perished on the way, but the strongest and truly terrifying ones would have all made it here. And then they would have eradicated each other, with the most terrible one emerging as victor. Sunny hummed. Maybe we should find mysterious star maps more often. Then the nightmare creatures would do us a favor and all kill each other. It wasn't half bad to have some of the greatest threats in the storm sea reduce their own population so thoroughly. That said, the being who had slaughtered all these ancient horrors and came out on top was still out here, somewhere, already approaching the Eternal City. Sunny would have to face it there, so his satisfaction was overshadowed by dark anticipation. As if to illustrate his description, a dark form suddenly revealed itself from the mist. It was as wide as a small island, protruding a few hundred meters above the waves, so it seemed small and insignificant in front of the towering wall of the night garden's hull. It was a chunk of flesh torn from the body of some enormous monstrosity. As the living ship drew closer, it dwarfed the grotesque island of mangled flesh even more, then effortlessly pushed it aside. Sunny sighed. All this meat, going to waste. Jet gave him a strange look, then rolled her eyes. Nothing is stopping you from diving down to salvage it, you know. Sunny shivered. No thanks, why would I? I don't even need to eat, actually. She looked away with a faint smile. For a while there was nothing but silence between them. Tendrils of mist moved slowly across the deck of the night garden, and myriad lanterns illuminating it shone like islands of warm light in the cold expanse of twilight vastness. Some time later, Sunny frowned. Noticing his somber expression, Jet raised her scythe a little. "What is it?" He lingered for a few moments, then grimaced. "Nothing. That's the thing, I sense nothing. There is no sign of the Eternal City anywhere around us, for at least 100 kilometers in every direction. There were no signs of anything that could lead them to it either, like a stele with runes carved into it or ancient gates that opened a portal to some unknown location. Considering that the Eternal City could not be reached by usual means, Sunny would not be surprised to encounter something like that. But there was nothing except for the vast expanse of the bloody sea, the mist, and the morbid remnants of the terrible battle that had happened here. Not long after, Crow returned from its patrol and landed on Jet's shoulder, cawing loudly. "Crow, back!" She winced and tilted her head, moving her ear away from the small bird's black beak. "Yes, yes. Good job." "Did you find something in the mist, yes or no?" Crow stared at her for a few moments, then fluttered its wings proudly. "No, no." Jet let out an exasperated sigh. After remaining silent for a short while, she asked in an uncertain tone, "That map wouldn't have led us to nothing at all, would it?" Sunny shook his head. "Definitely not. Everything Weaver did had a reason. Plus, whoever won the battle is nowhere to be seen. They would have hung around if there had been no path to the Eternal City here, searching. The fact that they are not here suggests that there is a path after all, I think." Jet sighed. "Well, let's continue exploring." The night garden continued to drift through the fog, but even after several hours, Sunny could not sense anything in the vast area around them. In situations like this one, it was usually best not to hurry. They could slowly explore this region of the Stormsea in search of clues, spending days or even weeks to accomplish the task. However, Sunny was pressed for time. Time was not standing still in the rest of the world after all, and things that demanded his attention were slowly accumulating. Plus, they had competition. The monster who had triumphed in the frightening battle was already ahead of them in the race, nearing the finish line or already there, so Sunny could not wait that long. Luckily or unfortunately, he had a way to save them quite a bit of time. Grimacing, Sunny summoned Weaver's mask and said as it settled on his face, "Oh, I am looking forward to this so much." Chapter 26:17. Black skies. The last time Sunny had used Where Is My Eye? Enchantment of Weaver's mask, his own eyes were burned, rendering him blind. In fact, his vision recovered fully only just recently, so, naturally, he did not want to lose it again on the eve of a perilous battle. However, there was a learning curve to everything. The fact that he had been seriously harmed the first time around did not mean that he would suffer just as badly now. Back then, Sunny had not known what touching the strings of fate implied, so he treated them carelessly. He believed that things would be different now. If he held himself back, the damage he sustained would probably be significantly reduced. Granted, he would learn much less as a result, as well, catching perhaps only a glimpse or two. And even if his expectation was proven wrong, he would still be able to fight quite well by relying on shadow sense. The danger of witnessing something he was not supposed to see still remained, though. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. With a sigh, Sunny gave Jet a poignant stare. Would he end up on the floor again? No, but seriously, what is it with Jet and slapping me back to my senses? That was how their relationship started, and even all these years later, things were still the same. Knowing that there was no point in stalling, Sunny activated Where Is My Eye? Once again, the inconceivable vastness of the torn tapestry of fate revealed itself to him, and once again he was completely overwhelmed by it. This time, however, his experience helped him shut most of it out faster. Following the steps he had taken before, Sunny limited the scope of his perception to only one tiny fraction of the unfathomable infinity of endless threads, concentrating only on those of them that had to do with this area of the storm sea. He had an easier time searching for a thread having to do with the Eternal City, because he knew that the night garden was connected to it, had been built there. Even so, the string of fate he was searching for would pass through the living ship as well. It did not take him long to discover a worthy candidate. Not too far from him, a peculiar thread extended from the sky into the sea, piercing the deck of the night garden. There was an odd duality to it, with the upper reaches of it being woven out of silver starlight, while the lower were woven out of impenetrable darkness. Reaching for the unusual string of fate, Sonny brushed his fingers against it. This time he was careful to only touch for a brief moment and instantly pull away. That way, he hoped, the truth revealed to him would be modest in scope, and therefore his eyes and his mind would be spared most of the damage. His hope turned out not to be unfounded, but before Sonny confirmed it, he was assaulted by an astonishing vision. What the hell is this? He was horrified for a moment, because what met him was a boundless, dark void. However, thankfully enough, it was not the void. It was merely a void, an infinite, silent, empty expanse of vacuous darkness where nothing existed, no life, no warmth, not even air. Only lethal rays of cosmic radiation and invisible blossoms of gravity fields. Letter 16B1A circumflex O symbol 34D letter 1D41B E grave letter 1D61A, and in that darkness, innumerable stars burned with radiant silver light. Sonny was stunned. Holy hell, I'm in space. Indeed, this was the great vacuum of space. But at that moment he realized something else as well, that this was also the black skies, the true realm of the goddess of night. And there, among the stars, a radiant city with tall silver spires bathed in the starlight. Sonny pulled his hand away, and the vision of the eternal city vanished from his straining mind. What the? So it's in space. Sonny remained motionless for what felt like an eternity, but only lasted a brief moment. No, that did not make sense. As much as everything never made sense in the dream realm. Nightwalker had managed to board the night garden and sail away from the eternal city, and at the moment the night garden could not fly, let alone travel between stars. Sonny hesitated for a while, then tentatively touched the string of fate once more. He saw the eternal city once again. Only this time it was in a state of chaos. It was under attack. A vast presence moved in the darkness beyond the city. Its shape were impossible to discern. Since it was indistinguishable from the darkness of space, perhaps it was the darkness itself, and the only way to perceive its existence was by watching the vast swathes of stars be obscured by its passing. The presence was horrifying, unfathomable, and full of cold, indifferent, obliterating intent. Wherever her pale gaze fell, the immortal denizens of the eternal city were unmade. The silver spires melted and fell, and the very fabric of the celestial abode was consumed by entropy. But then the city rose from the dust. Its fabric was mended, the spires coalesced from incandescent pools of liquid matter, and the living beings were restored to their pristine youthfulness, only to be destroyed again. 1,000,000 cycles of death and restoration passed in the blink of an eye. It was an eternity of devastation. The immortals screamed in terror as they died and wept in horror as they were mercilessly brought back to life. Moments flowed into seconds, and seconds flowed into minutes. Minutes turned into hours, and hours turned into days. Days. Sonny pulled his hand away and staggered, horrified. What did I just see? Trembling, he imagined the dreadful scene once more. Slowly, hesitantly, he realized what he had witnessed. It was a battle. It had been a battle between Storm God and the demon of repose. Then there was only one thing he needed to learn. Drawing in a shaky breath, Sonny extended his hand toward the string of fate once more. He saw how the eternal city fell. Chapter 26:18. Fallen City. Sonny dismissed Weave's mask and stared into the mist with a hollow look on his face. Jet, who was standing nearby with a raised hand, lowered it slowly. Huh, your eyes are not cooked. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, then turned to her, the golden glow slowly disappearing from the deep darkness of his dilated pupils. Eventually, he grimaced. Still hurts like hell, though. His eyes had not turned into embers this time, but the last image he had seen did end up burned into them, so his vision was a bit blurry. It was going to pass swiftly, though, so he did not mind that much. Jet studied him, then asked in a neutral tone, "Well, did you divine any clues?" Sunny could not understand what she meant, then realized that she considered his mysterious ability a shape of divination, which it was in a sense. He nodded slowly. Yes, it fell into the sea. Jet blinked a few times. What fell into the sea? Sunny just stared at her. The eternal city, it fell into the sea. Turning around, he raised a hand and pointed at the sky. Well, he pointed into the mist, but his intention was to point at the sky. It entered the atmosphere, burning like a falling sun, glided majestically down to the horizon, and hit the water like an enormous asteroid. That thing was the size of NQSC too, so the explosion its impact caused. Well, I guess it was in the same weight category as when Nephis detonated 6 of her cores in Godgrave. Catastrophic on a global scale. That latter happened below ground, however, while the former had happened in the middle of a damn sea. He inhaled deeply. Needless to say, the entire city was vaporized, but the demon of repose did not care, I guess, because it still restored itself to flawless condition, complete with all the immortals populating it, and then it drowned. Sunny glanced down at the wooden deck beneath them. So the map is pointing to the right spot. It's just that it doesn't have a vertical axis. We are in the right place, but way above our destination. Jet scratched the tip of his nose. How did Nightwalker manage to sail away on the Night Garden then? Sunny smiled darkly. Have no idea. Why are you asking me? Go ask Nightwalker. He remained silent for a while, then sighed. Maybe the Night Garden was at the bottom of the sea as well. Actually, it is good news for us. Jet raised an eyebrow. It is, Sunny nodded. It is a fact that the Eternal City is at the bottom of the storm sea, and it is also a fact that Nightwalker used the Night Garden to escape the Eternal City and sail to the safer waters near the coast, which proves my theory that this ship is not just a ship. It can also be a submarine. Arsadilla a circumflex small capen letter 1D40 ya execute. He lingered for a moment, and then smiled in bewilderment. It can also be a spaceship, actually. We're on a spaceship, Jet. She gave him a suspicious look. That's cool, however, don't think I don't know why you're saying that. Sunny glanced at her with an oblivious look. Huh, whatever do you mean? She smiled dangerously. You said it to distract me from the fact that you want to sink my ship, didn't you? You want to try submerging the Night Garden and diving to the bottom of the sea. Sunny let out a chuckle as if amazed by the preposterous nature of that remark. Then he added in a small tone, yes. Jet let out a long sigh. I'll give you that we can probably submerge the Night Garden by flooding the freshwater reservoir. However, your theory about the Aegis holding the water at bay is questionable at best, and completely unfounded at worst. And since we can hardly test it without causing severe damage to the surface infrastructure of the city, it's a no. Sunny, who was secretly reeling from catching a small glimpse of the harrowing battle between a god and a demon, smiled weakly. Who says that we can't test it? He commanded the shadows to rise, manifesting them into a miniature model of the Night Garden. Then he built a translucent dome above its deck, and another one a little smaller and completely black below it. I don't think I ever tried manifesting shadows on that scale, but I am certain that I can cover all of the Night Garden with an airtight dome. We will submerge the ship until its masts are underwater and see if the Aegis prevents the water from reaching that dome. If it does, we can descend further. If it doesn't, we simply surface again, send the Night Garden back to the coast, and venture to the bottom of the storm sea by our lonesome. You and I, Jet, still had a dubious expression on her face. Why are you so keen on taking the night garden to the eternal city? Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then sighed. Because the dream spawn is on the moon. Jet raised an eyebrow. So WH. Oh, she fell silent for a moment, then gave him a calculating look. You're hoping that if we restore the night garden to its former glory, we will be able to attack that man before he attacks us. Sunny lingered for a while. It is one of the reasons, yes. I might not seem like it, but I am actually quite nervous about that guy. Don't get me wrong, I am not worried that he'll be able to defeat me and Nephi's. However, I am almost entirely certain that if he brings the fight to either the waking world or the dream realm, there will be a lot of collateral damage. A lot of it, if we take the fight to him, though. There are no civilians on the moon. Jet studied him for a bit. Eventually, she grimaced and glanced away. We can try flooding the reservoir. However, we will only continue the descent after making sure that the citizens of the night garden are completely safe, and that we can summon Neph's dream gate underwater to retreat at the first sign of overwhelming danger. Sunny simply gave her a nod. Naturally. Then glancing into the mist, he hesitated for a few seconds and asked, "What's on the bottom of the storm sea anyway?" Jet turned back and started walking away, a troubled expression on her face. Her answer did not make him any less apprehensive. Nobody knows, because nobody has ever reached the bottom of the storm sea. If we do, we will be the first humans to learn. Chapter 26:19. Immersion. The night garden slowly sank into a sea of blood. The deck had been cleared by then, with all the soldiers joining the civilians in the city below. The runic hall was cleared of all non-essential personnel, with only the Saints of Night keeping Jet and Sunny company. The enchanted circle shimmered faintly as Jet deepened her connection to the living ship, drawing more and more water into the vast reservoir at the lowest layer of its vertical structure. The trees growing in the parks and groves on the main deck of the night garden swayed, and the water in the lakes rippled. Far below, the waves foamed as the titanic ship slowly began to submerge. Sunny observed the process from the great height of the runic hall for a while, then closed his eyes and took a deep breath. As the ship submerged, the deep shadows populating its main deck stirred, growing deeper and darker. Then they started to flow upward all across its outer perimeter, climbing higher and higher into the air. Jet and the Saints of Night observed the process with guarded expressions, their eyes widening slightly. It was an incredible sight indeed. The night garden was more than a dozen kilometers in length, and at the moment, darkness rose all across its vast expanse like streams of ink flowing up the surface of an invisible glass dome. Sunny frowned, concentrating. Soon enough, the streams of darkness fused and climbed higher than the roof of the towering pagoda where the runic hall, the bridge of the night garden, was located. The dome of shadows closed, obscuring the twilight of the outside world. It was as if the living ship was hidden in a great cavern, the warm glow of its lanterns illuminating the echoing darkness. The shadows hardened, turning into black obsidian. I wonder. Sunny found himself wondering if maybe the shadow realm itself had been created in a similar fashion, only on a much, much greater scale. Jet let out a quiet sigh. Damn, no matter how many times I witness a sovereign unleashing their power, it never gets any less humbling. Sunny looked at her, suddenly curious about what Jet's own supreme power would be. He remained silent for a few moments, then turned away. We are not called demigods without a reason. Attaining supremacy means crossing the threshold between what is mundane and what is divine. So while we are not deities yet, we have a foot in the door. He lingered a little before adding in a more grim tone, "It is the next step that is truly vexing, because to take it, one has to discard what little mundane and therefore human is left of them." As his words echoed in the darkness, the night garden continued to sink. Soon enough, half of its immense mass was already underwater, and the main deck grew much closer to the surface of the sea. Jet glanced at the Saints of Night. then addressed Neve in a calm tone. "Neve, please check how things are going below deck." The citizens of the night garden knew what was happening. Some had been apprehensive, but most seemed excited about the thrilling new development. Diving into a bottomless ocean full of eldritch abominations. Wasn't that an exciting change of scenery? Perhaps spending time on the indestructible living ship had made them feel too safe. But the denizens of the wandering city were quite a carefree bunch as far as Sunny was concerned. They rarely showed the level of fear and anxiety one would expect from people living in the perilous waters of the storm sea. But then again, Sunny could somewhat understand the strangeness of their mentality. After all, most humans were tied to their homes, and therefore to their cities if danger arrived. They ultimately had no choice but to face it or succumb to it, since escaping was usually not an option. What would a citizen of NQSC do if some unholy abomination descended upon the city? Escaping into the wilderness was hardly an option, since it would mean dying of starvation, contaminated water, poisonous air, or simply the elements. Similarly, nothing but death awaited those who would want to flee Bastion or Ravenheart. But what if their city itself could come around and flee from danger, taking them with it? That, Sunny thought, was a fundamentally less stressful way of life. So he mentally patted himself on the shoulder for procuring himself a wonderful moving castle. Good job. Come to think of it, once Sunny became sacred, Mimic would probably be able to come into something of a similar size to Night Garden. And while it did not possess many of the wondrous abilities that the living ship did, it had its own marvelous qualities. I should feed it well. In any case, many of the passengers of the Night Garden gathered in the sorceress observation halls below the deck to watch the ship submerge instead of hiding in their homes and praying to the dead gods. They could not see what was happening on the main deck, and the mist obscured most of the world, but still. Once the surface of the sea drew close, they saw red waves breaking against the weathered hull of the living ship. And then, they were below the water. Moment of truth. The Night Garden finally submerged enough for the waves to wash over its main deck. Of course, the Dome of Shadows was protecting it at the moment, but depending on how the situation developed, Sunny would either ride the Night Garden comfortably into the depths or would be forced to dive into the abyssal darkness himself, protected by nothing except the onyx serpent shell. It's a pity I didn't kill Old Tom. Summoning its shade would have been quite useful, considering the circumstances. While Sunny shivered at the memory of the gargantuan horror of the depths, the Night Garden fell deeper into the water. Finally, the waves closed above the Shadow Dome, and the tip of the main mast disappeared below the surface of the sea. For a while, tense silence reigned in the runic hall. Eventually, Jet asked in a hushed tone, "Well," Sunny smiled. "Bone dry." The Shadow Dome had been built to be just a little bit smaller than the invisible aegis protecting the main deck of the Night Garden. So if that mysterious barrier was not capable of holding water at bay, the water would have washed over the manifested shadows. However, not even a single drop touched the surface of the dome, which meant that Sunny had been right. The aegis was indeed capable of allowing the Night Garden to dive into the sea. Jet let out a quiet sigh. She remained silent for a while, and then said in a neutral tone, "I guess that means that we are diving into the abyss." Chapter 26, 20C Quest. The Night Garden continued to descend into the cold waters of the storm sea. Sunny had allowed the Dome of Shadows to collapse into a torrent of flowing darkness and vanish, thus allowing Jet and the Saints of Night to see what was happening around the Titanic ship. It was a wondrous sight. There did not seem to be anything standing in the way of water, and yet it failed to wash over the decks of the Night Garden, as if pushed away by an invisible barrier. Strangely enough, that made Sunny feel like he was a colossal aquarium. Of course, an aquarium was supposed to keep aquatic shapes of life alive on dry land, not the other way around. What is the opposite of an aquarium, though? A terrarium. It was probably a terrarium. His odd thoughts were interrupted by Jet, who glanced around with a wary expression on her face and said, "We will proceed slowly. Be ready to summon that dome back if the Aegis begins leaking." Their initial success did not guarantee safety. After all, there could be a limit to what the invisible barrier isolating the surface decks of the night garden from hostile environments could do. Beyond that, they did not only have water to worry about, there was also pressure, oxygen, and a dozen other things that had to be accounted for in order to ensure the safety of all passengers. Personally, Sunny was sure that the demon of repose would have built and enchanted her ship properly, but he was all for taking all the necessary precautions. After all, demons were different from people. Who knew if they had even needed to breathe or cared about not the weight of an entire ocean resting on their shoulders? So, there was no harm in keeping a close eye on things. Soon, Etha and Bloodwave departed to perform various checks, leaving Sunny and Jet alone on the bridge. They watched the water flow upward past the night garden in silence, both secretly haunted by the memories of the tomb of Ariel. The sea around them was red, but the deeper the night garden descended, the paler its morbid hue became. Less and less light could penetrate the great mass of water as well, so their surroundings were growing dimmer. The grotesque remains of slain nightmare creatures drifted past them from time to time, sinking at their own speed. After a while, the living ship was surrounded by utter darkness, shining with myriad lights in its embrace. The lanterns illuminating the night garden were the only source of light in the cold abyss, so, surrounded by their vibrant glow, it fell into the dark depths like a radiant nebula. The only sounds in the dead silence of the deep sea were the quiet rustle of leaves and the soft whispers of wind that blew between the masts of the Titanic ship. Jet sighed lightly. At least there's wind. That is a good sign. The presence of wind indicated that the night garden was producing its own oxygen, probably absorbing it from the surrounding water. The carbon dioxide generated by millions of people breathing in its depths was probably being absorbed by the trees growing on the main deck, which didn't really make sense, considering that there was no sun here. However, the living ship was known to have a mystical effect on all flora growing aboard it, so Sunny would not be surprised to learn that the groves on the surface decks of the night garden could thrive even in these conditions. He himself had a tree that thrived in the darkness of the forgotten shore, after all, out there in the courtyard of the nameless temple. In any case, checking to see if the air was not growing stale was one of the tasks Etha and Bloodwave were going to perform. Neve, meanwhile, was busy monitoring the situation on the lower decks and in the cavernous holds of the living ship, where the passengers were hidden. Everything seemed to be going fine, at least for now. So, Sunny allowed himself to relax, but only a little. Both he and Jet were still tense, keeping themselves in a state of battle readiness. After all, they did not know what problems the night garden could experience while descending into the dark depths of the storm sea, after decades of only sailing on its surface. On top of that, there were external threats they could encounter, as well. And the nature of their environment dictated an entirely different approach to battle, one that was inherently disadvantageous for land predators like them. Even if the descent proceeded without any accidents, though, what awaited them in the abyssal depths was the Eternal City, all the horrors populating it, and the unknown calamity that had slaughtered all the other nightmare creatures in the waters above them. How exciting! Time passed slowly, but even after a long while, nothing seemed to happen. The darkness of the surrounding waters had grown even more absolute. Then it grew eerie and frightening. Jet glanced around with a total lack of amusement on her pale face and leaned on her scythe, seemingly seeking comfort in the cold steel of its ghostly blade. "Ah, I don't like this at all." Sunny, however, was not inclined to agree. "I am quite happy, though." She looked at him and raised an eyebrow. He nodded to the eerie darkness outside the shimmering sphere of light produced by the night garden. "I think we have more or less reached the depth where I gave up on pursuing old Tom. The pressure was giving trouble to Neve and Bloodwave back then, but do you feel anything now?" "No. The hull may be creaking a little, but it seems like the night garden is protecting its passengers from the weight of the sea, too." Jet smiled faintly. "That's true." Sunny lingered for a few seconds. "Have you been to the Chained Isles before the war?" Jet tilted her head a little. "Not really." "Why?" He shrugged. "It's just that diving this deep felt like experiencing the crushing all over again. Not the most pleasant experience. Of course, on the Chained Isles, enormous chains prevented islands from rising too high, so he had only ever suffered the most harmless extent of the crushing. Its full wrath was far more devastating, capable of obliterating even the most powerful abominations. The master of the Ivory Island wielded the crushing as a component now. If used as a weapon, it could decimate entire regions. If used as a shield, it could prevent even a god from reaching the heavenly island unscathed. Sunny wanted to comment on how the pressure of the abyssal depths was similar to that, but then fell silent abruptly. Out there, in the darkness beyond the light of the night garden, a colossal tentacle slowly drifted in the cold void, moving past the descending ship in the distance. It was oddly limp and still. Noticing his expression, Jet frowned. "What's the matter?" Sunny peered into the darkness for a while, silent. Eventually, he responded in a quiet tone. "I think it's old Tom. It seems to be dead." Chapter 26:21 Good old dead. Tom out there in the vast, cold abyss beyond the fleeting radiance of the night garden. A grotesque form drifted slowly on the powerful underwater currents. Its eerie shape was so vast and inconceivable that Sunny failed to fathom what he was looking at for the longest time. "Move forward slowly." The night garden was not pushed by the wind or by oars, relying on unknown magic to sail instead. So it did not matter whether it was gliding across the waves or moving beneath them, Jet could control its speed and direction all the same. She did as Sunny told, changing the angle of their descent. Before, the night garden had been simply plummeting down through the dark abyss, but now it pushed forward through the crushing mass of water. Jet drew a deep breath as her gaze grew distant. Sunny raised an eyebrow. "What?" She remained silent for a moment, then shook her head. "No, nothing. It just feels different when we move underwater. The night garden has to push through its mass after all. So there is a different relation between the effort I need to exert and the speed it can reach. There's a learning curve." Jet sighed. "It feels nice and liberating to glide across the sea, but here it's a bit of a chore, like running with weights tied to your ankles." Sunny gave her an odd look. "Did you often run with weights tied to your ankles?" Jet stared back. "You didn't." Sunny scratched the back of his head. "When I ran, it was usually from something trying to eat me. Why would I go around weighing myself down?" A corner of her mouth curved upward. "You make a good point." They fell silent as the night garden slowly drew closer to old Tom's remains. Sunny had to admit that he had misjudged the distance between them and the grotesque corpse. There was no curvature to the depths of the storm sea, so there was no horizon, and there were no landscape features to serve as reference points either. Only the boundless darkness. Old Tom turned out to be much larger than Sunny had thought after beholding it for the first time. "What does that thing look like?" By then, Jet could see one of the tentacles trailing behind the sinking corpse, but the main body of the horror of the depths was still hidden in the darkness. Sunny did not hurry with the answer, though, trying to understand what old Tom had been, rather, himself. It took him until the pain of his flaw became almost unbearable to finally make sense of the horrid visage. "It's an oyster, I guess." Sunny said that, but he was not sure that he was correct. There was indeed a hard shell akin to that of a bivalve mollusk somewhere in the terrible mess of formless flesh and tentacles that spilled from its open frame. The shell itself was the size of an island, covered by a forest of eerie black growths. Beneath them, however, it glistened with dull gold, as if cast entirely from precious metal. The gargantuan shell was dwarfed by the lifeless mass of flesh and colossal tentacles spilling out of its mouth, though. It was impossible to imagine that all that revolting flesh could have fit inside the vast confines of the golden shell. And there were other things drifting in the water beside it, as well things that must have escaped from within Old Tom after its violent death. There were titanic bones that must have belonged to abominable leviathans, empty shells of indestructible chitin that had once sheltered horrid monsters, rotten carcasses of countless ancient ships, mangled masses of rusted metal, vast shards of something that looked like diamond glass. Old Tom must have gorged itself on all kinds of things over the eons. All of it trailed behind the slowly sinking corpse like the tail of an horrid comet, dwarfing it in size. It was obvious that all these remains had been expelled from within the hideous shell, and yet Sonny could not quite understand how. Their volume was far greater than the gargantuan shell. Eventually, he narrowed his eyes. I think that good old Tom wielded dimensional powers. There must have been a pocket dimension hidden inside its shell, a dark and harrowing hell that nothing could escape after being swallowed by it. Only it was destroyed when Old Tom died, so now its body, as well as everything it had failed to digest over thousands of years, is spilling out. If Old Tom had been able to fold space, Sonny could better understand how its tentacles were so impossibly long as well. The night garden was close enough to the colossal shell, and the vile mass of formless flesh protruding from within it for Jet to catch a glimpse of the trail of debris left in its wake, too. She moved the ship to the side, deftly avoiding a gargantuan tentacle, and then asked in a somber tone, "What killed it, though?" Sonny studied the unimaginable mess of Old Tom's flesh for a while, and then said quietly, "Both halves of its shell are shattered, with jagged holes at the center." Judging by the positioning and the size of the holes as well as the pattern of cracks spreading from them. He fell silent for a moment and then added with a hint of unease in his voice, "Old Tom was killed in a single strike. Something unimaginably powerful pierced its shell through and destroyed its, whatever it was that had kept it alive." Jet shivered. What the hell could have killed that thing in one blow? Sonny did not answer immediately. Eventually, however, he was forced to. "I don't know." "I don't think I could have, though." They both remained quiet after that as the night garden slowly sailed past the corpse of the eerie horror of the depths and moved deeper into the abyssal darkness of the storm sea. Just as they were passing the terrible mass of flesh, Jet suddenly asked, "Do you know what I'm thinking about?" Sonny raised an eyebrow. "No." She hesitated for a moment, then smiled faintly. "I was thinking, if Old Tom is a sort of oyster, do you think there's a pearl somewhere inside its shell?" "What would that pearl be?" Sonny stared at her for a while, then shook his head energetically and looked away. "I don't know, and I am sure as hell not climbing inside to find out." Laughing quietly, Jet led the night garden deeper into the abyss. Her laughter, however, did not mask a somber wariness that she felt. Sonny was wary, as well. Chapter 26-22 gaze into the although Sonny did not want to admit it, Old Tom's death had disturbed him quite a bit. It was not only because of the fact how vast and terrifying the remains of the ancient horror of the depths looked, and it wasn't even because of the fact that it had been killed. What disturbed him the most was the manner of Old Tom's death. Sonny was not entirely sure that he could have killed the immense creature. What he was sure about, however, was that he would not have been able to finish it off in one blow. But it had been. Old Tom had been crushed like an annoying pest. Knowing that there was something out there capable of doing something like that made him feel uneasy. That creature, whatever it was ahead of them in the race toward the eternal city, so they would inevitably clash with it in the end. Sonny could not help but wonder if he could withstand a similar blow. The answer he came up with was not very reassuring. The night garden continued its descent. It plummeted into the dark depths, and then deeper, deeper, and deeper still. The water had long started to behave strangely, and so did the world itself. At times, it felt like the very space was starting to bend and crack, crushed by the terrible pressure exerted by the vast expanse of the storm sea. But mostly, everything around the living ship seemed terribly still. Sonny was not sure that even his supreme body would survive at this abyssal depth anymore. They did not encounter any nightmare creatures after sailing past the grotesque, enormous corpse of the old time, dead or alive. Perhaps even among the abominable horrors of the depths, very few dwelled in these unfathomable depths. Perhaps there was simply something special about the area where the eternal city had drowned, repelling the abominations. In any case, the descent of the night garden was eerily quiet. At some point, Sonny and Jet found themselves talking simply to hear the sound of human voices. He shared his knowledge of obscure facts about the dream realm, while she told stories and anecdotes about her days of serving as a government enforcer. Eventually, however, even their voices failed to keep the suffocating silence at bay. Hours passed, slowly flowing into days. It seemed impossible that any body of water could be this deep, and yet the night garden continued to descend at great speed with no sign of the seabed in sight. The soldiers and the civilians were safely hidden below deck, so the only ones who had to face the absolute silence of the black abyss were Sonny, Jet, and the Saints of Night. If not for the rustle of leaves and the glow of the lanterns illuminating the night garden, they would have probably long begun to struggle mentally because of the unnatural lack of anything out there around them in the darkness. It was easy to imagine people going mad from the mere, eerie absence of everything. Thankfully, they were too busy to lose their minds. Despite the draining monotony of the endless descent, Sonny and his companions had a lot to do. There were countless checks to be performed to ascertain the condition of the ship, as well as other measures to ensure that everything was going according to plan. Taught by the bitter experience of his previous two expeditions, Sonny was regularly testing the connection between himself and his other incarnations. He also kept sending mental messages to Cassie at set intervals to make sure that nothing interfered with their link. As the night garden descended into the unfathomable depths, Cassie's voice slowly began to sound distant in his mind. However, it never disappeared altogether. One of the most complicated tasks they had to perform was to make sure that Nephi's could still open her dream gate near the night garden despite the great mass of water separating her from it. Everything seemed to be fine in that regard. Two, even if coordinating the tests was growing progressively more difficult because Nephi's herself was in the middle of a dangerous expedition. The most persistent threat to Sonny so far was boredom. Leaning on one of the arches of the runic hall, he exhaled slowly and asked in a thoughtful tone, "What do you think will happen if Nephi's opens a dream gate between the storm sea and somewhere like the nightmare desert, then pools water in?" Etha was controlling the living ship at the moment, while Jet was sitting on the floor and leaning her back against a pillar. She gave him an amused look. "Wow, that's a great idea. Actually, that can be used as a weapon of mass destruction." "Well, mass irrigation at least." She fell silent for a few moments, then shrugged. "I guess she would quickly run out of essence despite being supreme, considering the great volume of water that would be passing through her gate. A new sea might still appear in the area she decides to flood, though." Sonny whistled, already imagining where he would put a new sea. Jet meanwhile sighed. "It has little practical use, however, because it would all be seawater." Otherwise, we might have been able to boost agriculture in several desolate regions of the dream realm by now. Etha, who had been silent until then, suddenly spoke, or she could pour it into a volcano. Both Jet and Sunny looked at him in surprise. What? Why? Etha coughed in embarrassment. Oh, it's just. The explosion would be quite spectacular. I read that was how the Minoan civilization had disappeared. Sunny blinked a few times. He did not know what the Minoan civilization was and why its supreme had decided to pour a sea into a volcano. But more importantly, you really think that Nephis needs new ways of producing spectacular explosions? Etha blushed. I did not think about that. He wanted to say something else, but at that moment Sunny's expression changed. Stop the ship. Slow it down quickly. Jet tensed, while Etha looked at him in surprise. Then the runic circle shimmered slightly, and the rate of the night garden's descent slowly started to decline. Torrents of water were expelled from the reservoir, and for a few brief moments the living ship was surrounded by small, fleeting flashes of light. Those were bubbles of air bursting from the obliterating pressure. Jet jumped to her feet. Did you sense something? Sunny remained silent for a while, then nodded. Yes, I think. I sensed the bottom of the sea. Indeed, his shadow sense had perceived something solid far below the night garden, a vast, never-ending plain of solid ground. In fact, it seemed that the storm sea did have a bottom after all, and they were about to reach it. Soon enough, the night garden came to a stop, hovering just a few hundred meters above the ground. Neve and Bloodwave had joined them at the bridge by then, and all of them stared down with stunned expressions. Eventually, it was Neve who spoke first. It's flat. Sunny nodded slowly, confirming that it indeed was. Below them, a perfectly flat surface stretched in all directions, with nothing at all rising above it even by a centimeter. There was no seaweed or coral, no dirt, no anything. Just an endless expanse of flawlessly smooth, glistening glass, or at least of something that looked like glass. It was as if they were somehow pulled into a video game where a level failed to render, or maybe had fallen through the map. The bottom of the storm sea looked like a placeholder excuse of proper geometry, a glaring error in the usual messiness of the natural world. Sunny looked closer and realized that the floor of the vast sea was not actually black. Instead, it was simply perfectly transparent, but this odd glass-like material stretched so far down that there was nothing beneath it except the lack of light. What is this? His voice was full of bewilderment. After a long stretch of silence, Etha answered in a calm tone, It's water. They all looked at him, failing to understand what he meant. Etha hesitated for a moment, then explained. Under extreme pressure, water changes from a liquid to a solid state, and the solid state of water is ice. Only it can't become ordinary ice here, since it can't expand to form its molecular structure due to the pressure. So it can only become a solid with a denser crystal lattice, a kind of crystal comparable to diamond in hardness. That is what we're looking at. He smiled faintly. So the storm sea doesn't really have a bottom. It's just that its waters turned solid under their own weight here. Sunny stared at Etha for a few moments, then looked back at the flawlessly flat plane of glass-like surface below them. Eventually, he shook his head. That's creepy. I can't help but feel like something is going to stare at us from below this endlessly vast, infinitely thick, perfectly transparent crystal seal. At that moment, Jet's hand firmly blocked his mouth. Looking at him with desperation, she whispered loudly, Sunny, please stop saying these things aloud. He stared at her for a moment, then nodded slowly. When Jet removed his hand, he smiled. Why, if the abyss gazes at us for too long, I might just gaze back. Then Sunny shrugged. Don't worry, though. I am completely sure that there's nothing there. Instead of answering, Jet simply groaned. Chapter 26-23. Light in the abyss. The night garden glided above the vast expanse of dark glass, pushing through the cold, crushing abyss of unfathomable depths. The light of its lanterns glistened in the smooth, black surface, and a faint reflection of the living ship traveled below it, as if the night garden was being pursued by its ghost. After the first hour or so, the novelty of the flawlessly flat plane of smooth glass had grown old. From time to time, eerie shapes appeared from the darkness and slowly drifted past the living ship. Those were the remains of beings and things that had sunk to the bottom of the storm sea throughout the eons, and were too durable to be destroyed even by its impossible pressure. There were gargantuan bones, broken frames of ancient ships, and unrecognizable ruins. At some point, the hands of a gargantuan statue revealed themselves from the lightless void, outstretched toward the distant surface. They were followed by an immense face, its features long erased by the passage of time, and the broken lines of a shattered crown. Sonny and his companions observed the titanic statue in silence. Eventually, he sighed and shook his head. What was it with the people of the dream realm and enormous statues? It's almost impossible to go anywhere here without stumbling on at least one or two. Or seven. Neve, who had returned to the bridge, shrugged. Maybe it's because many of those people were giants themselves. Jet, who had been resting by a pillar, opened her eyes and gave them a quiet look. It is simply because they could. They could afford to spend time and resources on creating majestic statues, so they did. They did not need a reason other than that because they had not been born in a dying world being consumed by an apocalyptic war like we were. Her calm words ushered in a somber silence, and soon the gargantuan statue disappeared into the darkness behind them. The night garden moved aimlessly, searching for the eternal city. Sonny had cast his shadow sense as far as he could, trying to find its ruins. Jet and the Saints of Night, meanwhile, were preparing for battle. "Where are you?" Sonny hated to admit it, but the long period of tense anticipation was starting to negatively affect his mental state. Entire days spent in a state of battle readiness, surrounded by utter darkness and suffocating silence, had tired him. The fact that nothing had happened was only making him more frustrated, and if he felt that way, then Jet and the Saints of Night were probably worse off. Well, maybe not Jet. After all, she had always seemed relaxed and comfortable in any environment, no matter the circumstances. Now, too, it looked like she was taking a nap without a care in the world. One of her eyes opened as soon as Sonny suddenly rose to his feet, though. Looking ahead, he remained silent for a moment and then smiled darkly. Found it. Out there, countless kilometers away, he felt a vast mass of shadows being cast on the bottom of the storm sea. His perception of them was muddled and unclear, but he perceived at least several towering structures resting on the black glass. Sonny looked at his companions. "We found the Eternal City." The Eternal City had let itself be known long before they could see it. At first, Sonny thought that his eyes were playing a trick on him, but then he had to admit that what he saw was true out there, far away in front of them. The absolute darkness of the abyssal depths was chased away by pale light. The distant radiance illuminated the great mass of water, resembling the auroras he had seen in Antarctica. That was the great lighthouse of the Eternal City shining from the bottom of a boundless sea, still intact even thousands of years after the demon of repose, its supposed creator, had perished. That radiance had served as a beacon for those traveling through the cold darkness of the black skies. Now, it was a guiding light for those traversing the crushing black abyss of the lightless depths. "It's a bit crazy, isn't it?" Jet gave him a brief look. "What is?" Sonny shook his head in bewilderment. "That place, the Eternal City. It survived the wrath of Storm God, fell from space, crashed into the ocean, and spent thousands of years enduring the crushing pressure on the bottom of the sea. And yet it still seems to be intact." He let out a chuckle. "That's one hell of a building standard." She smiled, then sent the night garden forward. Gradually, the distant radiance drew closer. The living ship moved toward its source, slowly coming into view of the drowned city soon enough. Sonny saw the vast ruin laying on the endless smooth expanse of black glass, illuminated by the light of its silver spires. Only Ho ween't kern that the eternal city could be called a ruin, it kumad to Ho completely intact, and in the eternal city had let itself be known long before they could see it. At first, Sonny thought that his eyes were playing a trick on him, but then he had to admit that what he saw was true out there, far away in front of them. The absolute darkness of the abyssal depths was chased away by pale light. The distant radiance illuminated the great mass of water, resembling the auroras he had seen in Antarctica. That was the great lighthouse of the eternal city shining from the bottom of a boundless sea, still intact even thousands of years after the demon of repose, its supposed creator, had perished. That radiance had served as a beacon for those traveling through the cold darkness of the black skies. Now, it was a guiding light for those traversing the crushing black abyss of the lightless depths. "It's a bit crazy, isn't it?" Jet gave him a brief look. "What is?" Sonny shook his head in bewilderment. "That place, the Eternal City. It survived the wrath of Storm God, fell from space, crashed into the ocean, and spent thousands of years enduring the crushing pressure on the bottom of the sea. And yet, it still seems to be intact." He let out a chuckle. "That's one hell of a building standard." She smiled, then sent the night garden forward. The Eternal City had let itself be known long before they could see it. At first, Sonny thought that his eyes were playing a trick on him, but then he had to admit that what he saw was true out there, far away in front of them. The absolute darkness of the abyssal depths was chased away by pale light. The distant radiance illuminated the great mass of water, resembling the auroras he had seen in Antarctica. That was the great lighthouse of the eternal city shining from the bottom of a boundless sea, still intact even thousands of years after the demon of repose, its supposed creator, had perished. That radiance had served as a beacon for those traveling through the cold darkness of the black skies. Now, it was a guiding light for those traversing the crushing black abyss of the lightless depths. "It's a bit crazy, isn't it?" Jet gave him a brief look. "What is?" Sonny shook his head in bewilderment. "That place, the Eternal City. It survived the wrath of Storm God, fell from space, crashed into the ocean, and spent thousands of years enduring the crushing pressure on the bottom of the sea. And yet, it still seems to be intact." He let out a chuckle. "That's one hell of a building standard." She smiled, then sent the night garden forward. Gradually, the distant radiance drew closer. The living ship moved toward its source, slowly coming into view of the drowned city soon enough. Sonny saw the vast ruin laying on the endless smooth expanse of black glass, illuminated by the light of its silver spires. Only he wasn't sure that the eternal city could be called a ruin, it kumad to Ho completely intact. And in chapter 26-24, Eternal City Jet's icy blue eyes turned even colder as she regarded the distant forest of silver spires. She inhaled deeply and then said in a dark tone, "I smell nightmare creatures." Sonny looked at her silently. His shadow sense could not reach deep into the dome surrounding the Eternal City, but he could still perceive some things. After lingering for a few moments, he smiled. "Well, I have a bit of news. There's bad news and worse news. Which do you want to hear first?" She looked at him with no amusement in her eyes. "Ah, I'll have the bad news first, please." Sonny nodded. "The city is full of powerful beings. There are hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of them crawling all over its streets." The Saints of Night looked at each other with unease. Jet, however, remained unperturbed. "What's the worst news, then?" Sonny sighed and looked at the silver lights of the distant city. Was he imagining it, or were they painted ghostly green in a particular area? He grimaced. "It seems like the Dutchman has already made landfall. I think some of those countless living beings are currently engaged in a battle against its wraiths, out there on the outskirts of the city." It was nice to imagine that the civilization of the Eternal City had survived, and was currently repelling the invasion of horrid specters. However, Sunny had little hope of finding a city full of ancient, enlightened immortals. Things never went that way in the dream realm, after all, and Nightwalker had described the Eternal City as nightmarish on top of that. So it was most likely a situation where one horde of abominable horrors was fighting a different, even more horrifying one. They were going to find out the truth soon enough. There was another anomalous zone on the other side of the city, too. That one, however, was different. If the battle between the Wraith fleet and the denizens of the Eternal City was expressed through a cacophony of motion, even if ghosts did not cast shadows, the beings fighting them did. That area stood out because of the total lack of movement, as if every living being there had already been obliterated. Sunny could only sense the very outer reaches of the Eternal City, so he could not say more. However, that alone was enough to make a few conclusions. The Dutchman had arrived earlier than they, and its forces had already established a foothold within the dome. Currently, they controlled one of the outer islands and were staging a fierce attack to push deeper into the city. Jet frowned. "So, what do you suggest we do? Join the fray?" Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then shook his head. Facing the Dutchman is already bad enough, but facing it and a legion of unknown nightmare creatures at the same time is even worse. And why should we? This is a large city. We can just as easily land on the other side of it and see who can conquer it faster. Then, we will have far more information and a chance to earn a territorial advantage before clashing with the Dutchman's forces. Ideally, the Wraith Legion would have been wiped out by then, and they would only have to deal with the other eerie horde of horrifying abominations. That, and the unknown being that Sunny suspected of being somewhere out there, inside the dome. The third contender, whatever that thing, was Old Tom's killer, unless it was the captain of the Dutchman who had finished the malevolent oyster off. Sunny looked at the vast expanse of the night garden, then added, "Plus, our primary goal right now is to find the wharf that can repair the night garden. It should be somewhere on the outer rim of the Eternal City, so let's sail around it and see. We can make further plans after securing a safe stronghold for our ship." Suppressing a feeling of urgency, they slowly sent the night garden circling the Eternal City from a distance. As the living ship moved through the abyssal depths, Sunny managed to explore the fallen city a bit better. It was strange. His shadow sense could easily pass through the aegis of the night garden, and it seemed to be able to penetrate the dome of the Eternal City as well. But not too far beyond the invisible barrier, his senses betrayed him, as if something else was stopping them. "Those things inside the city, what do they look like?" Sunny turned his head, remained silent for a few moments, and then answered Jet with a hint of uncertainty. "I can't actually see them. I can only sense their shadows, and their shadows, well, outwardly they seem like human shadows. They had 2 legs, 2 arms, and 1 head at least. However, there was something profoundly disturbing about the shadows of the immortal denizens of the Eternal City." Sunny could not describe what exactly alarmed him, but he sensed a subtle, unnerving wrongness about them. "I think I see the wharf." Eventually, Neve's voice distracted him from his unease. Looking forward, Sunny saw a massive structure protruding from the dome of the Eternal City. Before it, however, a massive steel was forcefully thrust into the black glass just outside the invisible barrier, with a net of jagged cracks marring the smooth surface around it. Sunny did not know what strength one had to possess to actually shatter the bottom of the storm sea, but the sigh of it made him shiver. "What is this?" As the night garden drew closer and its light fell onto the surface of the towering steel, he could vaguely discern runes carved into its surface. They were written on the outward side of the steel, facing the boundless expanse of the storm sea. The script was strange, but he could still somewhat translate it. Sunny exhaled slowly as he read the words written on the stone steel. As he did, his eyes quaked slightly. The runes read, "I am Daron, the Serpent King, heed my warning, wanderer, come back. There is no salvation from eternity and no respite from its bond. Beyond this line lies hell." Chapter 26-25. Titanic Wharf Jet and the Saints of Night studied the runes, their expressions turning somber. The spell must have provided them with a better translation than Sonny's own, but he was reasonably confident in his interpretation. "Hell, huh?" Bloodwave's voice did not sound enthused. Sonny smiled. "Well, you know how it goes for us awakened. We always get sent into the depths of hell only to find another, even more dreadful hell at the bottom of that one. I've been to a place or two that are way worse than the worst depiction of hell humans could come up with. You must have, too." Bloodwave grunted in solidarity. "Still, sounds quite ominous." Sonny had no retort to that. He remained silent for a bit, then sighed. "So Daron visited the Eternal City as well." Neve was looking at the towering steel with an expression that betrayed a hint of reverence. Hearing Sonny speak of Daron, he tuned to him. The Serpent King was the lone supreme of the Stormsea civilization before it was consumed by the Dream Realm. We knew very little about him until recently. Actually, it was the exploration report on the tomb of Ariel that shone a light on his eventual end. "Maybe you've heard about it." Sonny glanced at him and smiled. "Yeah, I've heard a thing or two." Neve nodded. "But even if we knew very little, we did discover traces of him all across the Stormsea. Most of the citadels the House of Night used to inhabit are ruins of Daron's fallen kingdom, after all. Even if most of it had been swallowed by the depths, he is a mythical figure." Neve paused for a moment and added in a quiet tone, "So, it feels strange to stand where he once stood, looking at the runes he personally carved into stone." Sonny remained silent for a while. He felt strange as well, but for a different reason. To him, finding a message left by Daron of the Twilight Sea felt like meeting an old friend. "Do you think he came to the Eternal City once to claim the lineage of Storm God?" Neve hesitated. "I am not sure if he did. It did not help him and his people in the end." Sonny sighed. He studied the Great Steel some more, then said suddenly, "I met Daron once, you know." Neve, Bloodwave, and Etha turned to him in shock. Jet raised an eyebrow too. Sonny smiled. "He was a tough bastard. One of the toughest Sonny had ever met, in fact. His soul still quaked in the throes of phantom pain at the memory of the Serpent King's sharp fangs. Sonny had met the nightmare version of Daron of the Twilight Sea and killed him. Then he received a blossom from Windflower, Daron's daughter, her farewell gift. If Daron felt it necessary to leave a warning here, this place must be really bad. Which meant that Sonny needed to change his plans a little. As the Saints of Night stared at him silently, he turned to Jet. "The wharf is empty, so it is safe to dock the Night Garden there. I will scout ahead." With that, he stepped into the shadows and vanished from the runic hall. A second later, ignoring Daron's warning, Sonny appeared inside the dome protecting the Eternal City. He respected the Serpent King a great deal, but knew that the hint of Daron's name invoked in him was a vestige of the past. In the past, Sonny had been a mere master, while Daron had been a supreme. He had been an obstacle of such imposing height that even the thought of overcoming it seemed impossible. Even if Sonny did kill him in the end, it was only because Daron had been a pale shadow of his former self, and half dead from battling other ancient horrors on top of that. But that was the past. Now, Sonny was a sovereign himself. In fact, he accomplished more than Daron had managed. He made it further. He and his cohort conquered the great river, at least. And while Daron had seen no hope for his realm except to lead his people into the tomb of Ariel as one last desperate gamble, Sonny and Nephi's were steadily preparing to face the looming calamities on the battlefield. They had a good chance of making it to the very end as well. They were stronger, and their people, the children of war, were stronger than the children of storm had been as well. So Daron had not necessarily known better than Sonny. and his advice was not necessarily implacable. Ah, maybe he was right, though. As soon as Sonny appeared within the dome of the Eternal City, he was overwhelmed by an ominous feeling as well as a far more mundane feeling of discomfort caused by the fact that the air here was thin and cold, making him feel like he was suffocating. Grimacing, Sonny glanced around. Something is telling me that dying in the Eternal City is a very, very bad idea. There had to be a reason why Daron had warned those trying to enter the drowned city to fear eternity. The wharf worthy of accepting the night garden was similarly titanic, spanning more than a dozen kilometers in length and half as much in width, with walls that were as tall as mountains. Literally. At first glance, Sonny judged that they were at least 3 kilometers high, partially submerged in water. The water surprised him, actually. He would have thought that the dome would prevent it from flowing into the Eternal City entirely, but strangely enough, while the invisible barrier prevented the unfathomable mass of the sea from plummeting at the city from above, some of it did cover the black glass. The water seethed and swirled, flowing as it glistened in the silver light of the magnificent spires. The main structure of the wharf surrounded a horseshoe-shaped berth, with huge gates facing the vast expanse of the storm sea. The gates were currently open, and the berth was partially filled with water. The walls of the wharf were built from stone, but inside it was constructed out of wood. Everything around him was spotless and in pristine condition, with not a sign of wear in sight. In fact, that was one of the reasons why Sonny felt so unnerved. He had not realized it before, but the world was supposed to show signs of the ruthless passage of time and display subtle imperfections. Even in the most well-maintained places, there were small flaws, scuffs, scratches, faded colors. But everything in the Eternal City seemed brand new and absolutely spotless. That alone was enough to make his skin crawl, as if the world around him was not real. The dissonance was eerie. Not paying attention to the bridge connecting the wharf to the city just yet, Sonny concentrated on the interior of the gigantic structure itself. Just as he had perceived before, it was entirely empty, with no movement and no living shadows anywhere in sight or hidden from view. That's good, I guess. As Sonny turned to face the brilliant lights of the Eternal City, the bow of the night garden pierced the veil of the invisible barrier behind him. This text is hosted at Novel Fire.net. After thousands of years, the living ship returned to the place where it had been born. Chapter 2626 Shop's Cradle. As the night garden passed through the invisible barrier, it continued to glide across the turbulent waters that covered the infinite expanse of black glass. Great waves rose as its immense mass displaced myriad tons of water, crashing into the towering walls of the wharf and escaping into the wide canals of the Eternal City. Standing at the edge of the titanic structure's open gate, Sonny observed the wrath of the elements in silence. The living ship slowly drew closer as it did. The wharf, which had seemed improbably enormous before, suddenly did not feel so big anymore. Sonny saw the branches of the trees that grew on the surface decks of the night garden sway as it passed him, slowly entering the awaiting berth. He could not help but feel amazed at the precision with which Jet had steered the wide breadth of the titanic ship into the gate of the great wharf. There was barely a few dozen meters between the tall sides of the night garden and the walls of the berth, and that gap seemed minuscule in comparison to its gargantuan size. The ship continued to sail past him for a long while as it entered the wharf, seemingly endless. Eventually, however, Sonny saw the stern of the night garden, which meant that countless kilometers away, its bow had reached the end of the horseshoe-shaped berth, resting against its barrier. Finally, the living ship came to a halt, swaying gently on the tumultuous currents of water. What now? They had intended to find a way to repair the night garden here, But the great citadel did not exactly come with an instruction manual, let alone the wharf where the demon of repose had built her ship once, thousands of years ago. Sunny did not have to worry, though. Soon after the night garden came to a rest inside the colossal berth. The wharf came alive. The rest might have just felt a strange, almost palpable energy permeate the air, but Sunny could sense far more. In his eyes, which could peer into the nature of things, the titanic structure lit up like a radiant star. That was because an impossible amount of soul essence was flowing through it, the raging currents infusing every centimeter of the stone walls and the wooden scaffolds with a daunting, exuberant vitality. Various areas of the wharf slowly awakened from their long slumber, igniting with shimmering light. Wow! Sunny sensed the ground beneath him tremble. Then, the vast vertical plane of the huge gate he was standing on began to move with a powerful shiver at the same time. The other side of the gate moved as well. Seemingly slowly because of its prodigious size, but breathtakingly rapid in reality, the gates of the wharf closed. Sunny, who had unwittingly caught a ride on one of its wings, barely managed to keep his balance when the two sides shut with a deafening thunderclap, cutting out the night garden's path of retreat. Of course, if there was a need to make an escape, the Titanic ship could simply ram the gates with the indestructible immensity of its stern, causing mayhem and devastation on an unimaginable scale. But Sunny hoped that it would not come to that. Nothing happened for a minute or two outwardly, at least. Then, Sunny heard the roaring rustle of flowing water echoing between the sides of the living ship and the walls of its berth. That was the turbulent water inside the wharf draining away through invisible channels. Its level slowly dropped and the night garden lowered with it. Sunny had expected some mechanism to catch and secure it in place, and there was indeed a mechanism, of sorts. As he watched in wonder, the wooden interior of the colossal wharf blossomed with myriad flowers and leaves. Then, enormous branches stretched outward, gently catching the night garden and fusing with its hull. Soon enough, the water was entirely gone, revealing the floor of the berth. The night garden was resting on it, supported by the colossal branches that prevented it from tilting to the side, like a tree that returned to the forest. The branches, however, were not there simply for support. As Sunny watched, his eyes widening a little, the powerful currents of soul essence he had observed before flowed through them into the living ship, nourishing it. There seemed to be some kind of sorcery at work, guiding them in fleeting patterns and dictating what effect they had on the weathered expanse of the night garden. The wharf was not merely replenishing its reserves of essence. Under its nurturing influence, the scars marring the hull of the living ship began to close, and countless damaged parts hidden in its cavernous interior began to be mended. Although Sunny could not perceive it, he was sure that the process of restoration and rejuvenation was happening to the mystical part of the night garden, to the very sorcery that made it function. So, in the end, he and his companions did not have to learn how to operate the wharf of the eternal city, or what to do to repair the living ship. Just like the night garden, the wharf itself was a living thing, and so it could mend the titanic vessel all by itself. The process would probably take quite a while to complete, but it was having an effect already. Sunny let out a relieved sigh. That's one thing I don't need to worry about anymore. In fact, the restoration of the night garden alone was enough to make this expedition worth it. It was one of the few great citadels of humanity, after all, and one that offered the human domain a unique and vital advantage, not to mention serving as home for millions of people. But of course, Sunny was not going to be satisfied with just that. As the process of restoration began, his gaze left the vast expanse of the night garden and traveled to the far side of the wharf, where a bridge connecting it to the rest of the eternal city was hidden. Somewhere out there, the Dutchman was already leading its army of wraiths to conquer the sunken city. The mysterious third contender was on the move, as well. The lineage of Storm God waited to be claimed. The fragment of Weaver's forbidden lineage did as well, and myriad treasures of the immortal abode on top of that. Exhaling slowly, Sonny closed his eyes for a moment and smiled. Let's conquer hell, then. He paused for a few seconds, then added in a less solemn tone, "This update is available on novelfire.net. One more hell, I mean." Chapter 26-27 Runic Array. By the time Sunny reached the other side of the blossoming birth, Jet was already there, clad in her fitting black armor and leaning on her scythe. Her icy-cold eyes peered at the long bridge connecting the wharf to the Eternal City, radiating a sense of deadly cold. Sunny appeared out of the shadows next to her, looking in the same direction. "Where are Neve, Etha, and Bloodwave?" She glanced at him briefly. "Guarding the ship. We stationed all available awakened throughout the interior, with masters spread out to defend the key areas. The Saints are protecting the surface decks. Etha is on the bridge, Neve is at the bow, while Bloodwave is on the stern. The three of them should be able to contend against anything that might get past us, or at least stall it long enough for you to arrive." Sunny nodded, burning a bit of his essence to substitute the lacking oxygen with it. "How is their breathing?" Jet smiled faintly. "They are fine while aboard the Night Garden, beyond its aegis. They'll probably suffocate. However, these are Saints of Night we are talking about. They have memories to deal with the lack of breathing air in spades, so you don't have to worry about them." Sunny studied her for a moment. "What about you two?" Jet gave him a stare. "I am dead. What do I need air for?" Sunny coughed. Jet usually breathed like any normal human when she was not low on essence, at least, and her body metabolized oxygen like any other body would. However, it seemed that her special constitution gave her an alternative, just like Sunny's supreme rank did. There was enough oxygen in the air around them to speak normally, at least. That was a pleasant surprise. She raised an eyebrow. "So, what's the plan?" Sunny studied the bridge for a while, then pointed to a barely visible area of rippling air on the other side of it. "Do you see that? Let's take a look first, then decide what our next steps will be." Summoning the jade mantle, he reached into the shadows and pulled a black odachi out of it. Then, placing its blade on his shoulder, Sunny walked toward the Eternal City with confident steps. Jet followed. As they walked across the long bridge, black water reeled and raged below them, glistening with the reflections of the silver light. It was still eerily quiet and peaceful around them, though, with no movement whatsoever. Sunny had expected to be carving a path through a sea of abominations by now, but surprisingly enough, nothing had attacked them yet. His shadow sense also had no trouble enveloping everything around him. Up to the end of the bridge, that was. There his perception grew vague and mudded, as if something was suppressing it. "Strange," Sunny frowned. "What is that?" At some point the smooth stone surface beneath their feet became uneven. Crouching, he wiped away droplets of water and studied it closely. Thin lines were carved into the bridge following a strange pattern. After inspecting them for a while, Sunny raised an eyebrow. "A runic array." Indeed, there were countless runes carved into the stone bridge, forming a complicated enchantment. Sunny was not as knowledgeable about runic sorcery as Cassie was, but he did know the basics. There was no need to test his modest mastery, though, since he could simply ask the master. Cassie. They continued on their way, observing the endless weave of mysterious runes. Eventually, Cassie saw enough to offer her opinion. "This is an auxiliary enchantment. Way beyond what I could accomplish, but still only a small part of a larger array." Sunny tilted his head a little. "What does it do?" There was a long pause, and then Cassie's voice resounded in his mind. It was quiet and distorted, as if reaching him from a great distance but still discernible. "It maintains the existence of these runes, as well as of the main enchantment that is situated somewhere else." "Well, Rather, it prevents the innate sorcery of the Eternal City from erasing the runes by restoring the surfaces they are carved into to a pristine condition. Sonny narrowed his eyes. What does the main enchantment do, then? Cassie's quiet, melodious laughter resounded in his head. That I do not know. I would have to read it first, wouldn't I? Sonny sighed. By then they had almost reached the end of the bridge. Stopping, he remained motionless for a bit and then raised his head to study the anomaly they had noticed from the walls of the wharf. Jet let out a whistle. I'll be damned. Sonny tended to agree. There, in front of them, a subtle rippling of the air betrayed the existence of an invisible barrier. There was another dome inside the aegis protecting the Eternal City, covering most of the city. It was very much like the shadow dome he had created to see if the night garden could submerge into the water, almost as vast as the primary one, but not quite, acting as a second layer of protection. Here, the foundation of the Eternal City was exposed, towering above the restless waters as dark cliffs. And on those cliffs, enormous runes were carved into the stone, extending in both directions as far as the eye could see, almost as if they encircled the entire city. There was something quite familiar about how those runes were carved into the base of the Eternal City as well. The way they looked was almost exactly the same as Daron's message on the Great Steel looked, only on a much larger scale. This is the main enchantment. I think I know what its purpose is. Sonny remained silent for a long while, looking at the rippling barrier of the secondary dome. He smiled darkly. I think I know as well. Jet gave him a questioning look. Looking up at the endless mass of water looming over their heads, Sonny said, the first barrier is created by innate sorcery of the Eternal City, divine sorcery of the demon of repose. Its purpose is to keep things out. Then he looked down at the great runes carved into the ancient stone. The second barrier is a complicated runic array much like the runic array that protected Twilight. It was created by the Serpent King. His expression darkened. Small cap R letter 1D07 letter 1D00 letter 1D05. Small cap L letter 1D00 letter 1D1B letter 1D07S letter 1D1B. Letter 1D04 small cap H letter 1D00 letter 1D18 letter 1D1B letter 1D07 small cap RS. Letter 1D00 letter 1D1B novel F fire. Net. And its purpose is to keep things in. Chapter 26-28. A warm welcome jet studied the wall of subtly rippling air in front of them and the pristine streets beyond it, then rested her scythe on her shoulders in a relaxed pose. Well, that explains why nothing has attacked us yet. She approached the barrier created by the Serpent King, stopping only a few centimeters away from it, then took a few steps along its nearly invisible surface. Seems like he was really wary of what hides inside this city, huh? Sonny shrugged. I guess. Jet remained silent for a few moments, then asked in a calm tone, more importantly, if this barrier prevents things from escaping the Eternal City, wouldn't we get trapped if we pass through it as well? That was what Sonny was thinking about too. He frowned. Nightwalker escaped it before, so there must be a way, or maybe a condition sorting those who can leave and those who can't. He sighed and shook his head. It does not matter anyway. Anything that Daron created, I can destroy. It might take some time, though, if we do need to destroy this barrier in order to escape. Not to mention that I would not feel right getting rid of it before whatever he was wary of is dealt with, or at least contained in some way. Jet looked at him with dark amusement. Oh, what makes you so confident in your ability? Sonny simply shrugged. The fact that destroying something is always easier than creating it. Both Daron and Sonny were supreme, and both were powerful sorcerers. So with all other things being equal, he was confident in his ability to dismantle the runic array Daron had created given time. Jet looked back at the invisible barrier. Guess we are going inside then, Sonny grimaced. Well, yes, but first we might want to. W8, what are you doing? Before he could even finish the sentence, Jet took a step forward and passed through the barrier. Then she turned around and looked at him with a smile. "What?" Sonny stared at her aghast. "What do you mean, what? How could you just go and enter a mysterious magic barrier designed to trap living beings for all eternity?" She shrugged. "Didn't you say that you can easily destroy it?" Sonny suppressed the impulse to grab his head. "I say a lot of things," she laughed. "That you do." She fell silent, studied the surrounding buildings for a few moments, then sighed and took a step back. Sonny tensed, but Jet seemed to pass through the barrier and return to the bridge with no issue. Still resting her arms on the shaft of the scythe, she rolled her shoulders and shook her head. "My guess would be that the Serpent King was unwilling to let the immortals who had populated the Eternal City escape into the Twilight Sea. After all, there is no worse combination than immortality and corruption. So this barrier probably prevents anything that died and was restored by the city from leaving its boundary." Sonny took a few deep breaths. What if your theory turned out to be wrong?" Jet shrugged. "Then I would have asked you to get me out. Better yet, I'd ask Neve to aim those scary cannons you so graciously crafted for me at the runes carved into the foundation of this place and blast a few dozen of them off the face of the earth. I am pretty sure that would have dealt with this runic array too." Sonny sighed. "I guess that works." With that, he walked past Jet and entered the barrier too. As he passed it, an unpleasant feeling momentarily overwhelmed his senses. It was as if something cold and unfeeling was inspecting the depths of his being, searching for an unknown sign. Then, it brushed against Weaver's lineage and recoiled, retreating in fright. Sonny found himself standing near the mouth of a wide street. On both sides of him, ornate buildings rose into the darkness, with black water glistening with reflections of silver light as it rolled above him where the sky was supposed to be. The street was clean and empty, with beautiful sculptures lining the facades of the nearest buildings. Jet crossed the barrier for the second time and looked around. "It doesn't seem so bad, actually." Sonny took a few steps forward, then frowned and looked at the entrance of one of the buildings. His shadow sense was still somewhat suppressed, but he could feel a presence there. "Come out." There were a few seconds of silence, and then he heard the sound of light steps. A young man walked out of the buildings, walking toward them unhurriedly. At first glance, he was just barely past the age when one would become a sleeper, wearing a free tunic woven out of flowing, luxurious fabric. His features were soft and harmonious, beautiful enough to mistake him for a saint, and his glistening hair was held in place by an exquisitely decorated band of silver. He did not seem armed, and a faint smile was playing on his lips. Walking to the middle of the street, the beautiful youth stopped and turned, looking at them with a strange, curious expression. Jet quietly removed her scythe from her shoulders, grasping it tightly. "Oh, hell!" Sonny almost took a step back, because when he peered into the soul of the striking young man, what met him was a vast ocean of vile, boundless darkness. The youth opened his mouth as if wishing to welcome them to the Eternal City. What escaped his mouth, however, were no words. Instead, it was an avalanche of grotesque, pulsating, hungry flesh. A dozen long tendrils ending with sharp spikes shot toward Sonny with such speed that he barely had time to react. Still, he managed to put his odachi in the path only to feel it shatter from the impact, not offering the fleshy tendrils any resistance. A split second later, the spikes were about to pierce his head. Sonny dissolved into shadows, leaving them whipping furiously through the air. The stone plates of the wide street exploded into a hurricane of sharp shards, and the nearest facade collapsed into a cloud of dust when one of the tendrils brushed against it in passing. Jet's scythe flashed, severing another. She moved with graceful ease, dodging the lethal attack by a hair's breadth. In the next moment, Sonny stepped from the shadows behind the monstrous youth and calmly beheaded him with the reformed blade of his odachi. Red blood spluttered on the stone rubble, and the corpse of the young man fell to his knees while his head rolled a few steps, dragging the limp tentacles behind it. Curses! Sonny watched as the headless corpse slowly toppled to the ground. Jet did not relax, glancing at him briefly. "What's with that expression?" He hesitated for a moment. "It's because—" There was no new shade in his soul sea. "I don't think that thing is dead." Just as he said those words, the headless body stirred and floated into an upright position. The grotesque tendrils protruding from the mouth of the severed head, meanwhile, twitched and moved, raising it a dozen meters above the ground like long, horrid legs. Follow current novels on novel FIRTAP.net. The youth's eyes peered at Sonny with the same innocent, mild curiosity. He shivered. Damnation. Chapter 26-29. Corrupted immortal. There were deadly beings out there, in the dreadful reaches of the ruthless and broken world. And then there was the Lord of Shadows, Sunless, the sovereign of death. Among those who were just one step behind him, Soul Reaper Jet was perhaps the most lethal. She was definitely the most feared, and for a good reason. Few could survive her insidious aspect and deathly resolve. So it was no exaggeration to say that when the two of them decided to fight side by side, there was hardly a more deadly duo than the Lord of Shadows and Soul Reaper. And yet, they failed to kill the eerie abomination that had welcomed them to the Eternal City. Small cap N letter 1D07 letter 1D21. Small cap N letter 1D0F letter 1D20 letter 1D07 small cap L. Letter 1D04 small cap H letter 1D00 letter 1D18 letter 1D1B letter 1D07 small cap RS. Letter 1D00 small cap R letter 1D07. Letter 1D18 letter 1D1C small cap B small cap L small cap IS small cap H letter 1D07 letter 1D05. Letter 1D0F small cap N Novi Fire. Small cap N ET. The battle was swift but furious. Several blocks of the sunken city had been reduced to rubble as Sonny and Jet fought the monstrous youth. Or rather, the grotesque abomination that wore the exquisite face of a human youth. The ancient buildings toppled, and the stone canvas of the roads exploded into an avalanche of jagged shards. The silence of the empty streets was vanquished by the roaring clamor of a terrifying battle, and the beautiful landscape of the ancient city was replaced by a scene of total devastation. "Curse it!" Sonny dashed back, barely evading another fleshy tentacle. The breathtaking statue he had hidden behind was split in two, severed by the spike at the end of the tendril so cleanly that the cut seemed like no more than a thin crack for a few moments. "This is a bit tough." Jet had spun her ghostly scythe, slicing several tendrils, then allowed the mist blade to assume the form of a graceful lucerne, and used its long spike to pin the nearest severed tentacle to the cobblestones. It was just in time, despite being separated from the main body of the abomination. The fleshy tentacles continued to move, trying to slither across the rubble toward her. "What the hell do we do?" Sonny cursed again. The eldritch horror was about as strong as a great beast would be, making it a walking calamity. Even a supreme like him had to stay alert in a battle with this thing, so it was understandable that Jet was struggling. However, that was no reason for them to be having so much trouble dealing with the grotesque abomination. Sonny could slay a great beast in a heartbeat, and Jet was more than formidable enough to bridge the gap between the ranks. By all accounts, the eerie creature should have been dead by now. And in fact, they had already killed it many times. It was just that the grotesque abomination refused to stay dead. Sonny and Jet had cut, pierced, and crushed its body. They dealt fatal damage to its soul and poisoned it with the death will. The creature was burned to death and shattered after being frozen solid. But no matter what they did, the beautiful youth was restored to his original appearance before too long. Its crushed, severed, burned, shattered body returned to a flawless state, and then turned hideous and horrid once again as it swelled with malformed flesh and burst into a slithering forest of deadly tendrils. It did not take a wise man to realize what was happening. Damn! That damn demon! The fiend they were fighting was powerful, but in and of itself, it was not too terrifying. As evidence, Sonny and Jet were still unscathed despite battling it for several minutes already. The problem, however, was that it was immortal, or rather, that the Eternal City made it immortal. The distinction was subtle but important. The incredible, inexhaustible vitality that the monstrous youth possessed was not his own power. Rather, it was the manifestation of the sorcery that governed this cursed place. And so, killing him was not a matter of overpowering a great beast. It was a matter of overcoming the sorcery of a demon, and while Sonny had a high opinion of his prowess, that was not a feat that he could accomplish just yet. How did one fight an immortal abomination then? Dodging another explosion of hungry flesh, Sonny could not help but smile darkly. No, but it's quite ironic, isn't it? Two dead warriors were trying to kill an undying monster. Brandishing his black odachi, he called out to Jet, "We can't kill it." His gaze landed on the shambling, appalling figure of the corrupted immortal. "So, let's subdue it instead." He lunged forward, turning into a torrent of shadows to evade the whipping tendrils, and manifested into a corporeal form right in front of the abomination. His odachi flashed, severing the creature's arms the same time. A current of mist coalesced into a lithe figure behind the immortal, and Jet used her scythe to cut his legs. And as the fiend fell to the ground, dozens of black chains burst from it and wrapped themselves around him. Individually, none of them were strong enough to bind him, but all together, they held long enough for more chains to descend on the struggling form and bury it under the mass of inky black metal. Soon, there was nothing but a small hill of black links towering where the horrid youth once stood, trembling slightly like a macabre cocoon. Sonny stared at it somberly. A large swath of the Eternal City around them was entirely decimated, but the ornate buildings were already restoring themselves, too. Shattered statues coalesced into their original, elegant forms. Toppled pillars rose from the rubble and assembled themselves. The rubble floated into the air and returned to its previous shape. The buildings grew from the devastated ruin like flowers, and the paving of the streets smoothed itself out. Before too long, Sonny and Jet found themselves standing on a beautiful plaza. Their surroundings were spotless and undamaged, with only the cocoon of black chains and their heavy breathing proving that the battle had happened. Jet stared at the small hill of chains and then looked at Sonny with a somber expression. "Hey," he raised an eyebrow. "What?" She pointed to the black cocoon with the blade of her war scythe. "That was just one of them, right?" Sonny nodded slowly, prompting her to give him a dark smile. "And you said that there were thousands or maybe even millions of these things within the city." He hesitated for a few moments, suppressing a shiver. What could he say? Sonny sighed. "Sounds about right." As the person who had invited Jet to this nightmarish place, he was starting to feel a tiny bit guilty. Chapter 26:30. This much Sonny did not want to admit it, but he was troubled. The battle had been intense and the enemy was powerful, but that was not the reason for his unease. The fact that the nightmare creature had turned out to be immortal wasn't, either. Even the knowledge that there was a vast horde of these undying fiends populating the Eternal City was not the reason why he felt so somber. No. The real reason why Sonny was troubled was that he could not make sense of the monstrous youth. There was something quite strange about this nightmare creature, to the point that he was not even sure if he was correct to call it one. First, Sonny did not see what he usually saw when peering into the souls of abominations. There was the vile darkness of corruption, true, but it did not possess the usual nodes that served as sources of the spreading, tumorous infection. So he could not even guess the class of the creature, only tell that it was roughly of the great rank. Second, Even Cassie could not tell what the monstrous fiend was. All she could say after peering at its essence was a few cryptic words. It is like a part of a greater whole hiding inside an usurped vessel. Then, after falling silent for a while, she added in a hesitant tone, "But the greater whole it is a part of is itself incomplete, longing to be mended." The fact that Cassie's dormant ability could not draw knowledge about the eldritch horror was already a cause for concern. Her words describing what little she did glimpse were even more worrisome. A part of a greater whole, usurped vessel, incomplete. What the hell did it mean? And what the hell was the corrupted immortal really? Sunny sighed. The cocoon of black chains continued to stir subtly, since the horrid fiend was still struggling to break free. Sunny could keep it bound without too much trouble, but he could only do so by maintaining the manifested shadows personally. Making the chains permanent would weaken them, which would allow the monstrous youth to escape. Which meant that while he could contain this particular abomination, or maybe even 1,000 of them, he could not contain them all. He could not even contain most of them, which was a problem. He grimaced and looked at the black underside of the rolling sea above them, with silver light reflecting from its restless surface. Suddenly, it occurred to him that this was a kind of black sky as well. Ah, this is going to be quite a spectacle. Jet wore a somber expression, her icy gaze hiding a hint of some dark emotion. She lingered for a while, looked at her scythe briefly, and then said in a neutral tone, "We can still retreat, you know." Sunny slowly shook his head. "No, there's nowhere to retreat." He looked away from the pile of black chains and turned to her. "It might seem like we can escape to safer waters, but that is an illusion. There is nowhere safe in this world, in two worlds even. Anywhere and everywhere can and will tum into a worse hell. All of existence is a war zone, so if we can't deal even with this much, then what's the point of seeking safety somewhere else?" Jet let out a hollow chuckle. "This much is a city full of immortal great ones, though, with an army of wraiths added as a free bonus. So what are we going to do?" Sunny studied her for a while, then smiled darkly. "For now, I suggest you take a few steps back." Jet frowned. "Why, what are you going to do?" Sunny looked around, noting that he could not see the wharf from behind the tall buildings. "Let me show you. This should be far enough, I think." Saying that, he reached into his soul. Th small cap is chapter is UPD a T letter 1D07D by novel Fire Net and summoned something. Not long before that, Aiko made her way to the throne room of the Dark Castle, carrying the latest report. Her boss was lounging on his throne, as usual, looking into the distance with an amused expression. She yawned, then belatedly covered her mouth with her dainty hand. At the moment, Aiko really missed her opulent bedroom on the highest floor of the castle. "Hey, boss, about our investigation into the strange trends on the black market." He waved his hand lazily, interrupting her, and then looked at her with a sly smile. "Oh." Suddenly, Aiko had a very, very bad feeling. Sunny seemed inordinately happy. Why was he so happy? "Hey, Aiko, let me ask you a question. How would you go about conquering a city full of immortal nightmare creatures?" She frowned. "I wouldn't. I'd tum around and run away. No, actually, I would never end up anywhere near such a terrifying place to begin with. Only a complete, irremediable idiot would. No, really." Her boss blinked a few times with an offended expression on his pale face. "Hey, that's harsh." Aiko suppressed the desire to palm her face. "Wait, that was not a hypothetical question. What the? Where the hell did you find a city full of immortal abominations? And why would you do something like that?" Sunny raised his chin. "No, it wasn't under the sea, and why? Because there's treasure involved." Aiko was about to say more, but froze instead. A moment later, her eyes glistened. Her expression changed subtly. "Treasure, huh? What kind of?" But her boss shook his head. "Nope. Since you're apparently full of prejudice against immortal abominations, I am not taking you with me." "Not a chance, don't even ask." She just stared at him for a moment. "I wasn't going to, though." Her boss nodded. "Great, then. If you really don't want to go, I suggest you vacate the premises fast." Aiko stared at him in confusion. At that moment, something eerie happened. 3 more versions of Sunny appeared from the shadows behind her, walking toward the throne. And I mean really fast. Immediately would be best. You can set up a temporary office in the nameless temple. There's a cot in the inner sanctum, I think. Oh, and don't forget to water my tree. This is bad. The various incarnations of her boss very rarely gathered in one place, and every time they did, something terrible happened. Oh no! Not wasting any time, Aiko dashed forward, sprinted past the throne, and jumped out of the window. As she hovered in the lightless sky of the forgotten shore, looking down at the magnificent edifice of the dark castle, the castle suddenly vanished without a trace. Oh no! My bedroom! And just a few moments later it appeared again somewhere else. To be precise, it appeared on an empty, pristine plaza in the Eternal City. Jet had barely managed to take a few steps back before the black spires of the dark castle suddenly rose from the shadows enveloping the square. Soon enough, a magnificent black fortress appeared out of nowhere between the ornate buildings, casting a deep shadow upon them. Then its gates opened with a chilling groan. And out of the darkness inside, a vast legion of silent shades marched onto the ancient streets.